Okay, everyone. So let us start with the next topic. Very, very important topic and very interesting topic as well, and a highly predictable question on highly like recommended for you that ki you should mandatorily do this particular topic. Leaving this is not a right option. And if anyone is saying that ki it is a C category or B category or A category, don't listen to anybody. It was, it is, and it will always be remaining the A category, right? First of all, let us first understand what this particular chapter is going to give you. This basically the chapter is divided into three parts. In the very first part, we'll understand how the chartered accountants in practice can carry out the investigations, how this new avenue is open for you. Second part may we'll understand that nowadays chartered accountants in practice are also being involved in carrying out due diligence. What do you mean by due diligence thing? And third thing, forensic accounting. Let me tell you one thing, it used to be called a forensic auditing, but now the term forensic auditing has been replaced by the word called what? Forensic accounting. That is the first thing. Next important thing what you need to understand that in this particular topic, we will understand the different types of investigations, statutory and non-statutory types of investigations. But let me tell you one thing, statutory investigations has been removed from your portion. That is a part of your economic laws. That is a part of your corporate and economic laws. Going to be the self-paced module now. Now we are only left with the non-statutory investigations. That is one thing. Second thing, the forensic auditing word has been changed to forensic accounting, and due diligence ke related, we will understand what are the areas to be covered. All the three professions nowadays are becoming very popular among our community, and you should know that this chapter is not only going to give you or make you understand how do we conduct it. This is something, and like you should take it as a positive thing that these are the areas where you people need to concentrate now. No longer the chartered accountants in practice are now limited to doing statutory audits and limited to doing only tax audits. These are also the areas where you need to concentrate upon, right or not? Very interesting chapter and very important as well. Forensic accounting mein so many changes have come, so many forensic accounting analytics related things has been what? Eliminated from your portion. So little bit portion of the forensic accounting has been reduced, rest remaining the whole chapter is what? Same. So let's proceed with this chapter. Now first let us understand what is the difference between the auditing and investigation. I will simply tell you how to understand the difference. Investigation is basically called a certification of facts and figures, whereas the auditing is all about expression of reasonable assurance, whereas in the investigation you need a absolute assurance. Are you getting the pointer? Or that is the difference number one. Difference number two, there is no specific time period for conducting the investigation, but yes, we do have a time period for conducting a what? Auditing. Auditing has to be conducted every year, whereas there is no particular time limit for specified for what? Investigation. The objective of investigation is to ensure the facts of events and certifying the same, whereas the here objective is expression of opinion. Periodicity, no fixed time period, and there every year you have to take care. Limitations में investigations में no limitations will be imposed on you, and if any will be imposed by the appointing authority. Auditing में there are so many limitations, there are so many boundaries which you should not cross, and moreover we do have the inherent limitations in our auditing as well, right? एविडेंस की बात करें तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में यू कैन ओनली कैरी आउट द इन्वेस्टिगेशन इफ यू हैव अ कंक्लूसिव एविडेंस, whereas in the auditing our most of the evidences are based on persuasive means which are being provided by the management. Next important thing you have to understand, reporting. In the investigation, we do report to the appointing authority, whereas in the auditing, we report it to the intended users of financial statement. Qualification की बात करें तो investigation में you may be a qualified practicing CA, you may not be a qualified practicing CA. तो qualification में there is no specification given when it comes to investigation, but when it comes to auditing, it has to be a qualified practicing chartered accountant holding a valid certificate of practice. आउटपुट की बात करें, द इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिजल्ट्स इनटू अ सर्टिफिकेट, whereas the auditing results into a report. Now if we'll talk about starts with, investigation definitely starts with a suspicious mind, because you already know that what is your intention of doing that particular task. So it starts with a suspicious mind, whereas the auditing starts with a skeptical and questioning mind. Next point की बात करें, observance of accounting principles. There are no set of accounting principles meant for investigation. The investigation is purely analytical based. Investigation requires a thorough mind. Investigation requires an open mind. Investigation is purely based on observations. Whereas the auditing ke case mein, you have the set of gaps, you have the set of standards on auditing and professional ethical technical standards which you have to follow. So that is what the major difference between auditing and investigation. Now, what are the steps involved in the investigation? First of all, let us understand the meaning of the investigation. Investigation means an act which starts with the which mind, suspicious mind, having an investigative mentality and approach towards the certification of facts and figures. Whereas in auditing, we always start with the skeptical mind, whereas our objective is not to establish any facts. Our objective is to express a reasonable assurance on financial statement. See, investigation can be statutory or non-statutory, but audit is mostly in the case of statutory only. And investigation is more substantive in nature. Obviously, क्योंकि investigation में compliance procedures are used less as compared to substantive. More of the use in the case of investigation is substantive procedures. TODs will be more as compared to the TOCs, right? Investigators shall not accept the stated fact unless it is substantiated. See, investigation may, it's not a speculative conclusion which you can draw like what we can draw in case of auditing. Auditing में we get the reasonable assurance, but यहाँ पे आपको certification of events and establishment of facts and figures you have to do. So until and unless you don't have a specific evidence to prove that, you don't have substantial evidence to prove that this is the result of your investigation, no one should believe the output of that investigation. Next point, an investigation shall not go beyond shall not be bound by the accounting policies. Now what do you mean by that? Just now we have understood that in case of auditing you have the gaps to follow, you have the standards to follow, you have the pets to follow. Investigation में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Investigation is basically a free bird kind of investigation where there are no boundaries, right or not? Maximum the amount of boundaries which will be set up by your appointing authority only, but generally we do not set any kind of boundaries when it comes to what? Investigation. Now what are the steps involved in investigation? Investigation is similar like auditing. Now, first of all, we have to determine our scope objective of the investigation. So you should be very clear about your scope, what you are going to investigate upon, and you should know what your limits are, what your boundaries are within which you have to work. वैसे तो there are no specific limitations in case of investigation, but yes, if the appointing authority is putting some limitations on you, that is something which you have to clearly be defined upon, and you should know your period of coverage of your investigation should be specifically specified. Ensure that you should be well aware about your boundaries and limitations. So investigation is like an auditing. Just auditing, we know our objective and scope. Here also we should know our objective and scope. Formulation of investigation program. It is nothing but like the auditing. We create a planning, we do a strategy, and we put our planning and strategy on a piece of paper called audit program. In the investigation, like an audit program, you also have to create an investigation program. It means putting your strategies, putting your planning, how you're going to carry out an investigation, what should be the set of people in your team you require, put it on an program. And that, instead of calling it as an audit program, we can call it as an investigation program. It is not possible to draw a program unless the investigator has planned and strategized it first. That's what I was telling you. Like an auditing, investigation, maybe you have to go for a planning and strategy, and when you put your planning and strategy on a piece of paper, that becomes an investigation program. An investigation program cannot be same for every investigation, like audit program cannot be same for every entity. क्योंकि investigation differs from entity to entity, so you cannot have the same investigation program for all types of investigations. And it should be document containing the following aspects of investigation. What should be written in your documented investigation program? Nature of the business of the investigatee, what kind of the nature of the activity of your business investigatee, organizational structure, right or not, objectives and scope of your investigation. So like we draw our auditing program, in the same way we have to draw our investigation program. Depth of investigation an investigator can go into, how deeper you have to go. Suppose you were given the limitless powers, then in that case you can carry out a very deeper kind of investigation instead of going for a very normal kind of investigation. So this is what you have to understand when it comes to the investigation. You should make a note of it. What is the nature of the business of your investigatee? What is your organizational status? What powers have been given to you? Defined objective and scope. And program should include those areas which are to be concentrated more rather than the wide range of areas. So investigation should be specific. Narrow down your areas on which you need to investigate more rather than writing like an audit. Because auditing may we do the overall examination. So there are hundreds of things to be examined, but investigation may it is too specific. to narrow down your specific areas in the investigation program. Keep up the buffer time in investigation so as to incorporate the unexpected areas to be covered. Now see, understand one thing, we don't have a buffer in case of auditing. Auditing may we know that ki audit must be completed before the AGM, whereas in the investigation there is no time limit. So investigation may, even though you will frame your timelines within which you have to complete your investigation, but yes, investigation may, like sometimes for taking approvals and authorizations to investigate or establish the facts, it takes some more time. So make sure that you should always have a buffer time in your investigation, because like in auditing, in investigation also sometimes the unexpected events may occur. So it may take a longer time period for you to conclude your investigation. So you should always be ready with the buffer time. Now, third note, investigation program must be flexible in nature like an audit program, because in future there are so many necessary changes or improvements you have to make. So make sure that like audit program is flexible, your investigation program should also be flexible. So step number 1 you should be defined with your what? Objective and scope. Step number 2 you should establish a investigation program. Now it's time for conducting the investigation. So how do we conduct the investigation? We will collect the evidences and will carry out the analysis and collection of evidences. Now see, it has to be a conclusive evidences based activity which involves oral explanations from the employees and staff of the office, obviously gathering more convincing evidences. So it's not based on persuasive evidences. You have to gather the more convincing, more substantiated, and make sure that not restricting himself to the ordinarily available evidences. So if you have a choice between collecting a good evidence and best evidence, you should go for the best one. You should not settle for the good one or the better one, right? Which are readily available evidences you should not accept. You should try to accept the more evidential things. See if the situation demands, go for a better evidence. Take help of necessary experts, like in auditing if you need. In investigation also, if you think that outside consultation is required or expertise consultation is required, you should better go for what? Investigation in that case as well. Is it clear to all of you? So if you clearly, please tell me, are you able to see the similarities between auditing and investigation or not? Yes sir. Ensure that evidence is obtained must be without any interference of the management. Same rule applies in the investigation. So now we have defined our objective and scope. We have made our investigation program. We have collected the evidences. Now it's time for us to do the evaluation and analysis. So name is analysis and interpretation of the findings. Now, you should do the careful analysis and correlation of the facts and figures. Conclusion should be reasonable and supported by the established facts and events. Must be objective while doing the data analysis. So obviously in the investigation also, you also have to maintain the quality of objectivity. You should be impartial and unbiased. Interpretation should be brief, clear and free from doubts. Investigation means you can't be uncertain or speculative. Either yes or no. Fraud has happened, not happened. Breach is there, no breach is there. You can't say, yeah, I think that there is a breach. ये जो think वाला word है, not allowed in case of what? Investigation. So you should be brief, to be precise, you should be clear, 100% free of your doubts. This is what is expected from you in the investigation. And finally, like we give our audit report, we will issue our findings in the form of investigation certificate. Like auditor, he shall also report his findings in a documented form on the basis of following 2 factors as per the instructions given by the client on investigation area, including the findings collected by the investigator. If the investigator has made you understand, or if the person who has appointed you has given you some instructions, so your report should be as per his instructions. If there is no particular format has been prescribed by the appointing authority, then you can also report your findings in your own way. Following are the important issues to be kept in mind while reporting. Point number 1, irrelevant areas, facts, etc. should be avoided. Keep your investigation report to be precise and short. Do not use any unnecessary stories and all. Keep it short, precise, so that person who is reading it should readily be available or should be able to conclude the investigation with a short span of time. Next one. Choice of words and expression should be such that it should not be resulting into any other interpretation other than the intended by the investigator. Make sure that do not use the technical words. Do not use too much technical words. Try to convey your message in such a manner in the way which you want to convey it. So intended message should be properly delivered. Don't convey anything unnecessary things via your investigation. Should contain clearly the nature, scope and objective of what? Assignment. and evidences must be supported with relevant facts and shall be made paragraphs with the appropriate headings. So if someone wants to know that what is your scope, what is your objective, what is your period of coverage, so make sure that your investigation report, like an audit report, should also be covered into the paragraphs. Like we see management responsibility, auditor's responsibility, same thing. Try to put your investigation report and certificate also into the basis of paragraphs. In case of any details to be provided, better to attach it in the form of annexure. So keep your main investigation report very summarized way, but in case a detailed annexure or detailed information is required to be given at the later end, you can add it as in the form of what? Annexure. Now, it should clearly state the restrictions and limitations with which has been working with the reasons of such restrictions. Like in the auditing, we used to have one paragraph called restriction on its distribution in use. So make sure that in the investigation also you can add some that particular area, because this investigation report is required to be used only by the restricted people. The opinion paragraph should appear at the end. Let the person understand your scope, objective, coverage, executive summary, procedures applied by you, evidences collected by you. After that only, understanding the whole story of your report, then he should reach to the conclusion paragraph, opinion paragraph. He will be able to understand your opinion in a better manner, your conclusion in a better manner. So keep your opinion paragraph at the end. Bases and assumptions should be clearly stated. So if your investigation was based on forecast figures or assumptions, वैसे तो generally नहीं होता, established facts के ऊपर ही होता है, but in case it is on assumption based, so make sure that you should clearly indicate the assumptions you have taken, basis of such assumptions you have taken, and make sure that it should not conflict with your objective. So these are the various things you need to do when you are carrying out an investigation. Is it clear to all of you? Okay, so now let's understand what are the issues involved in carrying out the investigation. See, there are some various clarifications which you need to have in investigation. Clarification number one, is investigation a 100% verification based approach or test basing? See, it should always be the 100%. Are you getting the point? It should always be the 100% because investigation mein there is no scope of doing the sampling. But if it is requested by the appointing authority to go for a sample checking or something, then in that case you can go for the sampling. But make sure that even if you're going for the sampling technique, you should better go for a statistical sampling, because statistical sampling mein random selection is there, objective approach is there, calculated risk is there. So all these are very much efficient and effective when it comes to the statistical sampling. That is what I've been trying to suggest you, that you should go for that one, right or not? Those, whether it is 100% or selective or not, it should be 100%, but go for a, if in case it is being required by the appointing authority, then in that case, if it is a case of reasonable assurance, you can go for statistical sampling. Second issue, should investigator use or put reliance on the audited financials? Now see, basically investigation has been launched because of the doubt on the audited financials only. Because if the audited financial statement could have been looked good, then there would not have been arise any situation for conducting the investigation. But there's no question of using it arises in such cases. But on the behalf of incoming partner, investigation may put reliance on the audited financial statement. So it depends upon ki what kind of investigation you are doing. If the investigation is due to ki there is a trust issues on the audited financial statement, then so definitely you have to understand ki investigation mein there's no point of relying on the audited financial statement. But if you think that ki investigation is due to what do you say, on the behalf of the incoming partner and all those cases, that in that cases you can definitely make the use of what? Audited financial statement. Third thing, whether an investigation requires any assistance or as an expert or not. Yes, like in auditing, sometimes we may need the outside consultation or assistance or expertise or professionals. In the investigation also you may need it. So you may go for the outside consultation and expert to settle down with this series of doubt, but preferably with the prior consent of client. Next point, investigation out of disputes and conflicting claims. Now see what they are saying. In such cases, investigation shall remain all above the disputes and conflicting claims and ensure that objective approach shall not compromise, even though this is a very challenging task, but it needs high level of maturity and experience to handle it. Now try to understand what they are saying. Suppose the investigation is based on the disputes and conflicting claims. अब problem क्या होती है? Disputes and conflicting claim में there is a high chances that you may go biased or you may go partial. In such cases, try to maintain your sanity, try to maintain your maturity, try to maintain your objectivity. क्योंकि such kind of investigations which are resulting out of disputes and conflicting claims are not going to be clarified in a proper manner. You have to be very careful in these kind of investigations. Can speculation be the basis of opinion for investigation? No, boss. Investigation has to be on established facts and figures. So speculative opinions and speculative certifications are not at all the part of your investigation. So investigation should only and only be based on established facts. Speculative opinions are not allowed in case of what? Investigation. Next one, but sometimes speculation problem may arise and he may take the use of speculation in case of incomplete books and records. If it is a single entry system ka case ka investigation or incomplete books of accounts and records, then in that case you may go for a speculation. But 100% of the cases may investigation should be purely conclusive based. It should not be speculation based. Ki I think it may happen, I think that may happen. Then whether the investigator can make the futuristic statements, again no, investigator cannot make the futuristic statement because futuristic statements are based on future is uncertain, and investigator has not been hired to give the uncertain statement. It should be based upon conclusive and concrete evidences and not based upon present financial statements. Are you getting on? Investigation can never guarantee you forecasted figures. It should not be based on any assumptions or basis of assumptions. Like unlike auditing, may we can get hired for the projected figures like SAs may, PFIs, prospective financial information may, but investigation may no futuristic things, right? No futuristic opinions. Next one, whether to retain investigative working papers or not. Yes, investigation may your working papers are your hard work. That's why it is your responsibility to keep it with you and make sure that you retain all your working papers which are linked with the investigation, because absence of any of it will not allow him to witness any case of court proceedings. Now remember one thing, investigations may you will end up going for a court proceedings as an expert witness. So in case you do not have the working papers, it will be difficult for you to proceed with the court proceedings, because court mein everything is based upon the evidences. So you must retain your working papers if you are conducting any investigation. Right, everyone? Yes. Okay, everyone. So let us start with the types of investigations now. Now, in the types of investigations, I already told you there are two types of investigations. One are statutory and one are non-statutory. Now, statutory investigations are going to be the part of your law. And I will tell you that in the statutory investigation, section number 210, 220, 213 and 216 of your Companies Act 2013, like there is one chapter in your company's law which is going to be known as inspection and investigation. So in that chapter, you should do these sections, section 210, 212, 213 and 216. So that is statutory investigation, because statutory investigations are no longer the part of your auditing portion. Now we have the non-statutory investigation. So let me tell you one thing, what do you mean by non-statutory investigation? Suppose there is a person who has been invited to be the incoming partner. So as an incoming partner in a partnership firm, he would like to hire an investigator to understand whether it is a viable option for me to join, and is the amount of consideration what they are asking is going to be enough or not, is it good amount or not. So for that, you need to carry out the investigation on the behalf of incoming partner. Let's say for example, you have so much of investment in a private limited company. So as we all know that private limited company mein there is no open market where you can go and sell your shares. So you may hire an investigator to calculate the valuation of the shares in the case of private limited company. Third one, on the behalf of lender proposing to give a loan. So obviously as a lender, you would like to know whether the proposed borrower who is going to get a loan is having a credit worthiness to repay the loan back or not. For that, on the behalf of lender, you will carry out an investigation. Next one, on the behalf of individual or a firm to propose to buy a business. Suppose if you are buying someone's business, if you are buying someone's running business, so on the behalf of a purchaser and on the behalf of a corporate entity being a purchaser, you would like to know that whether buying that business is a viable option or a good option or not. Are there any flaws or are there any negatives in buying that option? Is it a deal killer or is it going to be a deal beneficial to the entity? Next point may in relation to the review of forecasted figures. Obviously, you may carry out the investigations in relation to what? in relation to what do you say, forecasted figures. Like suppose if someone is going to a bank and proposing a prospective financial information, as you all know that we have all done that in SAE 3400. So in SAE 3400, what we learned ki prospective financial information can be either based on forecasted figures or can be based on what do we say, our hypothetical assumptions. So you just have to go there and test their assumptions, basis of assumptions and sources of information. And last investigation is very simple. This is nothing but a replica of our 240 investigations of the frauds. So once this investigation part will be over, then we'll be moving to the DD, due diligence, and finally we'll move to the forensic accounting. So let's understand all the types of investigations. Now, what are the basic requirements of carrying out an investigation? The basic requirement is study the overall picture of the investigative. Obviously, we have to acquire the knowledge of the client's business. For us, the client is now investigative because the person who is appointing us is appointing us for the purpose of investigating the particular person. Like say for example, incoming partner is appointing you to do the investigation of that firm. So our client is now that firm. The firm ka acquiring the knowledge of client's business we have to do. Second thing, we have to take care of their P&L statements. Majority of the P&L may we have to check out their expenditures, incomes, and the major concentration should be on the turnover side. Next, profits and all. Then we have to check their wage structure. Wage structure may what we are going to understand is what is the interrelationship between the entity and its labor unions. Like are there any more strikes and lockouts, because there's no point of buying such kind of business where the more types of strikes and lockouts with it means your own laborers are unhappy with you. Then we have to check the depreciation and consumables part. Okay, what is the level of the depreciation which is allowed to be carried out in this particular entity? Managerial remuneration, if there are CEOs, CFOs, KMPs, how much managerial remuneration they are getting? Are their remuneration is being paid as per section number 197 and as per the schedule 5 or not? Then balance sheet में we have to check the fixed asset. Fixed asset में हम लोग क्या ही check करते हैं? Existence, ownership, valuation, disclosures, presentations. Then we are also going to check the investments may again we have to check classification, existence, ownership, valuation. Then inventories may we have to check again existence, ownership, valuation, right or not. What do you say, whether inventory has been given as a security to procure a CC loan or working capital loan. All those requirements we have to check there in case of what, this particular area. Then we have the trade receivables. Now in the trade receivables we have to check that whether there are any provisions, credit policy, classification, disclosure. Capital may we have to check that what is the capital structure, what is the financial mix, how much is debt is there, how much is equity is there. Loan may we have to check what is the purpose of the loan, requirements of the loan, end use of the borrowings. All that things will check in the loan, but special attention and focus should be on the contingent liabilities and provision, because these are the hidden areas where you will actually come to know okay entity is going to be a good to you or not. Now let's understand the first investigation on the behalf of the incoming partner. Ab on the behalf of incoming partner means what? Suppose I'm an incoming partner and someone is offering me a partnership, right or not? So I will definitely would like to know ki whether the terms and conditions offered to me are looking reasonable or not, whether my money which I'll be paying is going to be applied in a safe and going to be in the safe custody and going to be applied in the good cause or not, or going to be applied in the safe manner or not, or whether the consideration they are asking me to step into their partnership is looking genuine or not, is looking reasonable or not. Suppose someone is asking me 10 crore rupees to become a partner in that firm, so I have to check na, ki whether that 10 crore rupees is a right option or the right amount of consideration which I should pay or not. For that, I need to hire an investigator. So my investigator whom I have hired as an incoming partner will go to the investigatee and will do the following investigation. What he will check? He will check the brief history of that partnership firm. He will check, understand the terms and conditions of the partnership deed with respect to contribution, drawing rights, retirement benefits, financial management, because I'm going to be a part of that partnership firm. So I do have a right to understand all these areas. He will go and check its revenue statement, means P&L. P&L में क्या check करेगा? Whether they have the consistent track record of making the profitability, how much remuneration to the partner is allowed, interest on loan given by the partners, examining its asset and liability position to understand valuation of the assets, existence, goodwill, patents, intangible, partners, capital contribution, pending tax litigations. All that I have to consider before being the what do you say, partner of that partnership firm. verify the position of business in mind and range of customers, analyze the reputation of the partners. We have to check that people who are going to be my future partners, do they have the good reputation in the market or not? Carrying out the necessary market research to understand are there any adverse comments about this particular partnership firm in the market, and if the reputation of this particular firm in the market is good or bad, accordingly I have to take a decision should I be the part of this particular firm or not. Then ensure that line of activity must match with the incoming partner interest. So suppose I have a rich experience in the leather industry, but the partnership firm which is offering me a partnership is from the different industry. So I have to check that whether their line of activity is matching with my interest or not. Verify the firm's present contracts and contractual obligations, how many projects they have completed, how many they have in hand, what are their contractual obligation. Maybe there is a possibility they are asking me the money and they are going to misutilize my money, or they are going to use my money for their meeting their personal obligations. I have to check, understand the composition of KMPs involved, who are the KMPs, what is the reputation they have in the market, how much is the remuneration we pay to those KMPs, all those things we have to check. Examine the legal obligations of the firm, ensure that they shall not be having any labor union issues or strikes and lockouts issues, workman compensation dispute nahi hone chahiye. Analyze the reason of the offer, why they are offering me a partnership, why do they want me to be their incoming partner. So I have to analyze that offer and terms and conditions, recalculate the goodwill and examine their method of calculation. So whatever the 10 crores or 20 crores they are asking in the contribution to be the part of their partnership firm, obviously there will be some part like goodwill. So I have to recalculate the amount of goodwill, whether to check that whether it is looking genuine or not. Next, check that incomplete records presently would be liability or loss to the firm after the reconstitution. Then examine that there shall be a good reason for making of that offer, and ensure to have a clause of equal rights after the association. So suppose they're saying me that right now we are three partners, sir. When you will join in, we will be the four partners, will have the equal rights 25% each. So I would like to place that clause in my partnership deed. So I would like to know about whether there is a possibility of inserting such kind of clause of having the equal rights or not. So that is what you have to understand over there. So these are the various things which your investigator would like to know on your behalf, that who you are an incoming partner, right? Second is the investigation on the behalf of the bank or the financial institution proposing to advance a loan to a company or to a non-corporate borrower. So suppose what is the reason, like what the banks would like to know? Banks would like to know the purpose of the loan. Banks would like to know source from which they will be repaying the loan. Banks would like to know the securities what they have offered are looking genuine and adequate enough or not. Bank would like to check the credit worthiness of the borrower. So for that, the banks have hired us as an investigator to go to the borrower side and do the necessary investigation, so that we can provide an adequate information to the bank whether that proposed borrower is going to be a good borrower or is not going to be an NPA non-performing asset, right? Following are the areas to be examined. अगर if it is a non-corporate borrower, तो हम लोग उसका जाके क्या check करेंगे? We'll check his CIBIL score, we'll check his IT returns, we'll check his KYC documents, we'll check the past history of that borrower कि did he make any default or not. Project का growth देख check करेंगे कि for which project he is asking a money, and if that project is doing good in the market or not. Integrity of the borrower means honesty check karenge. We will do some market research here and there. To the neighbors, we'll ask whether this person is a genuine person or not. Existence and valuation of the securities offered. Suppose he has offered a land and building, we would like to pay a visit to understand whatever the valuation he is saying about his land and building is actually matching with the requirements of the bank or not. Market image of the borrower will check, present net worth or the financial position will check. That automatically will be able to check it from their income tax return. Then purpose for which the loan is going to be availed, that we are going to check. And if case the borrower is a company, then over and above things, so we have to check that, but we have to check the financial standing of the company. How is the reputation, what is the financial position of that corporate entity borrower in the market, and reputation of its directors and officers in the market. That is very important. Then checking the purpose for which they are looking for a loan. Are they looking for the loan for the purpose which they are telling or not? Maybe we are basically here we are nothing but checking the end use of the borrowing. Are they not going to misutilize the money? What is a guarantee that they are not going to misutilize the money for their personal obligations? Checking the reasonability of projected figures. Suppose they are putting any PFI information to us, project, like we are looking for this loan to accomplish this project. So obviously prospective figures are nothing but based either on forecast or either on projections. So we have to check their assumptions, bases and sources, right? On ABS check करना पड़ेगा. Next one, obtain the copy of the MOA and AOA of the company. अब individual non-corporate borrower के case में MOA, AOA copy can't be there, but yes, in case of corporate entity borrower, तो we can obtain the copy of MOA and AOA to understand the borrowing capacity. Examine its history of the growth and development in the last at least 5 to 6 years का उसका trend analysis we have to do कि whether the revenue is increasing or not, or whether the profits are increasing or not. All that thing we have to do. Next one, check to what extent borrower's business is affected by the political, legal, or socio-cultural. Suppose his business is purely based on customer likes and dislikes, right or not? So then there is a socio-cultural environment which will impact that business a lot. Is his business politically attracted, or is his business government law based or not? जैसे wine and beer shop का business होता है. You cannot operate that on your own terms. You have to be, your business is regulated by the government. Whereas the other businesses के case में, that is completely your choice. How do you go and proceed with that business? Am I correct? Next one, in case of multiple applications to the lender, suppose he has made so many applications to the lenders and so many times his application has been rejected. The corporate entity's loan application has been rejected. So we would like to know that what are the reasons of those rejections and why I as a banker should accept that application. Compute the various significant accounting ratios like sale to inventory ratio, sale to fixed asset ratio, current ratio, quick asset ratio, return on equity, return on capital employed. This will give the better picture to the banks and financial institution to finally lend the loan. Debt by equity ratio, equity to fixed asset ratio. Then examine its schedule of repayment and ensure that it is looking consistent with the profits and cash flows. This is how we do the investigation. See, doing the investigation is like doing the vouching and verification. Are you getting the point? Now, investigation में basically हो ही क्या रहा है? We are just going there and checking its operational activity, checking its commercial viability, checking its past history, right or not, checking the securities offered. So, investigation में you just need to understand the objective of the investigator, objective of the person who is hiring you, कि what is the purpose he is hiring you for. So, if you know the purpose, then in that way, carrying out the investigation would be too easier for you, right? Now, third investigation in case of valuation of the shares of the private limited company. Now we know that ki private limited company mein, if you are doing an investment, we don't have the open market like a public limited company in case of private limited company, because in case of private limited company, you don't have the readily available market where you can buy and sell your shares. Ab let's say for example, I have made a 10 crores of investment in one private limited company and suddenly I got a medical emergency. Right or not? Now, due to my medical emergency, I would like to need a withdrawal of 10 crore rupees from that company. I would like to dispose of my investments and I would like to utilize that money. But I don't know whether that 10 crore is today 10 crore or 20 crores or 30 crores or it is only zero. I would like to know the valuation of my investment so that at the right price, I can sell my shares or I can sell my share of investment in that private limited company. Being a public limited company or listed company, so there is a readily available market called NSE and BSE. You just buy the share, sell the share, and you will get the output. But in this case, no readily available market. So, क्या करें? In this case, what shall we do? So, in this case, what we have to do is what we have to calculate the valuation of the shares of the private limited company. तो उसके दो मेथड है. Method number 1 is known as net worth method, and method number 2 is known as what do we say? Yield method. नेटवर्थ मेथड में क्या करना है? नेटवर्थ मेथड का फॉर्मूला क्या है? नेटवर्थ डिवाइडेड बाय नंबर ऑफ इक्विटी शेयर्स. तो वी हैव टू कैलकुलेट द नेटवर्थ ऑफ दैट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी एंड वी हैव टू डिवाइडेड इट बाय नंबर ऑफ इक्विटी शेयर्स. बट देयर आर सम कंसीडरेशन यू हैव टू कीप इट इन माइंड. पॉइंट नंबर 1, द एंटिटी हुज नेटवर्थ. Now we have to check that the entity whose net worth we are calculating, make sure that ki entity ka net worth should be the entity should be a going concern entity. It should not be having any disability to continue as a going concern. Point number 1, the private limited company should be a going concern. Second thing, they shall be compared with the book values, which could be either more or less. Third, goodwill is generally calculated on future maintainable profits method. We are not going to take any other method. We will consider the goodwill only calculated and valued based on future maintainable profit method. Keep that formula in mind. We have to value the goodwill on the basis of future maintainable profits method, and non-trading assets like investment shall also be taken on future maintainable profits method. Are you getting the point? So these are the 4 considerations you have to keep it in mind while calculating the net worth of that private limited company and divided it by the number of equity shares. We will calculate the price per share. The second method is known as yield based method. Yield based method का फॉर्मूला क्या है कि जो आपको एक्सपेक्टेड फ्यूचर का डिविडेंड है, जो एक्सपेक्टेड फ्यूचर के प्रॉफिट्स है, उसको मल्टीप्लाई करना है पीवीए फैक्टर के साथ. What is your rate of return you are expecting? Multiply it with the PV factor, and we will calculate the PV factors and will multiply it with the future expected yield of the entity divided by a number of its equity shares. Now see, present value of the future profits multiplied by the PV factor divided by what number of its equity shares. तो यहाँ पे consideration क्या है? The basis of valuation should be present value of the right to receive the dividends in फ्यूचर. तो अपने को प्रेजेंट वैल्यू कैलकुलेट करनी है. लाइक इन द कैपिटल बजटिंग चैप्टर वी डू ना, वी मल्टीप्लाई इट विद द पीवी फैक्टर. सेम थिंग वी हैव टू डू इट हियर. Same thing, we have to do it here, right? Next one, ensure that minimum 5 to 10 years का average profit you should take. So while calculating the PV factor, minimum 5 to 10 years का composition you should take. Third में, for present value calculation, the reasonable rate of interest shall be taken if the rate is assumed to be very high, business valuation could be smaller. तो आपको market rate लेना पड़ेगा. It's not the rate whatever you want. Equitable, reasonable kind of rate of interest you have to take, because being calculated on the present value means what? What is the industry rate going on, that you have to take. Must compare the rate of interest taken with the other companies in the same industry. That's what just now I told you, industry rate you have to take. Now, what is the fourth investigation? Investigation on a behalf of a person proposing to buy a business. Up there is one person who is proposing to buy a business. So one who is buying a business will be worried ki whether that business is going to be a good enough business for him or not, whether the deal is going to be good or not, so whether it is worthwhile to buy such a business or not, what shall be the appropriate consideration to be paid for that business, whether it will generate any synergy benefits. Like say for example, if I am acquiring any business, I would like to know that whether synergy benefits will come or not. Now when the Tata Motors acquired Land Rover and Jaguar company, am I correct or not? So obviously Tata Motors was already into the industry of motor company. So acquiring the Land Rover and Jaguar has added some luxury segment to the Tata Motors. So today Tata Motors is very much successful in able to turning around the table, 4-5 years back, whose share price used to be 180 rupees. Now today you can see that it has touched the 1000 rupees almost. इसे बोलते हैं synergy benefit. Now people who think of buying a car right from the lower version of the car to the highest luxury end, everything is available in Tatas. So whenever you acquire someone's running business, these are the various considerations. Consideration to be paid, is it looking valid or not, or is it worthwhile to buy that business or not, whether any synergy benefits will come or not. For that, you are hiring an investigator who will go to seller's entity, and he will do the investigation on that. Now see, areas to be covered. If the seller is a proprietary or partnership firm, if the person who is selling the business is a proprietor or a partnership firm, तो क्या करना है? Reasons for sale check करना है, impact of sale on its turnover and profit check करना है, right? Length of lease of the premises check करना है. Why? Because maybe suppose you bought the particular business and within a 2 to 3 months the premises which was on the lease basis, the premises term is getting over and there is no clause in the lease agreement for the renewal purpose. So you will be on the road then. You have to check that the length of the lease of the premises, unexpired period of any patents owned by the seller check करना है, age of present staff check करना है कि for how long these people are working in that business. If they are working in that business for longer period, we will understand that yes, the company has a ability to retain their talent or retain their employees, and the labor turnover ratio is very less. Customer base check करना है, loyalty towards the business check करना है, because if the support will be withdrawn, it will shake the future profitability. तो आपको ये चेक करना है कि दिस बिजनेस पर्सन हु इज सेलिंग द बिजनेस इज हैविंग अ गुड लॉयल्टी टुवर्ड्स इट्स कस्टमर्स आर हैविंग गुड लॉयल्टी टुवर्ड्स दिस बिजनेस और नॉट. क्योंकि वंस इफ यू गेट योर कस्टमर्स विल लूज द कॉन्फिडेंस एंड ट्रस्ट ऑन योर बिजनेस, इट विल डेफिनेटली शेक अप द फ्यूचर प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी ऑफ द बिजनेस. तो व्हाई शुड आई बाय such kind of business where he is unable to retain his customer? I need to check that whether he is able to retain his employees, but at the same point of time, loyalty of the customer towards your business is highly important. Then valuation of goodwill check करना है, and its method of valuation check करेंगे. एंड इफ द सेलर इज अ लिमिटेड एंटिटी, मतलब अगर वो कंपनी है तो ऊपर के पॉइंट तो चेक करने ही करने हैं, ऑल द 6 पॉइंट्स व्हिच वी हैव डिस्कस अबाउट, तो वी डेफिनेटली हैव टू चेक व्हाट आर द एडिशनल चेक्स वी हैव टू डू, ऑथराइज कैपिटल कितना है, इशूड कैपिटल कितना है, क्योंकि ऑल दैट विल बी कंसिडर्ड टू मेक अ पैकेज ऑफ हाउ मच मनी यू वुड लाइक टू पे टू दैट पर्टिकुलर पर्सन। आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट और नॉट? तो ये आपको ये पूरा पैकेज चेक करना पड़ेगा कि कितना पैसा आप पे कर रहे हो, राइट? नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, any uncalled capital of the share capital, that is going to be your asset. Uncalled capital का मतलब क्या होता है? Whenever the company want, they can call that money for their future perspective. So that money will be your asset. You will call that money and the shareholders will pay that. Class and price of the shares and rights attached to each class. उसमें कितने preference shares है, कितनी equity है, what are the rights attached. Capital structure of the company, how much is the debt and how much is the equity. Past dividend payment history, is the company is good in payment of the history, because you have to continue the same legacy after buying that business, because you can't disappoint the shareholders in that case. Are there any mortgages or charges? वो हम ROC की वेबसाइट पे जाके CHG2 फॉर्म डाउनलोड करके certificate of registration of charge we can check, and we can understand whether the properties of the client or properties of the seller are under the freehold or chargehold, and to chargehold to whom it has been given under the charge. Political and legal framework within which the company is operating. Price at which the shares have been offered, क्योंकि हमें exchange ratio करनी है, because if you are buying any someone's business, तो my company shares shall be offered to that person, ना? Person is a shareholder. At what price? What is the right price for that offering of the shares? We have to check, and then we have to check price at which the shares have been offered, specially to be taken care of if it's a which company, प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी। प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी में तो अपने को ज्यादा ही चेक करना पड़ेगा, राइट? एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी इन द मार्केट, व्हाट वी हैव टू चेक एवरीवन, क्रेडिबिलिटी इन द मार्केट चेक करना है कि व्हाट इज द रेपुटेशन ऑफ दिस कंपनी इन द मार्केट एंड मेजर कस्टमर्स एंड सप्लायर्स बेस, क्योंकि दे शुड कंटिन्यू विद मी इफ आई एम गोइंग टू एक्वायर दैट पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस। नाउ अभी नेक्स्ट पॉइंट क्या है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिलेशन टू व्यू ऑफ प्रॉफिट्स एंड फाइनेंशियल फोरकास्ट। कुछ भी नहीं करना है, नथिंग यू हैव टू डू। When do you need to do these kind of investigation? There are many investigation which involves a future profit, sometimes at the time of purchasing of running business, and when the banks and financial institutions consider the loan application on the basis of project report. So I already told you, wherever the word called forecasted figures will come, it means definitely the borrower must have given a project report. A project report में past performance is there, present performance is there, but major concentration should be on the future performance. अब फ्यूचर परफॉर्मेंस में कैसे कॉन्सेंट्रेट करें? फ्यूचर परफॉर्मेंस में वी हैव टू चेक दैट कि द पर्सन हु इज अप्लाइंग फॉर द शेयर्स, हिज फ्यूचर परफॉर्मेंस इज लुकिंग जेन्युइन और नॉट। तो उसके लिए वट एवर द फ्यूचर फिगर्स ही इज गिविंग, forecasted figures he is giving, we have to check the assumptions of those forecasted figures, we have to check the basis of those assumptions, and we have to check the source of information. यही तीन चीजें चेक करनी है। So this brings an end to your investigation. Investigation of frauds, मैं तुम्हें बोल रहा exactly essay 240 you don't have to do any other investigation. If you know essay 240, तो by investigation of frauds. Now, what do you mean by investigation of frauds? Two types of frauds, MOA frauds and FFR frauds. What is MOA? Misappropriation of assets, which are generally conducted by the lower level of the people. And what do you mean by FFR? Now, fraudulent financial reporting, which is generally basically carried out by the top level management. Are you getting the point? तो MOA frauds होते हैं या FFR frauds होते हैं। Now, MOA frauds होते हैं वो lower level of the entity people do, like employees and all. And what about the FFR frauds? These are the carried out by the top level management. MOA frauds के examples है cash defalcation, cash embezzlement, misuse of the company's resources, right or not? Inventory का misappropriation होना. These all are known as MOA types of frauds, right or not? FFR frauds होते हैं overriding of controls, manipulation of accounting. Are you getting the point? Or either you do MOA frauds or you do what? FFR frauds. But the intention, the reason, FRFs, fraud risk factors will remain same. What are the three fraud risk factors of every fraud? One is known as opportunity. When you see an opportunity, you do a fraud. Second reason is what? Pressure. When you are under a pressure, you do a fraud. What is the third reason? Third reason is nothing but opportunity, pressure. And what is the third reason? Third reason is rationalization. Your attitude is like that. And fourth one, capability. Right or not? If you have these four things, you think that you are capable enough to do a fraud. Actually, first time I saw that, generally we call it as a triangle of FRF. In essay 240, basically we read that कि there are three reasons of doing the fraud. Either you are under a pressure, you are having an opportunity, or your attitude or rationalization is such that कि you want to do a dishonest act even though you know that कि that's a dishonest act, right or not? But here I saw that, let me show you. अरे सेम फ्रॉड्स है यार. लेजर में कैसे फ्रॉड्स होते हैं, सेल्स में ओवर बोगस सेल्स कैसी होती है, परचेज में कैसे बोगस होती है, डेटा फ्रॉड्स, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग फ्रॉड्स, टेररिस्ट फाइनेंसिंग रिलेटेड फ्रॉड्स, नोक्ला रिलेटेड फ्रॉड्स, नॉन कंप्लायंसेस एंड रेगुलेशंस में. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट, राइट और नॉट? अब लेट मी शो यू दैट फोर्थ element of that fraud. Now see, I told you na, either the opportunity will be there or pressure will be there or rationalization. This is the fourth one, capability. Some people are think that ki, yes, I'm capable enough to do a fraud, so that's why also they do the fraud. Right? So with that, our first topic called investigation part is over, everyone. Are you getting the point? Now let's understand the next topic called due diligence. Of this is the second part of this chapter where we are going to understand about the due diligence. Okay, so now let's understand what do you mean by due diligence. First of all, let me make you understand what is the purpose behind and what is the meaning behind the concept of due diligence. Basically, due diligence means what? Let's imagine, suppose there is an acquirer and there is a target company. Now, let's take an example of Reliance. So there is a Reliance and the target company is the Future India Group ka Big Bazaar. So Reliance would like to acquire a Big Bazaar, and Big Bazaar has given an offer of 28,000 crores of deal. So Big Bazaar is saying that if you would like to acquire me, so you have to pay me 28,000 crores of money. Now, as a Reliance, he does not have a problem to pay that much of money. You know that how powerful this big house in the market is. They do not have a problem in paying the money. But at the same point of time, Reliance would like to know that whether this particular 28,000 crore rupees is giving, is it a proper deal or not? Is it an adequate deal or not? So Reliance क्या करेगा? Reliance will hire the experts of due diligence team. He will hire a due diligence team. This due diligence team will go to the target company, and after going to the target company, they would like to check that whether the feasibility of that deal, whether the commercial operations of that target company, whether the tax operations of the target company, whether the legal framework of the target company, whether the environments of the target company, whether the HR, human resource environment of the target company is a good option to take over or not. Now, please understand one thing. Due diligence में क्या होता है? We carry out the due diligence on their commercial area. We do the tax due diligence. We do the legal due diligence. We'll do the HR due diligence. We will do their IT system due diligence. We'll do their environmental due diligence. What is the reason behind doing so many due diligences? Due diligence basically क्या होता है? Checking out the viability of the deal. And this is not, due diligence is not only popular in acquisitions, it is popular in corporatizations also. Suppose you are a LLP, you would like to become a company. So for that also you can do the due diligence. It is also applicable in venture capital financing also. Suppose I liked your idea, so I as a venture capitalist would like to finance your idea. But is your entity, is your idea worthwhile to get invested or not? So I would like to carry out a due diligence on your idea. Right? It is also very much popular in the public offers, IPO and FPOs. Mein. Due diligence team will go to the market and they will try to do the book building for you. What is the best price at which the share of the company should be offered? Prospector draft करने में भी help करता है due diligence. Right or not? It is in the debt restructuring, maybe due diligence is very popular. So due diligence is basically a very brand new, not a brand new, it's an older activity only. But let me tell you one thing, it's a new area where the chartered accountant should look upon. Right or not? So due diligence में होता क्या है कि it's a 360-degree view of the target company. We are going to give it to the acquirer. In simple word, if I give you 360-degree view, we will give it to the acquirer company. Reason being, what do you mean by 360-degree view? Ki we will not leave any stone unturned. Let it be tax due diligence will do. We will understand whether the target is regular in the payment of taxes or not. Or are there any cases pending for the tax litigations? Commercial due diligence में कि I am going to acquire this company, is the commercial and operational capacity will be enhanced and will we be having win-win situation or not? Legal due diligence में, are they done any non-compliances? Suppose the entity is involved in NOCLA related cases, so I would like to do the legal due diligence. फिर environmental due diligence, what political, social and cultural and legal environments within which the entity is operating. If I'll acquire this company, what kind of culture I'll be able to see, right or not? And HR due diligence, whether the employees whom I am acquiring, are they going willing to continue with my entity or not, right? Or do I have to put a new workforce over the target company? So all these things comes under what? Due diligence. So you have to be very good in this particular area. Due diligence ki team mein there are different types of experts, right or not? Experts from financial, experts from legal, experts from taxes. So different experts will be there, so that we can give the 360-degree view to the acquirer company or to the venture capitalist. So there are so many areas where nowadays it is getting very popular. So what is due diligence? It's a process of investigation by which the investor, means acquirer, would like to investigate and evaluate the business opportunity by going into the details of target operations, like target company, its management and its what? Material facts. Due diligence is basically involves a review of financial as well as non-financial information, which makes it different from auditing and investigation. अब ध्यान से सुनो, investigation is a very limited thing. Due diligence is very broader thing. That is a major difference between due diligence and investigation. We are not going there to establish some facts like an investigation. We are going there to have an overall picture of the entity. And how due diligence is different from auditing? Auditing takes care of only financial aspects, whereas a due diligence takes care of both financial as well as non-financial aspects. So that is how investigation is different from the due diligence, and that is how audit is different from the due diligence. Now, what are the areas where the due diligence is very popular? Corporate restructuring, right or not? The companies are going for a new finance mix. Companies are going for a new debt mix. Companies are going for a new capital and equity mix. So they can hire a due diligence team. What is the viable option for them? Second, venture capital financing. A venture capitalist would like to know that whether the idea in which he is going to invest is going to be a feasible idea or not, right or not? The potential growth and risk associated with that idea, the venture capitalist would like to know. He will also hire a due diligence team. Lending purposes, a lender, banks or financial institution would like to know that whether the proposed borrower, the lending, the borrower borrowing capacity, credit worthiness is good in the market or not. Leveraged buyouts, when the opportunity, the magnitude of risk involved in that entity when you are going to buy that company or when you are going to absorb that company, what kind of risks are associated in such absorption and such acquisition, उसे हम लोग बोलते हैं leveraged buyout. तो who will bring you the picture? Due diligence team will bring you the picture कि sir, is it a deal or is it a deal kill? Right. Next one, public offerings, IPO, FPO में they help you in book building of your shares. They help you in red herring prospectuses, right or not? Then disinvestment and demergers में तो क्या होता है? Sometimes like your one of the entities now bleeding like anything, a loss making entity. So there are three options. Either you turn around. So suppose you fail to turn around, am I correct or not? And there is one third option called liquidation. So between turnaround and liquidation, there is one another option called divestment. Why don't we sell this player to the person who is knowing better how to run this company? Like Tata sold Tomco company to the HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited, right or not? Now brands like Lakme, Ponds, all these were the brands of whom? Tata. All these were the brands of whom? Tata. But the Tata was not able to successfully run those brands. So Tata ने क्या किया? All those brands were sold to the HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Are you getting the point? So उसे बोलते हैं डाइवर्स्ट करना, डीमर्ज करना. There also due diligence helps. Corporatizations. From a partnership firm, I would like to be a corporate entity. So I would like to know that what are the pros and cons of becoming a corporate entity. So who will give me the better picture? Due diligence expert team will give me the better picture. Now, what is the importance of due diligence? When a business opportunity arises, it needs a careful due diligence to assist a purchaser to take a right decision by critically analyzing the SWOT of such offering. So I would like to know the strengths of that offering, opportunities of that offering, weaknesses and threats in that offering, everything, pros and cons. I would like to know everything so that I can take a rightful decision. Now, therefore, due diligence must be for the following reason: to confirm the business is what it appears to be. Now, that person is telling me that my business is third largest in the world, my business is second largest in the world, we are having the 17th position in the world. I would like to know whatever he is saying, whatever he is talking about, is it actually existing or not? Read this point: to confirm the business is what it appears to be. Then I would like to know that हो सकता है कि by doing the due diligence, I'll come to know about some circumstances and situations which are going to be called as deal killers. I may get away from that offer now. Suppose I came to know that the company is asking me 20,000 crores of money for buying that particular company. Are you gonna? That is what their offer is. But when I saw their contingent liabilities ka position, it is 60,000 crores ka claims are pending. If I'll buy that company over and above 60,000 crores ke those claims will become against me, then to I'll be ruined, na? So I would like to know that ki what are the deal killers in that particular deal. Then to gain the information of valuation of hidden assets, right or not? Especially I'm telling you, contingent area is one of the area where you need to be very careful. And then to verify that transaction complies with the investment and acquisition criteria or not, taking the legal advice, checking every aspect like commercial viability, right? Operational viability, tax viability, all that you have to check. So this is the reason there is the importance of due diligence. Now, what are the classification of due diligence? I told you there are total actually 7 types of due diligence. Due diligence number one, commercial and operational due diligence. It is carried out to evaluate the strategic, commercial, operational perspective. It generates the benefit of understanding market, operational capacity, and standards of production. It also helps in understanding the overall picture of such deal. So let's say, for example, I'm an iron and steel company, and there is one running iron and steel company I'm acquiring. So I would like to know that will there be any synergy benefits when I'll acquire that or not? Whether that capacity I can include in my existing capacity and will we be able to grow in the future or not. So for that we carry out a what? Commercial due diligence. Financial due diligence I would like to do the due diligence on their financial statement, asset liability position, financial standing in the market, reputation in the market, right or not? What are their revenues? What are their profits? What are their growth? Last at least 7 to 8 years ka financial I would like to check to understand the better picture of the financial history, background, so that I can come to the right conclusion. That is what financial due diligence. Taxation due diligence may we have to understand that is the company regular in the payment of taxes or not, understanding the post-merger tax benefits which I'm going to get. Are you getting it? Determining the synergy benefits which I'm going to get. Am I correct? Gaining the knowledge of areas where the tax disputes are present, whether the entity is good with its what compliance with respect to the statutory authorities or not, right or not? How much government is interfering when it comes to the taxes, direct taxes, indirect taxes, ke obligations. All that we'll come to know from the tax due diligence. Then the fourth one is information technology due diligence. Information technology due diligence may have to check that whether their information system is compatible as per the nature and size of the entity or not. What are the voids? What are the lapses? What are the gaps in their information system? Whether there is any requirement of any updation or upgradation required in the system or not, right or not? Checking how effectively, quickly, and reliable information I can get from that particular IT system, like whether I'll be able to get the right information at the right place at the right time to the right person or not. All that is what we are going to get from the information technology due diligence. Fifth one is known as legal due diligence. I would like to know that the legal compliance framework within which the entity is operating. I would like to identify the areas of the non-compliances where the directly, indirectly impacts my financials. I would like to check the identified or suspected non-compliances. Will there be a case of nuclear or not? Because if it's a case of nuclear, then definitely it's a deal kill. I will not go for that deal. Remedial actions the target has taken to rectify the same. Are you getting the point? Then any other indicator of the non-compliances which may prove to be a deal killer. For that, I need to do a legal due diligence. Then if there is an environment due diligence, gaining understanding on internal and external environment of the company, customer base, supplier base, understanding the projections and forecasted figures by testing the assumptions, basis, and sources, gaining the knowledge on environmental factors which may pose a threat in the future, making a checklist of those risk factors and influences which may become a barrier in achieving or which may become a deal kill or closing the deal, right? Then we do the personal and HR due diligence, checking whether the employees and the management of the target are willing to continue or not under my name. क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है, the employees loyalty is there with the existing entity, they would not like to continue with you. Are they going to be easily adaptable to the change work culture or not? Will there be any barriers in the bringing the same workforce after the merger and acquisition? Because remember one thing, after merger and acquisition there will be cultural differences also will come. Are you getting the point? You have to check out that key HR should be satisfied even after the merger has taken place. That is what you need to assure. Next point is what? The reason why now a financial due diligence is basically a due diligence where majority of the all other due diligences will be there. So let's understand कि financial due diligence में हम लोग basically check क्या करते हैं. The prime objective of the financial due diligence is to look beyond a target company, showing assessing its past, present and future. These are the various areas which you have to target in the financial due diligence. Checking the history, background, accounting policies, any changes, management information system, financial information system, management structure, who are the KMP, trading operating results, right or not. अब ये देखो लो यहाँ पे operational due diligence भी आ गया. Position of assets and liabilities, financial due diligence. Status of tax assessment, tax due diligence आ गया. Cash flow patterns, inflow should be more than that. Projection of future profitabilities, right or not. Then line of commercial activity, will it be fitting in within my operations or not? All that due diligence team brings you to your notice. Now a fulfilled detailed financial due diligence includes the one ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री. अब ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री में क्या चेक करेंगे? डिटेल्स ऑफ इट्स प्रोमोटर्स, हिस्ट्री, टर्निंग पॉइंट्स, सर्वाइवल स्ट्रेटेजीज ऑफ द टारगेट, हाउ इट सर्वाइव ड्यूरिंग द बैड टाइम, market share and product life cycle, then regulatory and statutory framework, then nature of the business. Location is very important. Where are the locations where the facilities are being, warehouses are being located? Employment agreements, कितना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर है, कितना अपना लेबर है. हिस्ट्री ऑफ बिजनेस विद वर्ड suppliers, are the suppliers happy with this company or not? Major customers and major pricing strategies, inventory locations and quantities, right or not? And then R&D, if any I have. All that comes under what? Brief history. तो उससे I will get an idea कि boss, is the wavelength matching or not? Right or not? Then accounting policies. Check whether the selection of the accounting policy is looking appropriate or not. Did they make any recent changes? Why the changes have been made? Was there any requirement of making the changes? What is the impact of such changes on the profitability of the entity? Right or not? Are the accounting policies matching with the other in the same industry or not? Then review of their financial statement. Are their financial statements are prepared as per AFRF? Are there same thing what we do in auditing? It's just that we are trying to, instead of only going for financial area, we are trying to give the 360-degree view, right or not? Next one, are they India's compliance or AS compliance? Are there any deviations or departures? Are there operating effect? What are their operating results? Are there any recurring, non-recurring, exceptional or extraordinary items present in their financial statement? Are they able to meet Are they able to meet the criteria set up by the benchmarked entities in the industry or not? Verifying the variances, why they are not able to complete their budget, things within their budgets by comparing the budgets with the actuals. Special focus on valuation of their intangible assets. Are they doing the impairment properly or not? Are they doing the amortization properly or not? Are they charging the depreciation properly or not? What is the net worth of the entity? All that comes under financial aspects. With taxation aspect के अंदर we already told you, are the regular in payment of taxes or not? What are the post merger tax benefits I'll get? फिर cash flows आ जाता है. Cash flows में are the what are the cash generating activities they have? Are the inflows more than outflows? Are you getting the point? Dependence on internal accruals and external help. How well is able to honor its payments and repayments towards the financial institutions? Are they able to turn their debtors into the inventories very quickly or not? Are they able to generate minimum benefits by not, what do you say, keeping it idle? Why to keep the money idle? Invest it somewhere. Is their investment pattern and looking good or not? Do they have the easy liquidity whenever the need arises or not? All that will come under the cash flows. Then financial projections, we are going to test their assumptions, basis, and source. Right? Management and employees के case में employee due diligence is there. Are they going to gel up with our environment or not? Or do I need to hire a new workforce? Is this workforce good enough to continue with or not? All these areas will come under management and employees, and statutory compliances is nothing but the legal due diligence which we have done above. Now, all these due diligence basically comes under what? Financial due diligence. This is the reason financial due diligence has been considered as one of the biggest due diligence. Are you getting the point or not? फिर main objective of the due diligence is to find out. देखो, whenever we do the due diligence, वहां पे अपने को दो main factors होते हैं जो अपने को हमेशा concentrate करना है. Overvaluation of assets and hidden liabilities. हिडन लाइबिलिटीज में हो सका है चेक देयर शो कॉज नोटिस. अगर उनके ऊपर शो कॉज नोटिस है इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट, जीएसटी डिपार्टमेंट में, दैट इज वन ऑफ देयर हिडन लाइबिलिटी. नेक्स्ट वन, एफिडेविट ऑन कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटी. हाउ मेनी कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज पे दे हैव गिवन अ डिक्लेरेशन. That also will give you the better picture. Then verify their product claims and warranty liabilities and other litigation. आपको ये पता चल जाएगा how many consumer litigations are pending. Check their DT, IDT related pending litigations, in which forum it is going on and how much is the amount involved. Then verify the agreements of the buyback. Future lease liabilities you have to check. Right, now future lease liabilities क्या check करनी है कि what if the lease length of the lease of the premises of the factory is going to end very soon and there is no scope of renewal, then so there's no point of buying that company na, because you have to look for a new location then. Then environmental problems, are they being attacked by the Air Pollution Act, Water Pollution Act? ESG audit is going to give you the better picture. Is this company viable option? Is it doing something for the environment, social, society as well as the corporate governance or not? Workman compensation के litigation, are they pending in payment of any gratuity, bonus, PF to the people? Then labor claims and negotiations, unresolved matters. All these are known as hidden liabilities which no one will tell. Who will bring out these hidden liabilities to the picture? Due diligence team. Are you getting the point? Then overvaluation of the assets. Uncollectible bad debts are included in your debtors. Obsolete and dead stock is included in the inventory whose NRV is completely zero. Again, overvaluation. Inclusion of third party inventory in your inventory. Even though that inventory is third parties, you are included in yours. Unused or obsolete plant and machinery, but high book value with the no impairment loss. आपने पूरी underuse है. Your book value is completely nil, but you are still showing it. Revenue expenditures are capitalized in balance sheet, which should appear in your P&L are appearing in your balance sheet. Overvaluation हो रही है. इंस्टॉलेशन एक्सपेंडिचर को आप क्या बोलते हैं P&L में डाल रहे हो, और सैलरीज एंड वेजेस को आप इसमें डाल रहे हो बैलेंस शीट में. Are you getting the point or not? Repairs and maintenance, which is revenue in nature, you are adding it to the cost of an asset. आप overvalue कर रहे हो. Asset carried more than the which value? Market value. ये सारे देखो, ये this is called pumped up balance sheet or pumped up financial information. That is where we need the expert team of due diligence to let us know कि boss, are these hidden liabilities, are these overvaluation of assets, are the deal killer or not. Deferred revenue expenditure write off नहीं कर रहे. Investments are valued more than its realizable value. Intangibles with no value but still appearing in your balance sheet. Right or not? Now, what is the work approach of the due diligence team? They should review clearly the financials submitted by the target company and report with due care. Because remember one thing, buying a company is not an easy task. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for some companies. Acquisitions, mergers. It's no reversal is allowed in that case. So you have to be too much carefully. It means it's like prevention is better than cure. You have to review the financials submitted by the target carefully and report with due care. Must assess the target company by visiting it firsthand. Don't just simply sit at your seat and saying that, okay, I think target company is looking good. Your thinking is going to cost the acquirer a lot. Go there and pay the visit. Check everything manually, thoroughly, exhaustively, so that you can give the true picture to the acquirer. Next one, during the due diligence process must ask investor, acquiring company for any additional areas to be reported. You already know what are the areas to be covered in due diligence, like commercial due diligence, tax due diligence, environment due diligence, and what do you say, IT due diligence, HR due diligence. But in case, ask the acquirer also what additional things he wants to be checked at the target company. Keep that also in the mind. Keep that also in your checklist. Next one, helping acquiring company in preparing an offer based on the completion of due diligence. Maybe your information may lead to the renegotiations. Maybe your information may lead to the better prices, right? Right or not? Maybe your information may lead to the saving of lot of money for the acquirer. So remember one thing, due diligence का एक cycle है. Cycle 1, define your objective of due diligence. What is that first D? Define. Define करके क्या करो? Design your due diligence का efforts and teams and procedures. Then discover, are there any deal kills or not? Then try to diagnose whether something can be done or not, and then deliver it to the acquirer. And do you think that that delivered thing, suppose acquirer is not happy with your work, then defend yourself and do the things again. इसे बोलते हैं 6 Ds of due diligence. First one, always start with defining your scope and objective. Then design your due diligence का procedures. Then discover. Then diagnose if you think that something can be diagnose at that point of time, then deliver. If your delivery is not looking good to the acquirer company, defend yourself by redefining, redesigning, rediscovering, re-diagnosing, and re-delivering it again. This is a cycle till the time the appointing authority is not satisfied. You have to keep on doing this cycle. Starts with define, ends with defend. Starts with define, ends with defend. So what do you mean by define? Define, design, discover, diagnose, deliver, defend. Again design, define. Are you getting the point or not? So this is a circle which you have to understand in due diligence. Are you getting the point? How to conduct a due diligence? Due diligence person should be having the open-minded. No presumptions, no notions you have to create in the due diligence. आपको presumptions और notion के base पे नहीं चलना है. Get a best team of people in your team. You can't do the due diligence on your own. You have to have a team from the different disciplines. Are you getting the point or not? And those people, if you think that you don't have your own team, hire from the outside who are having the good and consistent track record to work with you. Don't compromise on the quality of your due diligence team. Team must be comprising the people from the different disciplines. Like क्योंकि आपको 360-degree point of view देना है. So you need a legal experts, you need tax experts, you need commercial experts, you need environmental based experts, you need HR experts, right? Because you have to deliver the 360-degree view, right? And on next one, talk to the customers, suppliers, business partners in case the need arises. जैसे हम लोग 505 use करते हैं, commercial confirmations, external confirmation, directly talking to the people. That also you need it here. Take a risk management approach. Now, ensure not to block the employees of the target company with extra narrative questionnaires. Remember one thing, due diligence and auditing में common feature बताओ. You should never disturb the client. Conduct your due diligence in such a smart way and an intellectual way that you should not become a blockage or should not become the barrier in the smooth functioning of the target company. Don't overload them with the... I'm not saying that reduce the quality of your due diligence, but do not at the same time overload them with so much of questionnaire to be answered. Because if you will overload them, they will not be feeling comfortable to answer you at the later stage. And prepare a comprehensive detailed audit report containing the compliances and risky areas. Right or not? Now, this is how your due diligence team report should look like. Suggestions, this is the last one actually. Executive company is the first one to start with. Second is introduction, background and history of the target company, scope and objective of the due diligence, terms of engagement, shareholding pattern, observations of the review, assessment of the management. So everything which you have done should be the part of your due diligence. Financial liabilities आपने चेक करी, valuation of asset आपने चेक करा, operational result आपने चेक करा, taxation चेक करा, net worth चेक करा, pending litigations and claim चेक करे. What are your comments on their properties? What are the remarks on their leases, lien charges? What is the SWOT you have done? Comments on their future projections. Are their assumptions looking viable or not? That you have to do. Status of charges and liens over the asset. Interlocking investment and financial obligations within the group. आपने within the group कितनी investment कर रखी है? And most importantly, suggestions on the way. At the end of the day, we know that let it be investigation, let it be auditing, let it be any assignment, we end up giving what? Recommendations. Follow up करना आपकी problem नहीं है. Follow up target company का issue है. वो देख लेंगे अपने आप. आपका job ends when you are given them the remedial actions and suggestions. So this is how due diligence works, everyone. I hope you understood due diligence. Yes or no? And now last topic, which is known as forensic accounting. अब basically forensic accounting होता क्या है? देखो sir, there is one company where the scam and scandal has happened, right or not? Financial crime has happened. So we are the financial doctors. Like say for example, we have seen that in the serials and TV shows में CID होती है. तो CID क्या करती है? CID goes to the crime scene, crime site, and they pick up the hair, they pick up the blood stains and take them to the forensic lab to identify with whose DNA it is matching, all those things or not. Forensic accounting is also like that. We know that financial crime has happened. We know that financial scam and scandal has happened. We are at the end right now. We are at the right now. We have to go to the bottom. We have to go to the source. We have to identify who was the scamster. We have to identify what is the scheme of his scam and scandal. How he did or how he made sure that this scam will happen. What was his scheme of scam? What was his scheme of fraud? Third, what were the parties involved who were helping him? Next, what is the actual quantum of the loss he has brought to the entity? Are you getting the point or not? He or she, whatever the case may be, right or not? And last but not the least, we have to end up as a expert witness in the court proceeding. That is what forensic auditing makes it different from financial accounting. Financial auditing में क्या होता है? Financial auditing में we just simply draw an expression of reasonable assurance, but here no reasonable assurance, only and only conclusive evidences, no projections, no speculative opinions, establishment of the facts. So basically, in the forensic accounting, what do you need? Forensic accounting में you need your auditing skills, that is for sure. You need your accounting skills, 100%. क्योंकि financial scam we are taking out ना, we are not talking about the criminal activity. We are talking about the financial scam or the financial criminal activity. So you need to have a auditing skills, you need to have an accounting skills, but most importantly, you need to have an investigative mentality. You have to pick up the red flags. You have to pick up the early signs of warning. You would have seen ki whether the management was good enough to respond to those red flags or not. And whether the management itself was also involved in those frauds or not, scams and scandals or not. तो आपको fraudster पता करना है कि whether the person working in the entity is a fraudster or the entity itself is a fraud company. What is the scheme of this scam and fraud? What were the parties involved? Amount of loss involved, and you have to create a visual presentation in the court as a expert witness. Because in the court, no one else will be better than you who is going to express that this is how this financial scam has taken place. This is what do you mean by forensic accounting. इसके ऊपर भी certified course है. You can be a forensic auditor, forensic accountant. So पहले we used to call it as forensic auditing, but now recently the name has been changed to forensic accounting. So being a forensic accountant, you need to possess 3 skills: auditing, accounting, investigative mentality. अगर आपके पास ये 3 skills है, तो boss, you are good enough to call yourself as a forensic accountant, but it should be a certified one. Right? Let's understand what do you mean by forensic accounting. The term forensic means anything suitable for be used in the court of law. देखो, forensic का मतलब ये है कि evidence. Forensic means you have to procure the evidence so that those evidences which are acceptable in the court of law. So you have to catch an evidence in such a manner so that you can end up going to the court of law and saying that, sir, this is the fraud has happened. This is how the scamster has carried out the fraud. Next one, as businesses nowadays are getting exposed to corporate accounting scandal, therefore forensic accounting is a very growing industry. Forensic accounting is a dynamic and strategic tool combating the corruption, financial crimes and fraud through the investigation. The definition of forensic accounting keeps on changing according to the growing needs of a corporation, but in simple words, it includes the use of your accounting skills, auditing skills, and investigative mentality to assist in the legal matters. That's what I told you. Forensic accounting is an integration of above 3 skills which helps in tracking and collection of forensic evidences for the purpose of reaching the conclusions of investigations. What do you mean by red flags? Red flags, I already told you, these are the indicators of early signs of warning. You should never ignore them. If you have ignored these red flags, that is the only reason scam and scandal has happened. What do you think that scam and scandal happens overnight? No. When you start ignoring the small errors and small amount of frauds, that is how one day they will turn into scams and scandals. So never ever ignore your red flags. So red flags are the indicators and early warning signs of danger and inappropriate behavior. Are you getting the point? आपको अगर दिख रहा है कि सामने वाला बंदा अलग सा ही बिहेव कर रहा है, he is giving a different kind of signs, and let's say for example आपकी सैलरी है 30,000 and suddenly उसका लाइफस्टाइल ऐसा है कि he recently bought a Hayabusa worth ₹20 lakhs, तो कैसे पॉसिबल है? इट मीन्स कुछ तो क्राइम हो रहा है. There may be misappropriation of asset that person might be doing. Suppose he's a manager of the cash department. Red flag. So red flags are nothing but the indicators and early warning signs of danger. Red flags does not mean that the fraud exists, but it is an indicator of caution needs to be what? Taken. Red flag ये नहीं बोलता कि fraud है, but at least fraud may happen. That will be indicated by the red flag. Classified as performance red flags, accounting system red flags, operational red flags, behavioral red flags. It could be in accounting department, it could be in operational department, it could be in performance red flags. अब वो बंदा आपसे satisfied नहीं है, he is not satisfied with the promotion you are given. but he has to still stick to his job. But remember one thing, his dissatisfaction, first of all, will reduce his performance. His effectiveness and efficiency will be compromised. At the same point of time, being dissatisfied, he will not think twice before doing a dishonest act. This is called red flag. Are you getting the point? Early signs of danger. Now, difference between statutory and forensic auditing, you can do it on your own. Now, financial audit is a legal mandate carried by the QPCA as per the ICA auditing standards, whereas forensic accounting is all about supporting the legal cases where non-CAs are also permitted, but they may also include the ICA standards. What they are saying that it is not only open to the chartered accountants. For a forensic accounting professional, FEPs बोलते हैं, forensic expert professionals, in this case, you can be a non-chartered accountant also. And yes, if you want to follow the ICA standards, there's no prohibition on that. Even being non-CA also, you can follow the ICA standards. Now, who is a forensic auditor? Set of professionals who are retained to analyze, interpret, summarize, and to present the complex business-related issues. तो यहाँ पे आपको obviously auditing skills you need, accounting skills you need, investigative mentality you need a analytical skills also. बहुत टाइम लगता है टू कैच अ फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड. इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम क्योंकि यू हैव टू यूज योर क्रिमिनोलॉजी. You have to understand one fact that the person who did the scam must have gone through a very deep planning and all. So you have to, if you want to catch a criminal, you have to think like a criminal. So analytical skills are also very much important while doing the forensic audit. You have to understand this fact now. Next one. Before accepting forensic accounting assignment, there must be initial considered whether the firm possesses the necessary skills or not. देखो, beat auditing, due diligence, investigation, forensic accounting, you always have to check your CNC, competency and capabilities, that is SQC1. आपको QC PPs को update करना ही पड़ेगा. You have to check your competency and capabilities. Will you be able to deliver this particular assignment or not? Right now, nowadays we are becoming very popular in the police forces. Police forces are taking the use of forensic experts. Statutory authorities are taking the use of forensic experts. Banking and insurance companies are using the forensic expert while taking the settling of the claim. Government agencies are using the help of forensic experts, and organizations like investigating authorities are also using the forensic experts. We are becoming very popular in these areas. And these are the various set of services we can provide. We can provide the services to identify financial statement manipulations, fund diversions अगर हो रही है, asset tracing में we are very helpful. These are the various services which we provide. Anti-money laundering projects को defy करना or to bring out the initiation point and the ending point of anti-money laundering projects का. Tax disputes and tax evasions which are happening, उसको identify करना. Related party transactions are being carried out at arm's length price or not, उसको identify करने में भी forensic accountants are being used. Today we are also providing the services relating to valuation and estimation of losses and damages. Right or not? Surveyor and loss assessment is also one of the area where we are becoming, and we are also becoming very popular in IBC, insolvency bankruptcy code. Why this company is filing the bankruptcy? Why this company got insolvent? What is the reason behind that? To identify that, what are the financial things they have done wrong? All these are the areas we are getting popular, and all these are the people among whom we are getting popular. Did you understand? These are the people among whom we are getting popular, and these are the areas, services where we are getting popular. Now, what are these major forensic accounting professionals are being oftenly involved in? Fraud detection. फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन में क्या होता है? अब देखो, फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन का मतलब क्या हुआ? फ्रॉड हैज ऑलरेडी हैपेंड. रिमेंबर, did you understand what I said? Fraud detection means what? Obviously fraud has already happened. You are there or happening, you are going there to detect that. How you will detect it? By doing investigation, by analyzing the financial evidences, by detecting the frauds and tracing the misappropriated funds. This is called fraud detection services. Obviously fraud detection means what? Fraud is not about to happen. Fraud has happened. What do you mean by fraud prevention? They think that fraud will happen and they are hiring you to prevent it. Either reviewing their current ICAs. So let's say, for example, their internal control system is not good enough to prevent that fraud. So you can design and you can help them in description. You can help them in designing a better ICAs commensurating with the nature and size of the entity. You can help them in implementing a better ICAs so that the frauds can be prevented. Looking at the risk profile of the entity. Fraud detection is one function, fraud prevention is one function. Fraud detection takes place when the fraud has already happened. Fraud prevention takes place when you see the red flags and you think that your internal control system is not good enough to prevent the fraud. Then also you can hire the FAPs, forensic accounting professionals, to come and let you know what are the needful measures they have to take. फिर आता है कंप्यूटर फोरेंसिक्स. कंप्यूटर फोरेंसिक्स इज वन ऑफ द जोन. सपोज योर डेटा थेफ्ट हैज टेकन प्लेस, डेटा लॉस्ट, you lost your data. Computer forensics are those experts who help you in recovering the data. It means fraud has happened, आपका data lost हो चुका है, cyber attack has already happened. You are hiring the forensic accounting professional as a computer forensics who will check out who did it. And he will also help you in recovering your lost data. Developing a computer application for you. Assisting in data recovery, analysis and presentation of financial evidences. These were the firewalls, these were the various malwares which were added into your system, and the person, the hacker, got the access on your sensitive information. He will let you know in analyzing. Remember, cyber security and cyber forensic में difference क्या होता है? Cyber security is a preventive tool. Cyber security is a preventive tool. You have to put the antivirus, you have to do this and that, you have to install the surveillance. उसे हम लोग बोलते हैं preventive tool. Cyber forensic is when the data has been already lost. Recovery tool, corrective tool. And providing expert testimony is the fourth area where you're going to be used. Now remember one thing. Fraud accounting professional ka ultimate end is going to the court and being an expert witness, giving the visualization, how the fraud started and how it ended. This is what your justification you have to give it in the court. So sometimes the financial accounting experts are being hired to give the testimony in the court as an expert witness. Now see, assisting in legal proceedings, including testifying in the court as an expert witness, preparing visuals to support your trial evidence. This is how you do the forensic accounting, right or not? Yes. Now, let's understand कि forensic accounting होती कैसी है. Step number 1, initialization. What do you mean by initialization? You should be very clear about your objective. You should be very much clear about your scope. There should be no doubt at all. Forensic accounting professional में तो doubt का होना is completely zero. You should not have even a single doubt कि why you have been hired. Your scope, your objective should be 200% clear. You should know that what your services are going to be used for. You should know the utility of your assignment. Ensure to conduct a preliminary investigation before obtaining a complete understanding of the issue. AKOCB, acquiring the knowledge of client's business. That is how we start initializing the forensic accounting. Then develop a plan. What do you mean by develop a plan? Conduct an initial meeting with the client. Acquire the knowledge of their business. Carry out the initial investigations. On the basis of above two, decide what methodologies you need to accomplish your forensic accounting. Third, obtain the evidences. कैसे obtain करेंगे? Locating the documents. Locating the persons whom you would like to talk and have an evidence. Proof of occurrence of the event आपको collect करना है. You need to ensure that evidence is obtained may be falsified. So you have to make sure that the evidences obtained by you should be kept in a safe custody so that no one can go and temper it. No one can go and falsify it. No one can go and do manipulation of that. Be skeptical throughout obtaining these informations. Ensure that your investigation team is skilled enough to deliver this particular assignment, and they should also be knowing all the principles which you are following. They should also be ethically and morally correct. Evidences must include identification of the scamster, what is the scheme of scam, parties involved and amount involved. Everything should be there in your evidences, because this is what you have to prepare in the form of report and go to the court as a expert testimonial. Ensure to have evidences linked with an event. Are you getting the point? If there are gaps and lapses, you yourself will be in the trouble in the court. You have to make sure that don't go unprepared in the court when you're going there as an expert witness. Make sure that your evidence is linked with an expert. If there are any gaps and lapses in the chain of evidences, it can be challenged in the court of law. It means you yourself will be in the trouble. Now, once you have collected the evidences, we did the initialization, we did the developing a plan, and we collected the evidences. अब उसके ऊपर perform करो analysis. अब उसको करने के बहुत सारे techniques है. Sensitivity analysis होता है, regression analysis होता है, spreadsheets होता है, data analytics होता है, criminology use करो. All these are the various methods by which you conduct the analysis, like calculating economic damages, summarizing large number of transactions को इकट्ठा करो, sensitivity analysis, regression analysis, tracing the tracing of asset, calculate the present value of those calculations. बहुत सारा statistical sampling, statistical techniques will be used while doing the forensic accounting. Utilizing the computer-based applications like spreadsheets, data analytics, ADL, IDEA to catch out the analysis, graphs को use करो to explain the analysis. And finally, reporting. Reporting में क्या करना है? You have to report it to the appointing authority ना कि this is what your findings are. So shall include detailed information of fraudulent activity. Meet client's expectation in relating to findings. Obviously, what he was looking for, were you able to deliver that or not? Summary of evidences, amount of loss suffered in the entity, along with the parties involved in that. I told you now, major objective of your finding is who is the fraudster, what is the amount involved, parties involved, how he ended up doing this scheme of fraud, who helped him. Everything should be in detail. And not only that, you also have to suggest the improvement so that this kind of fraud should not happen in future. Right or not? It may include nature and scope of investigation. How did you do the investigation? What was the approach involved? What was your scope? What was your objective? Executive summary. All that opinion, everything should be included in your report. We will understand the content of forensic audit report also. And finally, you will be ending up in the court proceeding, giving your explanations and evidence explanations as a expert witness. Now, sometimes the case may lead to the legal proceedings due to which his team members may get involved in such court case for presenting evidences gathered during the, because you are the best person to make the person understand that this is how the frauds have happened. And they may also be called to describe the evidences, how this identified the suspect. Let me tell you one thing, there are 20 FAIS also introduced, forensic accounting investigation standards. 20, I'm saying 20 are there. But fortunately, they are not classified. Fortunately, they are not notified so far for your examination. इसकी पूरी लिस्ट अपने आईसीए के मटेरियल में दी हुई है. I will suggest you to go through that list. उसमें से FAS 510 talks about how to report your findings. Now see, it shall be a written report conveying the clear and accurate results of forensic accounting, having reliable and relevant evidences to be precise and unambiguous. Be clear, keep it short, do not use technical words, do not use any guessing situations, establish the facts, do not let the other party to be in the guessing situation. Unambiguous means what? Faulty drafting nahi honi chahiye. Right or not? People should not get confused after reading your report. They should get the better clarity of the event which has happened. Are you getting the point? These are the various features which are expected from your report. Is it clear to all of you? Right now, addressee shall be the primary stakeholders who have appointed you. What should be the format? There is no fixed format, but it may include title, addressee, distribution list, scope and objective, approach, procedures you have taken, an executive summary, reference of any expert word if you have taken any expert or outside consultation, reference to which FAIS, forensic accounting investigation standard you have taken care of, list of findings with your supporting evidences. Obviously, without evidences, no one is going to rely on your report. Assumptions you have taken, limitations which were imposed on you, disclaimer if any, some areas where you were not allowed to access, conclusions finally drawn by you. This is how your forensic accounting or report should look like. Discuss the draft report before getting it finalized. Obviously, same like auditing. And report must be framed within a reasonable timeline according to the terms of engagement, but without compromising the progress of investigation. So in the investigation also, boss, you need to make sure that little bit of buffer time you should keep. Right or not? I'm not saying that don't complete it within the time frame. Try to complete it within the time frame, but that doesn't mean that due to the due to the pressure of completion of forensic accounting, you end up compromising your quality. Don't compromise the progress and the quality of your investigation. Now, what do you mean by FAIS? FAIS, I already told you, forensic accounting investigation standards. These are the set of standards in the area of forensic science, which has been recently introduced by whom? I say known as FAIS, forensic accounting investigation standards, to enhance the quality output to be delivered by the ICA members. I'll show you all those standards also now. Main objective of these standards are what? To provide overall understanding of FAI, forensic accounting investigation, and its key components. कि कैसे करना चाहिए. And what are the key components? What are the things you need to consider? Next one, to make them understand the manner in which they are interrelated to each other, how to find the correlation between the evidences, and to maintain and improve quality, obviously, of forensic accounting and investigation services. There are total 20 FAIS. Now let's see what are those FAIS. Let me show you that. Um, yes, and let me tell you one thing, those things have been eliminated from your portion when it comes to your, what do you say, uh, forensic accounting techniques. Yes, they are no longer the part. Let me just show you that forensic wala list so that you will come to know what exactly the ICA has released. ये देखो, ये रही आपकी लिस्ट. Now see, FAIS 110 nature of engagement, FAIS 120 fraud risk, FAIS 130 laws and regulation, FAIS 140 applying hypothesis. Frankly speaking, I have not gone through this because they have not been notified yet. So if you are into the forensic accounting, then these are the various standards. FAIS 210 engagement objectives, engagement acceptance and appointment. 220, 230 using the work of an expert. Right, and numbering quite similar like ours. 240 engaging with the agencies, 250 communication with the stakeholders, 310 planning the assignment, 320 evidence and documentation, 330 conducting work procedures, 340 conducting interviews with those people whom you have identified to talk about, reviewing and supervising your team's work, testifying before the competent authority means court. फिर अपना आ गया 410 अप्लाइंग डेटा एनालिसिस डेटा एनालिटिक्स एविडेंस गैदरिंग इन डिजिटल डोमेन डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट में लोन्स और बोरिंग्स के केस में 430 510 जस्ट नो आई टोल्ड यू रिपोर्टिंग रिजल्ट्स दिस इज हाउ योर report should look like 610 में quality control. So these are the various 20 standards which have been introduced by the ICA. So with that, our investigation, due diligence and forensic accounting, I hope I justified your expectation in the same. See you guys in the next chapter. Hello everyone, let us start with the new topic called Audit of NBFCs and Audit of Banks. Now, let me tell you one thing. First of all, the Audit of NBFCs and Audit of Banks used to be the two different topics, right? Now, in the Audit of Banks, it's a very simple topic. I will tell you some few areas where you can concentrate, like concurrent audit is one of the area. And the second area is audit of credit card transactions, right? And the third area is like, say, for example, SLR and CRR ratio ka audit, right? Investments ka audit. So there are some few areas which I will tell you at the end what do we concentrate, but most important we are going to concentrate now audit of NBFCs. Now, in the audit of NBFCs, what we are going to learn, first we'll understand what do you mean by NBFC, how to become an NBFC, what are the types of NBFC, what are the NPA provisions relating to NBFC, what are the asset classifications done by NBFC, what are the provisioning done by NBFC, what are the general audit procedures on NBFC, deposit taking NBFC, mein, what do we do? And the most important, the recent amendment which has come is known as classification of NBFC. This is the main topic which we have to cover. And after that, I'll tell you like how to proceed with the auditing procedures of NBFC. Very simple topic, but very very much important from the examination point of view. So let us understand what are the provisions relating to NBFC. First of all, to become an NBFC, either you should be a financial institution or you should be a non-banking financial institution with both the services of deposit taking or lending, or you can be any other institution which can be notified by RBI in the official gazette. So first of all, to run in an NBFC format in India, you also need to get registered with RBI. So RBI is a regulator for both banking system as well as the NBFC. NBFC stands for non-banking finance companies. Now, even though you are a non-banking finance companies, why do we call it non-banking finance companies? Because your majority of the function is lending, right or not? 99.99% of the NBFCs in India are non-deposit taking, remaining are deposit taking. So you have to understand one fact that either you are a bank or you are an NBFC, license will be given by the RBI. Now, RBI says that if you want a NBFC license, if you want a NBFC certificate of registration, there are two conditions to be satisfied. One is called asset composition condition, and second one is called income composition condition. Asset composition condition says that RBI says that out of your total assets, more than 50% of the assets should be financial assets. Again repeating, out of your total assets, more than 50% of the assets should be financial assets, and out of your total income, total gross income, more than 50% of the income should be coming from those financial assets only. So asset composition and income composition, again repeating, asset composition more than 50% of your total assets should be the financial asset, and more than 50% of the gross income coming from the total NBFC should be more than 50% should be from those financial assets only. Plus, you need to have a 2 crores of net on fund capital. You need to have a 2 crores of net on fund, and let me tell you one thing, now it has been increased to 10 crores, and those which were already incorporated with a 2 crores of net fund by the 31st March 2027 in a phased manner, their net on fund requirement is also going to be increased from 2 crores to 10 crores. Are you getting the point? Presently it is now 10 crores, but generally those who have already registered with the 2 crores by 31st March 2027, their net on fund requirement is also going to be increased from 2 crores to 10 crores. So net on fund means this much is a minimum net on funds you need to have if you want to get a license. So broadly speaking, three conditions. One is asset composition, more than 50% of your total assets should be what? Financial assets. Income composition, more than 50% of the income to the NBFC should be from those financial assets. Third point, you should have a net on fund of 2 crores or 10 crores, and those who are already registered with 2 crores by 31st March 2027, they will also be increased to 10 crores. Now, either, see, let me tell you one thing, there are so many NBFCs also which are not required to be registered. Let me make it very clear. There are so many NBFCs which are not required to be registered. But if you are a particular NBFC which is not required to be registered, remember one thing very, very carefully. You are still going to go under the directions of RBI. Now, in this chapter, what we are going to understand, capital adequacy norms for the NBFCs, income recognition norms for NBFCs, asset classification norms for NBFCs, and provisioning norms. So let's first understand how do the NBFCs are being classified. So remember, there are total 4 layers which has been classified by the RBI. Base layer, middle layer, upper layer, top layer. Again repeat, base layer, middle layer, upper layer, and top layer. First of all, base layer में those NBFCs which are non-deposit taking, those NBFCs which are non-deposit taking and whose asset size is less than 1,000 crores are going to be registered in the base layer. So base layer में which NBFCs come? Only and only non-deposit taking NBFCs come. Which one? Only and only non-deposit taking NBFCs will come whose asset size is less than 1,000 crores and who are involved in any of these 4 businesses: peer-to-peer lending ka business, account aggregator ka business, or non-operating financing holding NBFC, or any other NBFC which has not availed the public funds or do not have the customer interface. Again repeating, which are the base layer NBFCs? First of all, though, you should be a non-deposit taking. Your asset size should be less than what? 1,000 crores. And third, you should be any of the 4 businesses: peer-to-peer lending, account aggregator, non-holding or non-operative holding finance company NBFC, and those NBFCs which have not availed the public funds and do not have any customer interface. Now, what comes under the middle layer? Middle layer में obviously all deposit taking NBFCs comes in the middle layer, and non-deposit NBFCs whose asset size is greater than equals to 1,000 crore. Try to understand. In the base layer, there was no deposit taking NBFC. Therefore, all the deposit taking NBFCs comes in the middle layer. And in the base layer, there was a non-deposit NBFCs whose asset size is less than what? 1,000 crore. So here, non-deposit NBFCs also will come whose asset size is greater than equals to 1,000 crores, plus any of the 5 businesses may they are engaged in: infrastructure financing company NBFC, infrastructure debt fund NBFCs, core investment companies NBFCs, standalone primary dealer SPD NBFCs, and housing finance company NBFCs. Are you getting the point? Again repeating, infrastructure finance NBFCs, infrastructure debt fund NBFCs, then core investment company NBFCs, standalone primary dealer NBFCs, or housing finance NBFCs. So again repeating, who comes in middle layer? All the deposit taking NBFCs, non-deposit taking NBFCs whose asset size is greater than equals to 1,000 crores and involved in any of these 5 businesses: infrastructure finance company, infrastructure debt fund company, standalone primary dealer, and then core investment and housing finance. Now, who comes in the upper layer? First of all, top 10 NBFCs, asset size wise in India comes automatically under the top layer. Again, upper layer. Top 10 NBFCs asset size wise automatically comes under the upper layer, or such those NBFCs which need enhanced regulatory requirements with respect to some parameters and criteria. As per whose point of view? RBI's point of view. So if the RBI thinks that you are a particular NBFC where more enhanced regulatory requirements are required or some parameter criteria are required, that you will also be included in upper layer. So first of all, the top 10 NBFCs asset wise plus RBI's point of view. Now, who comes under the top layer? Top layer is basically empty. But if the RBI is of the opinion that such NBFC which is having the more potential systematic risk exposure, again repeating, more potential systematic risk exposure based NBFCs are going to come here. So when it comes to the upper layer and top layer, majority of the NBFCs which are going to come in these layers are nothing but notified by the RBI. I hope all of you understood. Yes, sir. So there are total 4 layer: base layer, middle layer, upper layer and top layer. Base layer में non-deposit taking only, asset side less than 1000 crore and involved in peer-to-peer lending, account aggregator, non-operating financing, holding financing company, or those who have not availed any public funds and do not have any customer interface. Now, who comes in the middle layer? Middle layer में all deposit taking. Second one, non-deposit taking whose asset size is greater than or equal to 1000 crores. Third one, those who are involved in the business of infrastructure financing company, infrastructure debt fund, housing finance, then standalone primary dealer, and last but not the least, any housing finance or what do you say, core investment company NBFC. Now, what do you mean by upper layer? Upper layer mein top 10 NBFC asset size wise are already there, or any NBFC which RBI thinks that they need enhanced regulatory requirements along with some with respect to some parameters and criteria. And what is the top layer? Top layer basically is empty. But if the RBI is of the opinion that you have a more potential systematic risk exposure, then you are going to get covered in the top layer. Now, there are some things you need to understand. Base layer NBFCs shall always remain in base layer. Means base layer NBFCs can never go in middle layer or top layer or upper layer. Next one, in the middle layer NBFCs, you know that there are total 4 NBFCs: SPDs, IFCs, IDFs. Are you getting it? They are saying that SPDs and IFDs will always remain in the middle layer only. Again, repeating, standalone primary dealer NBFCs and infrastructure debt fund NBFCs will always remain in middle layer, whereas the remaining NBFCs, what are the remaining? CIC NBFCs, IFC NBFCs, housing finance, they may get upgraded to the upper layer, right or not? Then those NBFCs which are into microfinance institution, which are into investment credit company NBFCs, which are into factors business, which are into mortgage guarantee business, can be placed in any layer subject to the RBI's opinion. So if you are any of these 4, microfinance institution, you are investment credit company, your factors business, or your mortgage guarantee, RBI can put you in any layer. And government NBFCs always remain in base and middle layer. Only on RBI's notification they can be upgraded to the upper layer. These are the 4 points you have to remember. Are you getting the point? Again repeating, this is the classification, highly important classification you have to understand. Point number 1, base layer NBFCs will always remain base layer. Out of the middle layer, IDFs and SPDs will always remain in the middle layer, whereas the remaining can be upgraded to the upper layer. And if you are a MFI factor, mortgage guarantee, or you are into a ICC, then you will always remain in the you can be placed in any layer. And last but not the least, government NBFCs will always be either in the base layer or middle layer. Only on RBI's instruction it can be upgraded. Now, types of NBFCs: investment credit NBFCs, basically ICC NBFCs are those NBFCs which are the mix of 3. They are into the asset financing, lease financing and investment, and they can be placed in any layer, right or not? And they are always non-deposit. But being an IDFC, being a ICC NBFC, you cannot give the loan for the buy of your own securities. Now, what do you mean by infrastructure finance company NBFCs whose credit rating is always A? Very important. Who has a net owned funds of 300 crores or more. Are you getting the point? At least 75% of their total assets should be infra loans, and their CRAR ratio is minimum 15%, out of which 10% should be tier 1, and they are also non-deposit. and obviously being an IDFC means you come in the middle layer. Next one, core investment company NBFCs are systematically important, non-deposit taking. Core mean 90% of their business should be in the investments, in the equity, preference, debt in the group companies, out of which 60% should be in the form of equity. And remember one thing, you are only allowed to invest in your group companies. You are going to go against the group companies only and only when there is a block sale or there is a dilution purpose, right or not? And remember one thing, if your asset size is 100 crores or more, then in that case you need to have a registration pakka. But if your asset size is 100 crores or more and you don't want to get registered under RBI, you have to show to the RBI that you have not availed the public funds. And obviously if your asset size is less than 100 crores, so definitely you don't need any kind of registration with the RBI. These are the minimum point. Or iska minimum total asset size is 100 crores, which makes it systematically important. Systematically important means you need to get registered. Again repeating, CSA is basically a systematically important NBFCs. There are the middle layers. Their majority, their 90% of the asset side should be the form of investment, but investments only in group companies. They can go beyond the group companies only if it is a block sale or dilution purpose. And one more important thing, they do not have any other work other than assisting their group companies. And if you are 100 crores or more asset size and you are systematically important, boss, you need to get registered. You can only get exempted from the registration under RBI if you can show that you have not availed any public funds, even though your asset size is 100 crores or more. Are you getting the point? फिर आते हैं infrastructure debt fund NBFCs. Infrastructure debt fund NBFCs are those NBFCs which fund the infrastructure finance companies. Their net own fund also should be 300 crores or more. They are also in the middle layer. They are also the non-deposit taking, and they invest only PPP projects, public private participation projects, and they only invest in PCOD projects, post commencement operational date, where at least 1 year of satisfaction performance should have been done on the project. Then only they will fund those particular projects. Next one is microfinance institutions. Microfinance NBFCs are those NBFCs which are again non-deposit taking, and they can be placed in any layer. But microfinance NBFCs, if they are located in northeastern states, their minimum net own fund requirement, is 2 crores. But if it is states other than northeastern states, their minimum net own requirement is 5 crores. Their 85% of the total asset size should be the qualifying assets, and loan ceiling limit is also there. If we are a microfinance NBFC and the rural area borrower who is coming to you, whose net household income is not more than 1,25,000, you can only give the loan to those people. And if the borrower is coming from a semi-urban area or urban area and whose net household income annually is not exceeding 2 crores, these are the only two categories of the people to whom the loan can be granted. If you are giving the loan in the first cycle, the maximum amount of the loan is 75,000. If the 75,000 worth of loan has been successfully repaid, then the subsequent cycle may loan can be increased to 1,25,000. Loans to be given without any collateral, and if the loan amount is greater than equals to 30 crores, then there will be a minimum 24 months ka EMI. No charges will be planted in case they are doing the pre-closure of the loan or foreclosure of the loan, and minimum 50% of the total loans should be what? Income generation loans. This makes you the MFI. Again repeating, these are the various conditions you have to satisfy to be a MFI. Now, what do you mean by factors NBFC? Factors NBFC can also be placed in any layer. There are also the non-deposit taking. Your minimum 50% of the asset should be the factor loans, and your minimum 50% of the income should be coming from those factor assets only. Right or not? That makes you a factor NBFC. Now, what do you mean by non-operating financing holding NBFC? Non-operating financing holding NBFC is a base layer NBFC, and it is also a non-deposit taking, and their only work is to invest into the banking companies and to invest in the shares of the other companies which are into the financing activities. But all those companies where it is investing should be in the group. There's no other work. That's why it is known as non-operating financing holding NBFCs. Remember one thing, they are not given in your icai material. I have borrowed it from your intermediate ka advanced accounting material. From there I have borrowed the types of NBFCs. Do it over there. Amendments, I already told you RBI has recently amended that 2 crores has been increased to 10 crores, and those who are already registered with 2 crores will be increase to 10 crores on or before 31st March 2027 in a phased manner it will be done. But those new NBFCs which are coming for registration, they have to come with the 10 crores of net own fund requirements only. Now, exemption list of NBFC. What do you mean by exemption list of NBFC? Following list of NBFCs are exempted from registration with RBI. I'll tell you the reason also why they're exempted. Reason number one, why they're exempted? Because remember one thing, either you are an NBFC working under any other statute. So if you are getting governed under any other statute, RBI Act 1934 says that don't come under my statute then, because we don't want to interfere. It's good that you are working under any other statute. Or if you already are working under any regulator like SEBI or like IRDA, NBFCs, so don't come under that. So either you have your own regulator or you are working under another statute. So those NBFCs are given the exemption. Like say for example, stockbroker, stock exchange, merchant banking, venture capital fund, NBFCs, they all are registered with the SEBI, so no need to get registered with RBI. Chit funds is covered under the Chit Fund Act 1982, so no need to get covered under RBI. Nidhi companies are under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, no need to come under the RBI registration. Insurance company, NBFCs are under the IRDA, no need to get registered with the RBI. Housing finance institutions are under the National Housing Board, no need to get registered with the RBI. Microfinance companies need not get registered. Microfinance institutions must be registered with the NBFC. Alternate investment funds which are registered under All India Mutual Fund Institution, then in that case, you need not get covered under the RBI. If you are a mutual benefit company, you need not get covered under the RBI. If you are a mortgage guaranteed company other than mortgage guarantee company which is notified by RBI, you need not get exempt, you need not get registered under RBI. Securitization and reconstruction companies are already registered under the SARFAESI Act 2002. They need not get registered under the RBI. CIC, which is non-systematically important, need not get registered if your asset size is less than 100 crores and if your net asset size is even 100 crores or more, but you declared that you are not availing any public funds, they are also not required to get registered with RBI. So this is the list of exemption NBFCs with RBI which are not required to get registered with RBI. Now, how NBFCs are different from the banks? First of all, NBFCs में DICGC guarantee नहीं होती. Second, NBFCs में you can't open the current account and savings account. NBFC में Payment and Settlement Act does not apply. NBFCs में self-drawn checks are not allowed. Are you getting the point or not? And NBFC mein there are no priority sector loans. So no priority sector loans, no DICGC guarantee, not a part of Payment and Settlement Act. The self-drawn checks are not allowed and you cannot open the current account and savings account, CASA accounts in the NBFC. That's how NBFCs are different from banks. I hope I'm making it quite easier for you to understand. So tell me the 5 differences. Sir, no CASA, no DICGC, no self-drawn checks, no Payment and Settlement Act ka participation, and no priority sector loans. Now, what are the CRAR prudential norms? They are saying that, ki boss, if you are a normal NBFC, systematically important NBFCs, then in that case, your CRAR requirement is capital requirement adequacy ratio is 15%, out of which 10% should be Tier 1 and remaining should be Tier 2. Let me tell you what do you mean by Tier 1 capital. Tier 1 capital is that capital which can absorb any kind of financial shock, and even after absorbing the financial shock to that NBFC, they still have a buffer to re-perform or run their business again. उसे बोलते हैं Tier 1 capital. So every NBFC must have a minimum 10% out of 15% of the CRAR should be the Tier 1 and remaining should be the Tier 2. But if you are a gold loan related NBFC, so out of your 15% of the CRAR, minimum 12% has to be Tier 1 capital. So other than gold, mein 10% should be Tier 1, and in case of gold NBFC, your minimum 12% should be the Tier 1. And when do you call yourself as a gold related NBFC? If you are giving the loans, if your majority of the minimum 50% of the loans are coming from the gold loans only, right or not? Now, if you are a non-systematically important NBFC, it means you are unregistered NBFCs, you are not having that many prudential norms of RBI applicable on you. Again repeating, just because you are exempted Just because you are not registered with NBFC doesn't mean that you are not covered by the provisions of NBFC. You are still covered by the provisions of NBFC only. The only difference is that now along with your CRAR, we will multiply it with the weighted risk average. We will multiply it with the weighted risk average. So in case you are a non-systematically important NBFC and your investments are in bonds of, again repeating, your investments are in bonds of public sector undertaking banks, and your investments are in such borrowings or such loans which are already defaulted but not pending for more than 90 days, and central government has given the guarantee, so your CRAR will be multiplied with 20% of the weighted risk ratio. And if you are an NBFC which is having the investments in the PPP projects, public private participation projects, or PCOD projects, post commencement operational date projects, where the 1 year of minimum satisfactory performance has been done, so your CRAR will be multiplied with 50%. Your CRAR will be multiplied with what? 50% of the weighted risk. And if you are neither in this category, if you are not in this category, all remaining categories, means suppose your investments are in stock market, your investments are guaranteed by state government where the default is more than 90 days, all these cases mein your CRAR will be multiplied by 100% weighted risk ratio. Now see, along with their net own fund requirement, they must calculate their CRAR by applying the risk asset, weighted risk asset method. So 20% is for those whose investments are in the PSU banks bonds and investments are in the state government guaranteed defaults which are not more than 90 days, and 50% is to be multiplied in those cases whose investments are in the form of triple P projects or investments are in the PCOD projects, and 100% for all the remaining. So this is what do you mean by CRAR requirement for the non-systematically important NBFCs and CRAR requirement for the systematically important. Systematically में बहुत simple है, 15% should be your CRAR, out of which 10% should be tier 1. And if you're a gold loan related NBFC, Muthoot Finance, Munnapuram Gold, then in that case you can go for the 15% of your CRAR should be minimum capital requirement adequacy ratio, out of which 12% should be the tier 1. Now, what are your income recognition and asset classification in case of NBFCs? बहुत simple सा point है. यहाँ पे I have written the classification of asset. Here I have written the if you are a non-systematically important NBFC, and here I have written if you are a systematically important NBFC. So boss, if you are a standard asset, what do you mean by standard asset? There is no problem in the payment of interest. There is no problem in the repayment of the borrowings. Everything is good. Assets in respect to which there is no default in principal, interest, and does carry a nominal risk. It means either you are a non-systematically important NBFC, for you also the same category of the asset, same definition applies. If you are a systematically important, for you also the same category and the same definition applies. But what makes you a non-performing asset in case of non-systematically important NBFCs? Now see, if your interest, term loan, demand loan, call loan, bill purchase, income on receivable, dues on sale of assets are overdue for more than equals to 6 months, are overdue for more than equals to 6 months, and you are a non-systematically important NBFC, so you have to declare your performing asset for standard asset as an NPA, and the same rule applies for systematically important if they are overdue for 3 months or more. Right or not? And in case of lease agreements or lease rentals or hire purchase agreements, then the 12 months wala case, 6 months wala case will become what? 12 months, but here it will remain same. Now see, non-performing assets, when you have to declare in case of non-systematically important, in case your dues are overdues are more than equals to 6 months, but especially in case of lease rentals and hire purchase, if your overdues are greater than equals to 12 months, then 6 months here, 12 months here, you are an NPA, but here 3 months and 3 months, no change. Next point, from NPA, when you will code your substandard, if you are in the, if your assets and if your loans and advances are in the NPA category not exceeding 18 months, so as a non-systematically important NBFC, you have to declare it as a substandard asset. Again repeating, you are in NPA category not exceeding 18 months, so boss, you have to declare that as a substandard asset. But here 18 months have become 12 months here. Right or not? In case of systematically important. When do you declare yourself as a doubtful? If your NPA, if your NPA is in the substandard category for exceeding 18 months, If your NPA is in the substandard category for exceeding 18 months, then in that case you will be created as doubtful asset. But here again 18 months will be treated as 12 months. It means if you are in substandard category for exceeding 12 months, so then in that case systematically important will declare you as a doubtful asset. And when the doubtful asset will turn into a loss asset, if the NBFC on its own, on the report of internal auditor, external auditor, RBI inspection report, erosion of the security is very high, threat of non-recovery and security is completely unavailable, the boss, you have to declare your asset as a what? Loss asset, and same definition is applicable for systematically important. Let's do the revision again. Now see, standard asset. There is no problem in your repayment of principal and payment of interest, but there is a nominal risk. So same is for the non-systematically important, same is for the systematically important. When do you declare a non-performing asset? If the overdue is greater than or equals to 6 months, then in that case, as a non-systematically important, then you are a NPA. But in the systematically important case, it is 3 months. But especially in case of lease rentals and hire purchase agreements, if the overdue is greater than or equals to 12 months, then in that case, in the non-systematically important, you are an NPA, but here in the systematically important, it is again 3 months. Next thing, when do you call yourself as a substandard asset? If your asset is in the NPA category not exceeding 18 months, the non-systematically important NBFCs will declare you as a substandard asset. But if you are a NPA category for not exceeding 12 months, the systematically important NBFC will declare you as an what do you say, substandard. Now when do you call yourself as a doubtful asset? If your asset is in the substandard category, which category? Substandard category for exceeding 18 months, the boss, you are a doubtful asset in case of systematically important. And if you are in substandard category for exceeding 12 months, so you are doubtful in case of a systematically important. Right or not? Loss asset, it is both the cases में same definition. If on the basis of NBFC on its own, on the basis of internal auditor report, external auditor report, RBI inspection report, or erosion of the security is very high, non-availability of the security, or threat of non-recovery is there, so you have to declare loss asset here as well as a loss asset here. But especially for the infra loans, you have to follow the para number 25. And in case of restructured, renegotiated and rescheduled loans, if suppose the borrower comes to you and say that, sir, can you please, what do you say, reclassify my NBFC, then in that case, you have to tell to that borrower that, boss, we can reclassify your NBFC, but make sure that there should be at least 1 year of satisfactory performance you have to do after renegotiation, reschedulement, and reperformance. Are you getting the point or not? At least 1 year of satisfactory performance, then the NBFC may think of restructuring or reclassifying you from NPA to standard asset. Now, this was a classification, asset classification. अब अपन provisioning पढ़ते हैं. So, if you are a standard asset and you are a non-systematically important, तो 0.25% provision you have to create, which is 0.4% in case of systematically important. If you are a substandard asset, both for systematically important and non-systematically important, for the secured portion it is going to be 10%, for the unsecured portion it is going to be 100%. If you are a doubtful asset up to 1 year, for both systematically important and non-systematically important, for the secured portion it is 20%, for the unsecured portion it is 100%. If it is doubtful from 1 year to 3 years, for both systematically important and non-systematically important, for the secured portion it is going to be 30%, for the unsecured portion it is going to be 100%. If you are doubtful for more than 3 years for systematically important and non-systematically important, both, it is 50% for the secured portion and 100% for the unsecured portion. So remember, the difference in systematically important and non-systematically important NBFC is only coming in case of standard asset. Remaining all may, the provisions which are applicable to NSI are also applicable to SII. And if you are a loss asset, either your secured portion is there or unsecured portion is there. In both the cases, you have to go for 100%. Again repeating, if you are systematically important, then 0.4% in case of standard asset, non-systematically important 0.25% in case of standard asset. Remaining all are same for systematically and non-systematically. Substandard में 10% for the unsecured, 100% for 10% for the secured, 100% for the unsecured portion. Doubtful up to 1% में 20% for the secured and 100% for the unsecured portion. 1 to 3 में 30% for the secured and 100% for the unsecured. What do you say? More than 3 में 50% for the secured and 100% for the unsecured. And in case of loss asset में 100% for the secured and 100% for the unsecured. So this is what do you mean by मीनिंग ऑफ एनबीएफसी एंड द क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ एनबीएफसी। अब अपन पढ़ते हैं कि एनबीएफसी का ऑडिट कैसे होता है। सिंपल टॉपिक है। एनबीएफसी का ऑडिट क्या होता है? हाउ डू वी डू द ऑडिट? वी नीड टू ऑब्टेन द जनरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द एनबीएफसीज बिजनेस। तो उसका एमओए एओए कॉपी ले लो, पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट्स ले लो, हैव अ कम्युनिकेशन विद द मैनेजमेंट एंड टीसीडब्ल्यूजी टू अंडरस्टैंड द बिजनेस एनवायरनमेंट एंड आईसीएस. Must understand whether the business activity of the NBFC to identify the areas to be examined, check whether it is the deposit taking or non-deposit taking, obtain the understanding of the NBFC. फिर उनका internal control system check करो. Now see, internal control system either it is of a company or it is of an NBFC. It was, it is, and it will be the primary responsibility of whom? Management. So internal control system is always the prime responsibility of whom? Management. So it is a prime responsibility of the management. Check whether the internal control system is looking adequate as per the nature and size of that business or not. Expected to install a sound ICS, right or not, and then obtain the knowledge of their accounting system and accounting records. और बाद में उनके internal control system को you should do some testing. Do they have post disbursement controls or not? Means after disbursing the loan, do they check whether the borrower is using it for the right purpose or not? Do they have proper recovery controls or not? Do they have the credit appraisal system? I mean, do they check the credit worthiness before granting the loan to the borrower or not? Right? Did they go for a physical verification of the securities which are pledged and mortgaged? Effective monitoring controls on the follow-up or not? Now registration with the RBI, we have to check their certificate of registration, because without it you are not allowed to commence your business activity before registration. Check the requirements of maintenance of liquid assets and check the requirements of maintenance of net owned funds requirement, and make sure that they quarterly they are filing the returns with whom? RBI. So this is what do you mean by the general auditing procedures when it comes to the NBFC. Now स्पेसिफिक ऑडिट प्रोसीजर स्पेशली इन केस ऑफ द डिपॉजिट टेकिंग। याद रखना, अगर आपकी एनबीएफसी डिपॉजिट टेकिंग एनबीएफसी, तो सबसे बड़ा एरिया विच यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड इज नोन एज क्रेडिट रेटिंग. First of all, every NBFC which is a deposit taking NBFC must have gone through a credit rating. Credit rating means what? It has to be taking a credit rating from a registered credit rating agency with the SEBI. Second thing, check whether the credit rating is any upgraded or downgraded. If it is downgraded and it is downgraded, then in that case it is your responsibility as an auditor to check that within 15 days of downgraded by the credit rating agency, it must have been informed to whom? RBI. See, credit rating must be obtained from the registered one. Check for any upgrading or downgrading. If it is downgraded, within 15 days it must be informed to RBI. But downgrading होने का सबसे बड़ा impact क्या है? You are not allowed to accept the fresh deposits. Existing deposits should be refunded and none of the deposits should be renewed. All these things will happen if the downgrading in the credit rating will happen. Now let me tell you one thing, credit rating is nothing but given by the credit rating agency. It is like AA plus, AAA plus. So they give you this particular symbols. And suppose AAA plus say we have been reduced to B minus, then in that case it is downgraded. Within 15 days it should be informed to RBI and no fresh existing will be refunded, no renewal will take place. This is what the first point you have to check if you are doing the audit of a non-deposit taking NBFC. Next point, other consideration में क्या करना है कि check that interest payments are not looking excessive, sales commission are not looking excessive, brokerage are not looking excessive, deposit should not be renewed without the written consent of the deposit holders. Ensure that deposits have been repaid on time. Check the classification of deposit, how many promoters are holding, how many members are holding, how many from the public, how many are from the KMPs. Next, check their investment in the liquid assets, because deposit holder at any point of time may come and demand their money. So for their unpredictable demands, the NBFC must be ready with the liquid funds to meet those demands. And we have to check whether the quarterly filing the returns with the RBI is taking place or not. But if in case you are a non-deposit taking NBFC, make sure that you have to check the board resolution passed by the board of directors stating that they have not obtained any deposits. Remember one thing, if it's a non-deposit taking NBFC, you have to take a board resolution. You have to take what? Board resolution stating that they are not having any deposits, and that board resolution ka copy you have to maintain it, you have to obtain it, right? And in case of group holding NBFCs, check the board resolution that they have only invested in the groups, not outside. Simple. एनबीएफसी प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स टू बी चेक। अब एनबीएफसी में क्या क्या प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स अपन चेक करेंगे? क्रार के प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स चेक करेंगे, एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन के प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स, एनपीए क्लासिफिकेशन के प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म, इनकम रिकग्निशन के प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स एंड आरबीआई डायरेक्टिव्स वेदर दे आर प्रॉपर्ली टेकन केयर ऑफ और नॉट. And suppose if you are finding the fraud classifications by the NBFCs, so there are some 7 classifications of the fraud which an NBFC is allowed to do. What are the 7 classification for fraud? Number one, remember one thing, any kinds of fraud which you will find in the NBFC has to be classified in these 7 categories only. Category number one, misappropriations and criminal breach of trust fraud. First one is misappropriation and criminal breach of trust fraud. Second one, fraudulent encashment via forged instruments, manipulation of accounting systems by conversion of properties and fictitious assets. That is the second classification. Third classification, unauthorized credit facilities for the illegal gratification. Fourth one and sixth one are very important. I will tell you why. The fourth one is negligence and cash shortages. Fifth one is cheating and forgery. Sixth one is irregularities in foreign exchange transaction. And seventh one, if you are not fitting any fraud in the first to sixth category, dump it into the seventh one. Clear? Now let me tell you one thing. In the fourth and sixth case, अगर आपका केस negligence of shortages में है, cash shortages में और irregularities in foreign exchange में, then in that case, intention of fraud has to be proved. If intention of fraud is not proved and it looked like an error, so then it is not going to be classified as a fraud. Remember one thing, negligence and cash shortages में, irregularities in the foreign exchange transaction में, intention of the fraud has to be proved. And in case of cash shortages में, generally we put it into the what do you say, shortage, generally we put it classify into the fraud if the shortages are greater than equals to 10,000. Are you getting the point? If the shortages are greater than equals to 10,000. But if the shortages are being brought to the notice by the person who is handling it or by the NBFC on its own or by the external auditor, then in that case, we can also classify those cash shortages which are greater than equals to 5,000. These are the two amendments you have to understand here, right or not? Now, what is the audit checklist for the ICC NBFC? देखो ICC का मतलब क्या होता है? Investment Credit Company. इनका 3 businesses होते हैं, asset financing, lease financing and investment, and make sure that they are not allowed to give the loan to the people to buy their own securities. तो obtain their demat statement to ascertain the number of value of their securities. क्योंकि इसका नाम ही क्या है, investment credit company, तो obviously इनका major core business is investment. How do we check the investments of these NBFCs? We will simply ask them कि we need your demat statement. Then obtain the third party confirmation letter if there some of the investments are being held in the name of third party. Next, ensure that no loans and advances have been given to purchase their own shares. Right or not? Dividend income should have been realized on right of establishment, and interest income has been realized on accrual basis. Obtain digital contract note. What do you mean by digital contract note? Whenever you invest in the stock market or securities, within 24 hours, your broker has to send you the digital contract note via your email. We have to reconcile it with the whether the traded securities are being intimated and acknowledged by the broker or not. Verify their board resolution if they have taken any new acquisition of the securities or new disposal of any securities. Obtain the list of the components because we have to check the group holdings. Next point, ensure that proper recording of the right shares, bonus shares and everything has been done. Examine whether the charges has been created on the borrower securities have been created or not. What do you mean by charges? Suppose if the borrower has given you the securities, obviously you have to register those, you have to create a charge, a fixed charge or floating charge in your name. Check their credit appraisal and follow-up system controls before granting any credit. क्योंकि ICC stands for investment. ऊपर के 7-8 points relating to investment, below points are relating to credit. They also give the loan na. So we have to check that do they have the credit appraisal system, do they do the follow-up with their borrowers, are they using the money for the right purpose or not, end use of the borrowing ko check karna. Obtain outstanding borrowings confirmation from the borrowers, and last but not the least, special attention to the exception report. Ab exception report kya hoti hai? Where you have gone for the investment beyond your limits, where you have gone for the lending beyond your limits, that is called exception reports, right or not? Check that bill discounting income is appropriately apportioned. Suppose you got the 6 months bill in the month of February. तो फेब्रुवरी एंड मार्च तो 2 months हुए, रिमेनिंग 4 months आर अप्रैल, मई, जून, जुलाई. तो टोटल से फॉर एग्जांपल योर इनकम डिस्काउंटिंग इनकम वाज 60,000. तो 2 months का income should be apportioned in 1 year and 4 months का income should be apportioned in another year. Suppose Feb and March का income you will apportion in 23-24 and April, May, June, July, क्योंकि you got the 60,000 income ना, discounting income. So it should be apportioned between the 2 financial year. So this is 23-24 and this is 24-25. And last but not least, verify their compliance with the non-performing asset, investment, deposit taking direction and other norms. Right or not? Now let's understand audit reporting norms issued by the RBI. देखो RBI क्या बोलता है कि there are common audit reporting norms for all the NBFCs except unregistered. If you are unregistered, definitely there is no COR requirement, there is no net own fund requirement, there is no financial asset composition requirement, there is no income requirement. So if you are a unregistered one, so these audit reporting requirements are not applicable. But if you are a deposit taking, non-deposit taking, any other kind of NBFC, these are the common points which we have to check everywhere. Obviously, we have to check their certificate of registration, we have to check their eligibility requirements, and we have to check that whether the statutory statutory certificate issued by the statutory auditor has been filed within the 30 days from the end of the financial year or on or before the 31st December with the RBI's regional office or not. That is what we mean by this point. Now see, हमें उनका NOF रिक्वायरमेंट चेक करना है, COR रिक्वायरमेंट चेक करना है, आर दे होल्डिंग द एलिजिबिलिटी फॉर NOF और नॉट, अ declaration or certificate from the statutory auditor on the above 3 matters and to be filed with the regional office of non-banking supervision department within the 1 month from the end of the balance sheet date and maximum by 30th December every year. ये you have to check it on every NBFC. Right or not? Now additional reporting requirements if it's a deposit taking. अगर deposit taking है तो we have to check that कि deposits must have been raised within the limits only. If they have gone beyond the limits, it should have been subsequently rectified also. Credit rating के mandates check करने हैं, any upgrade or downgrade हुआ है वो check करना है. CRAR requirements check करने. What is the CRAR requirement for the systematically important? It is 15%, and out of which 10% should be tier 1. Are you getting the point? If it is non-systematically important, whatever their CRA requirements are there to be multiplied with what? 20%, 50% or 100%. Any violations of deposit taking norms if detected, suppose you have gone beyond your what? Limits, but make sure that those violations must have been later on rectified or not. Cases of principal and interest amounts defaulted, if you have defaulted in repaying the deposits or interest on deposit, whether NBS1, ये आपको form है which you need to file with the RBI on quarterly basis, for the especially for the deposit taking. What is the standing of your deposits as on 30th, as on end of every quarter, you need to file it with whom? RBI. कि आपकी deposit taking कितनी है? NBS1. Details of opening and closing of the branches, because whenever you open any branch of NBFC and whenever you close any branch of NBFC, this is something required to be intimated to the RBI as well. So along with these common points, which you have already checked, the COR, NOF requirement, and statutory auditor declaration, these are the 5-6 points extra you have to do if your NBFC is the deposit taking NBFC. What if your NBFC is a non-deposit taking NBFC? तो obviously हमें उनका board resolution check करना है कि they have not taken any deposits, or if by mistake they have raised any deposit, they have later on rectified the situation. But इस case में the form number is NBS7, which is on the CRAR requirement, which is required to be filed with the RBI annually. That was NBS1, deposit taking results on every quarter. This is NBS7 relating to your CRAR requirements, right or not? And remember that proper classification as a microfinance, either as a systematically important or non-systematically important, right or not? And obviously their NPA potential norms, so we have to check. But in case you are an unregistered or exempted NBFC, obviously nothing is to be reported, but make sure that you all have to follow still some of the directions of RBI. Just because you are not registered with RBI doesn't mean that you will not be covered under the directions of what? RBI. Check any direction received from RBI. No common points to the above. Check compliances are done or not. Exception reporting करना है in these 3 areas. And only contraventions to be reported to the regional office of non-banking supervision department along with the detailed report with reasons of qualifications or misqualification. और अगर अपन कोई modified report रखते हैं तो we have to send it. कारो में you already know clause number 3 and clause number 16. 16 तो definitely was an NBFC. अगर आपको याद हो, we were checking the registration, we were checking the COR, we were checking are you CIC or not, and in your group how many are CSI. Clause number 3 के case में why clause number 3 is applicable? Because one NBFC, most of the NBFCs can make the investment in their group NBFCs only. So group means what? Either they are making the granting the loan and making the investments in their related parties only, subsidiary, associate, joint venture, and the group family concerns, sister concerns, and brother concerns only. So obviously, clause number 3 and clause number 16 will be applicable on NBFCs also. And remember, CARO does apply on NBFC, but not applies on what? Does not apply on what? Banks. Next one, disclosure of Ind AS and compliances. And this is one recent amendment which has come after that your NBFC topic is over. Now, what is the recent amendment? From 1/4/2018 onwards, all the listed and unlisted NBFCs whose net worth is 500 crores or more, including their components, must comply with the Ind AS. This is a recent amendment given by the RBI. क्या बोल रहा है कि 1/4/2018 onward, recent तो नहीं है but included in our portion recently. From 1/4/2018 onwards, if you are a listed NBFC or you are unlisted NBFC, but if your net worth is 500 crores or more, you along with your components must start following your accounting system based on Ind AS. And from 1/4/2019 onwards, this 500 crores or more has been reduced toward 250 crores or more. Now see, from 1/4/2019 onwards, all listed and unlisted NBFCs, including their components having net worth of 250 crores or more, but less than what? 500 crores, must comply with the Ind AS. तो obviously अगर आप 500 crores से more हो गए तो आप already covered इस list में आ जाते हो ना. So if you are 300, 350, then from 1/4/2019 onwards, you will get covered under Ind AS. So 1/4/2018 onwards, 500 crores or more net worth wale NBFCs, listed, unlisted, you including your components must follow the Ind AS. And from 1/4/2019 onwards, if your net worth is 250 crores or more, but less than 500 crores, and are you listed or unlisted, you along with the components have to start following Ind AS. The above net worths, either in this case or this case, must be calculated as on 31/3/2016. So 1/4/2018, 1/4/2019, but the net worths to be taken as on 31/3/2016. That brings an end to your audit of what? NBFC, everyone, right? Okay, so now let us understand what are the things you need to keep in mind when it comes to the audit of banks. Let me tell you one thing. Audit of banks ka marathon is not at all required. Why? Because it's a very simple topic. But I will still suggest you some areas, like let's have a discussion for the another 15-20 minutes. At least the areas where you need to understand. First of all, the first area which you need to understand is its legal framework. To understand that on a bank audit, you will find the so many legal framework like Banking Regulation Act, Companies Act, SEBI, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and you know that what are the reasons information technology क्यों applicable होता है, because banks are making the extensive use of what? Technology. तो information technology surface Act for taking care of their what do you say auctioning of the mortgage properties. Banking Companies Act because they are the bank itself. Then RRB regional rural banks का है. RBI CICI Credit Information Credit and Company Regulation Act, Payment or Settlement Act. But remember, this is not applicable in case of NBFCs. Cooperative Societies 1912, because in India we still have so many banks which are operating under Cooperative Society Act, right or not? So that's why these are the things which you need to understand. Then concentrate in the bank audit relating to their financial statements. Financial statement, as I told you, let it be banking company's financial statement, let it be company's financial statement. Schedule 3 Part A, Part B will remain same. It's just that ki company's financial statements are under the Schedule 3 of Companies Act, and banking regulation, banking companies ka financial statement is as per Schedule 3 of Banking Regulation Act. So they have a different format. We have a different format. And one more thing you need to understand about, yes, if you are a public sector bank and a nationalized bank, then in that case doing the branch audit is mandatory. But if you're a private sector bank, then doing the branch audit is completely optional. And in case you are a PSU or nationalized bank, so then you have to appoint 4 or more CSAs, Central Statutory Auditors. 4 or more joint audit only will take place. One single statutory auditor is not allowed in case you are a PSU bank or a nationalized bank. That is one more point you have to understand. And next point, communication with the previous auditor will remain same. There is no change. So if you are an incoming auditor, you need to communicate with the previous auditor. Otherwise, you will be guilty of professional misconduct under 811. That will remain same. And yeah, one more point key. If you are an auditor of SBI, then you will be appointed by the CAG. If you are the auditor of SBI, you will be appointed by the CAG. And if case you are the auditor of NBFC, in case you are the auditor of what? NBFC, then you will be appointed by the board of directors in consultation with the RBI. In case you are the auditor of RRBs, you will be appointed by the bank itself. And in case you are the auditors of banking companies, definitely you are a company, so you will be appointed in the AGM. Conducting the bank audit as it is, which you have done at intermediate level, like special consideration, declaration of indebtedness, engagement terms, communication with the previous auditor, then understanding the bank, its environments, its internal control system. Next, understanding its risk management, how much is the participation taken by the TCWG, monitoring of controls, control activities, right or not, how they are identifying, measuring, and reducing their risk, do they have the reliable information system or not, all that comes under the bank's risk management procedures. Then you have to do the going for the specified risk relating to their IT environment if it is too much dependent upon the infrastructure. देन बैंक्स में ये मेन पॉइंट है, दैट इज 240, क्योंकि बैंक्स में आपको ये अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा कि प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट इज ऑल्सो एप्लीकेबल इन द केस ऑफ बैंकिंग एक्ट. इन केस ऑफ देर आर एनी सस्पेक्टेड ट्रांजेक्शन, उसे हम SCR बोलते हैं, STRs बोलते हैं, सस्पिशियस ट्रांजेक्शन रिपोर्ट्स एंड सस्पिशियस एनुअल रिपोर्ट्स, right, or no, suspicious account reports. So these are the various things where under the AMLS will be applicable on the like auditor has to be very good with the AMLS. AMLS stands for anti-money laundering standards. That is what, and you have to, moreover, you have to concentrate on checking कि whether the banks while opening the accounts is taking care of the KYC compliances or not. फिर एग्जीक्यूशन करना है, यू हैव टू हैव अ डिस्कशन विद योर एंगेजमेंट टीम. उनको ये बताओ कि व्हाट आर द पोटेंशियल रिस्क्स which are going to come across, right, or know what are your engagement risk associated, what are the fraudulent areas where the bank officials may conduct a fraud. You have to have a discussion with your engagement team. Then once you have identified and assessed the risk in the banks, you have to respond as per 330. You have to develop your overall audit plan, overall audit strategy, and put it on a piece of paper that is called audit plan, audit planning memorandum. You have to check the bank's GC, whether the banks is giving you any operational, financial, or non-operational, non-financial indicators. The bank's ability to continue as a going concern आपको check करना है. Materiality, if you think that कि particular areas पे you need a reporting, particular areas which are very much important from the user's point of view. Relationship between the risk and materiality आपको check करना है. Same thing which we do in normal audits are equally applicable in the bank. Bank में yes, reporting is same as per SS 700. वो last में I will tell you कि what are the extra reports का list you need to consider. Special considerations in IT environment. Remember one thing, इसमें major एक ही point है कि when it comes to the infrastructure, IT infrastructure का audit, when it comes to their IT policy, only the central statutory auditors or statutory central auditors, SCAs, are only allowed to do the audit of their IT environment. Branch auditors are prohibited from having any access on IT policy. हमेशा याद रखो, statutory central auditors or central statutory auditors can only do their CBS audit, core banking system, TOCs, anything relating to their information technology infrastructure, only and only will be audited by the सेंट्रल स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिटर्स, नॉट अलाउड बाय द ब्रांच ऑडिटर्स. बेसिकली आपको चेक क्या करना होता है कि आर द बैंक्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, आईटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज गुड इनफ टू मेंटेन डेटा इंटीग्रिटी, डेटा प्रोटेक्शन, डेटा सिक्योरिटी, अनऑथराइज एक्सेस नहीं होना चाहिए, रैंक्स शुड बी एज पर द, सॉरी, एक्सेस राइट शुड बी एज पर द रैंक्स इन द बैंक. Am I correct or not? Power failure backup systems are there or not? Internet banking products and channels. You have to understand their IT environment, internal controls. You have to check their overall IT policy. Again and again, I'm repeating, only central statutory auditors or statutory central auditors can do their IT environment audit. The normal branch auditors are not allowed to have an access on their IT related audit. What SEs are expected to check? हमें बेसिकली चेक क्या करना है कि डेटा प्रोसेसिंग ऑथराइज, कंप्लीट एंड एक्यूरेट है या नहीं. आर यू गेटिंग? अनऑथराइज मास्टर फाइल चेंजेस शुड नॉट टेक प्लेस. पावर इंटरप्शन केसेस में डू दे हैव द प्रॉपर बैकअप सिस्टम? दैट्स व्हाट आई टोल्ड यू. एक्सेस कंट्रोल शुड बी एज पर द रैंक. प्रॉपर SOPs, SODs होने चाहिए, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स, स्टैंडर्ड सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ ड्यूटीज. द ट्रांजेक्शंस मस्ट बी ऑथेंटिकेटेड होनी चाहिए. एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लाइक एक्सेप्शन रिपोर्ट्स के ऊपर ज्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेट होना चाहिए कि समथिंग यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग, लाइक से फॉर एग्जांपल some of the antiviruses have been disabled or deactivated. This is not something which is expected from the banking entities. This is not expected from the banking activities, so that we have to check. Then balance in the general ledger we have to check, general ledger accounting codes we have to check. फिर आता है इंटरनल ऑडिट एंड इंस्पेक्शन. यहाँ पे आपको क्या याद करना है कि आरबीआई हैज क्रिएटेड वन डिपार्टमेंट. वो डिपार्टमेंट का नाम क्या है? सेंट्रल ऑडिट एंड इंस्पेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट, CAID, सेंट्रल ऑडिट एंड इंस्पेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट. और उसको हेड करने के लिए देयर इज वन पर्सन हु इज नोन एज CAE, चीफ ऑडिट एग्जीक्यूटिव. उसके अंदर 3 ऑडिट्स आते हैं, रेवेन्यू ऑडिट्स आते हैं, कंकरेंट ऑडिट आते हैं और रिस्क बेस्ड ऑडिट आते हैं. व्हाट आर द 3 ऑडिट्स? रेवेन्यू ऑडिट्स, कंकरेंट ऑडिट एंड रिस्क बेस्ड ऑडिट. रिस्क बेस्ड ऑडिट में क्या होता है? आरबीआई में क्या होता है? रिस्क बेस्ड इंटरनल ऑडिट में क्या होता है? यू हैव टू चेक वेदर द बैंक इज गोइंग थ्रू एनी बिजनेस रिस्क, इनहेरेंट रिस्क, कंट्रोल रिस्क. आर दे एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई द रिस्क? आर दे एबल टू assess the significance of the risk? Are they able to reduce the risk to the lowest acceptable level? And if they are unsuccessful in reducing the risk, we have to check that why they are not able to reduce the risk. So that comes under RBI audit. और मैंने आपको पहले बताया ये डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर 3 ऑडिट आते हैं, RBI ऑडिट, ब्रांच आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑडिट एंड concurrent audit comes. Is it clear, everyone? So again telling you, keep it in mind. There is one department called Central Auditing and Investigation Inspection Department, and this is headed by the CAE. इसके अंदर 3 ऑडिट आते हैं, RBI ऑडिट, ब्रांच आइडेंटिफिकेशंस which are very much good for the revenue audits and concurrent audits, right? फिर इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स में I will say that कि क्रेडिट कार्ड, यस, क्रेडिट कार्ड इज द मेन पॉइंट विच यू नीड टू कॉन्सेंट्रेट. वैसे तो सारे ही सिंपल है, लाइक लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस सिंपल है, बिल परचेज सिंपल है, बिल्स फॉर कलेक्शन है, क्लियरिंग है, कैश रिलेटेड है. तो दीज आर द वेरी सिंपल एरियाज. जैसे जनरल कंट्रोल्स में वी हैव टू चेक दैट देयर शुड बी 2 people फॉर एवरी डिपार्टमेंट, देयर शुड बी अ प्रॉपर रजिस्टर, दे शुड मेंटेन सिग्नेचर्स, राइट. सरप्राइज ऑडिट होना चाहिए, कंट्रोल्स होने चाहिए, कंट्रोल शुड बी टेस्टेड एट द रेगुलर इंटरवल्स, मॉनिटरिंग होनी चाहिए, मेल्स शैल ओनली बी एक्सेस बाय द रिस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर. कैश के केस में वी हैव टू चेक दैट कि कैश शुड ऑलवेज बी इन द जॉइंट कस्टडी ऑफ द 2 people, राइट. एंड वन इज अ रिसीविंग ऑफिसर, वन इज अ ऑफिसर ऑफ काउंटिंग, राइट. एंड हाई वैल्यू कैश पेमेंट के केस में higher level of authority person should be able to grant that cash, and extra cash shall be deposited with the currency checks. वो सारा होना चाहिए. Cashier shall not have an access to the books of accounts. क्लियरिंग के केस में हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि ट्रंकेशन प्रोसेस शुड बी स्मूथली वर्किंग और नॉट, and checks those which are already passed through the truncation process, they should not be reused again, तो उनको turn off कर देना चाहिए. क्लियरिंग के प्रोसेस में we have to check that checks of more than 5 lakhs or more are they, for that you need to call a customer, you need to at least take their email as a customer and must comply with it as well, राइट और नॉट. देन बिल्स फॉर कलेक्शन के केस में आपको ये चेक करना पड़ेगा कि कस्टमर्स अकाउंट ओनली शुड बी क्रेडिटेड व्हेन द बिल हैज बीन कलेक्टेड. डू नॉट क्रेडिट द कस्टमर्स अकाउंट. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट और नॉट? बट बिल्स परचेज के केस में कस्टमर्स अकाउंट विल बी क्रेडिटेड एज एंड व्हेन द बिल हैज बीन डिस्काउंटेड एंड परचेज. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? बट रिमेंबर वन थिंग, इन ऑल these cases your loan approvals and everything should be done by the HO. Branch never ever gives the approval of the loans. Either the loans are approved or rejected, everything will be done by HO. Loans and advances के केस में अपन उनका sanction letter check करेंगे, whether the borrower's credit appraisal was taken care of or not, what securities he has offered, did you visit the securities, did you visit paid the visit to the for the physical verification of those mortgaged properties or not. Borrower has उसकी drawing power calculate करना है, if it was a CC loan, then documentation was proper or not, right or not. So and credit worthiness of the borrower, whether the money is coming on time or not, and NPA classification, all that will come under the loans and advances. इंटर क्रेडिट कार्ड में क्या होता है कि लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल आफ्टर प्रॉपर स्क्रीनिंग कंट्रोल्स वी हैव टू चेक कि स्क्रीनिंग कंट्रोल्स होने चाहिए बैंक में, स्ट्रॉन्ग कंट्रोल्स ओवर द क्रेडिट कार्ड होने चाहिए. मर्चेंट बैंक की मर्चेंट लाइक व्हाट डू वी कॉल देम एज मर्चेंट सिस्टम कंट्रोल्स होने चाहिए कि एज एंड व्हेन द लिमिट हैज बीन यूज्ड देन इट शुड बी इमीडिएटली रिफ्लेक्टिंग on their page, right or not. They should not be allowed to have an over exceeding, right or not. Make sure that timely payment should be recovered. If someone is not using the credit card limit, that shall be reduced. If someone is over using the credit card limit, according to their CIBIL score, that should be freezed or their credit card should be blocked. like now careful scrutinization should take place, right? Defaulters के case में limit shall be freeze, proper provisioning for the doubtful debt. Here also, if your credit card account is out of order for more than 90 days, you are not making the payment, तो इसे NPA declare कर देना चाहिए. All those things. फिर आता है सीआरआर एसएलआर ऑडिट के केस में क्या करना है. सीआरआर में कैश रिजर्व रेशियो, एसएलआर में स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो. स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द एरिया विच द statutory central auditors are only going to check. 12 odd dates in a year will be selected, need not be a Friday. They will go there and check the SLR of the banks. Again repeating, 12 odd dates every month में एक odd date the CSA will SCA will what we select, and that date what they have selected in a month need not be a Friday. On that particular day they have to go and check whether the banks are maintaining their statutory liquidity ratio or not. Basically CRR ratio and statutory liquidity ratios are basically based on DTL, demand and term liabilities के ऊपर होता है. फिर आता है वेरिफिकेशन ऑफ एसेट्स. एसेट्स के केस में कैश आपको एट द बैंक, एट द एटीएम, कैश डिपॉजिट मशीन सारा चेक करना है. व्हाट कैश यू हैव विद द आरबीआई, व्हाट कैश यू हैव विद द अदर बैंक्स, मनी एट कॉल एंड शॉर्ट नोटिस आपको चेक करना पड़ेगा. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? ये रहा सारे वो पॉइंट्स. फिर ऑडिट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट में क्या चेक करना होता है? एग्जिस्टेंस, ओनरशिप, वैल्यूएशन चेक करना है, राइट और नॉट. Banks must do the investment as per the RBI policy, but if they want to have their own policy, they can go ahead with their own policy, but their policy also should be approved by whom? RBI. फिर उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए, लाइक आर दे बीइंग अवेलेबल फॉर सेल, हेल्ड टू मैच्योर, हेल्ड टिल मैच्योरिटी और हेल्ड फॉर ट्रेडिंग पर्पस, राइट और नॉट. एंड देन एल्को कमेटी होती है उनकी, एसेट लाइबिलिटी कमेटी, उसकी परमिशन चाहिए. Then we have to cross verify it with the demat statements, and why some of the investments are not being kept in the name of the bank. Are you getting the point? And those investments which are not being paying you any money for more than 90 days, then in that case we are going to declare them as NPI, non-performing investment declare कर देंगे उनको. Are you getting the point? Then these are the various controls only you have to see. And investment की classification में how many investments are in your own name, how many investments as per the broker's agreement, and how many investments in the form of PMS shall be kept separately. PMS stands for Portfolio Management Services. वो वाली investment और आपकी investment में add वो नहीं होना चाहिए, क्या बोलते हैं, mix नहीं होना चाहिए. They shall be shown separately, right or not. और फिर और भी बहुत सारे पॉइंट आते हैं. Yes, you can take the like confirmation from the PDO ऑफिस, पब्लिक डेट ऑफिस होता है एवरी बैंक का, तो वहां से कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, डिजिटल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नोट के साथ रिकनसाइल करो. So obtain the confirmation letter from the PDO, custodians and depositories, held to maturity, held for sale, available for sale. ELCO committee होती है, I told you, asset liability committee. And if they are not performing more than 90 days, उसको declare कर दो NPI. TDS certificates को check करो. And all the three investment, and make sure that if you're doing the investment on the behalf of your customer, you must have taken a proper authorization from the customer to deal in their investment. वो भी अपने को यहाँ पे check करना है. फिर हाफ ईयरली, या हाँ, मेन पॉइंट ये चेक कर लो कि हाफ ईयरली यू हैव टू फाइल 2 रिटर्न्स विद द आरबीआई, दैट इज 30th June and no, not 30th June, 30th September and 31st March को. What is the standing, what is the position of your investment? These 2 returns you have to file it with the RBI, right or not. And every month आपको एक इन्वेस्टमेंट का रिटर्न फाइल करना है टू द चीफ मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, नॉट टू द आरबीआई. This is required to be filed with the RBI only if you will find any serious irregularities in the investment. So investment portfolio का statement semi-annually 2 times, that is 30th September and 31st March को standing, we need to file it with the RBI. And monthly investment portfolio का statement we need to file it with the chief managing director, and along with the to the RBI only in case of serious irregularity. This is the one main point from the, you can say that MCQ point of view, you can keep that in mind. फिर ऑडिट ऑफ एडवांसेस में क्या ही देखेंगे. एडवांसेस में क्या सेक्टर वाइज एडवांसेस है, शॉर्ट टर्म है, लॉन्ग टर्म है, सिक्योर्ड है, अनसिक्योर्ड है, पब्लिक सेक्टर, प्राइवेट सेक्टर, आउटसाइड. तो ये तो बहुत ही सिंपल ऑडिट है, दैट यू कैन सिंपली डू. हाँ, यहाँ पे 2-3 पॉइंट्स एक्स्ट्रा है कि एनपीए का क्लासिफिकेशन में आपको बहुत जरा केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा. सम अकाउंट्स हु आर नॉट एन एनपीए बट दे आर लुकिंग लाइक एन एनपीए, उनके लिए न्यू कैटेगरी आई है, एसएमएआई, SMA2, SMA1, SMA2, इसे बोलते हैं स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट्स 1, स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट्स 2. That is the one topic you have to see. NPA rules में we have to make sure that कि banks में NPA classification should be fully automated. Manual NPA classification is not allowed. NPA classification will remain same, which you can have in the NBFC classification, no problem with that. Same standard substandard classification is there. Regularization of accounts के केस में क्या देखना पड़ेगा? Some people, to avoid the NPA classification, just at the end of like 85 86 days they will come and they will make you the payment. For them you have to declare them an NPA. और अगर आपको क्या बोलते हैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट गारंटीड एनपीएस हैं, तो in that case you no need to classify them as an NPA, but if it is a state government guaranteed NPAs you have to classify them as an NPA. फिर एक वो NPA, हाँ, अर्ली मोर्टेलिटी रेट का मतलब क्या होता है? एक देर, yes, very good question. There was one NPA. Suppose you are a borrower and you still slipped into the NPA category within 12 months. You are a borrower and you slipped into the NPA category within 12 months, तो हम आपको क्विक और अर्ली मोर्टेलिटी अकाउंट में भी डिक्लेयर कर देते हैं. तो ये छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स आपको याद करने हैं. एंड ड्राइंग पावर कैलकुलेशन में फॉर्मूला इज वेरी सिंपल. स्टॉक माइनस क्रेडिटर्स माइनस मार्जिन प्लस डेटर्स माइनस मार्जिन. योर ड्राइंग पावर शुड ऑलवेज बी मोर देन द आउटस्टैंडिंग बैलेंस एंड सैंक्शन लिमिट. If it is less than the sanction limit or less than the outstanding limit, the drawing power must be recalculated. Make sure that if it is a temporary financial issues or a very temporary kind of financial sickness or temporary kind of liquidity problem, then you need not classify them as a NPA. Then in that case, you can take it back. And make sure that if the loan exposure is greater than equals to 5 crore, quarterly stock statement must be filed with the bank. वो भी आपको check करना है. And one very important point, कि suppose there is one borrower who has taken multiple loans, right? On multiple loans he has taken, and in that case, even if he is declared NPA in one account, so he will be declared as an NPA for all the accounts. So NPA should not be facility wise; it should be borrower wise. Are you getting the point? Single loan NPA also will declare you as an NPA. We will not say that you are NPA in term loan, but you are not an LPA in credit card. So if you are NPA in term loan, you are NPA in credit card also, you are NPA in term loan also, NPA in short term loan also, long term loan also, all the loans where you are a NPA. Agriculture loan में, if it is being pending long crop season loan hai and it is overdue for one crop season, will declare as an NPA. And if it is a short crop season loan, NPA when overdue for 2 crop seasons. स्टैंडर्ड एसेट्स में आपको रीकन्फर्म इसलिए किया जाएगा आफ्टर द सेटिस्फैक्टरी परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ 1 ईयर. और तो कुछ भी नहीं है. सेल एंड परचेज ऑफ एनपीए में अपफ्रंट पेमेंट होनी चाहिए. फैक्टर्स को पूल ऑफ टोटल एनपीए विल बी given and you can't sell those NPAs which are in the NPA categories for at least 2 years should be there. After 2 years in the NPA category only you can sell those to the factors and upfront payment honi chahiye. And the same NPAs you cannot sell it twice. The total risk should be sold. There should not be any risk expectancy. And one who is purchasing your NPA, like a securitization and reconstruction company or factors company, if they are getting any profit on recovering from NPA, then to they are not allowed to credit to that P&L statement. They have to first adjust with the losses on the other NPAs. But if they are getting any losses, then तो definitely they are allowed to get debited to the P&L account. तो ये आप एक check कर लेना from the purchaser's point of view के point of view से बात कर रहे हैं. And say for example the selling price of the NPA was less than the book value, so obviously you got the loss, so it should be loss P&L. But if the selling price of the NPA is more than the book value, so you are not allowed to credit to your P&L account. It should be first adjusted with the losses against other NPAs. ये आपको एक check करना है. Purchaser point of view से same provisioning and classification which the bank used to do, same the purchaser has to continue. फिर फिक्स एसेट्स की साइड आ जाती है. प्रीमाइसेस की एनपीए, यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू होल्ड द मॉर्गेज प्रीमाइसेस फॉर मोर देन 7 years, क्योंकि आफ्टर 7 years यू हैव टू गिव इट टू द सिक्योरिटाइजेशन एंड रिकंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनीज फॉर द ऑक्शन पर्पस. यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू कीप इट फॉर मोर देन व्हाट 7 years. ये वाला पॉइंट, एक पॉइंट यहाँ पे आप देख लेना. इंटर ऑफिस एडजस्टमेंट, इंटरेस्ट अक्रूड, एडवांस टैक्स, स्टेशनरी स्टैम्प्स, नॉन बैंकिंग एक्वायर्ड इन क्लेम्स, अदर्स, इसमें कोई इतना खास नहीं है. कैपिटल के केस में आप चेक कर लेना. इफ देर इज एनी इंक्रीज इन ऑथराइज कैपिटल तो स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन चेक करना है. इफ देर इज एनी इंक्रीज इन व्हाट डू से पेड अप शेयर कैपिटल और सब्सिडाइज कैपिटल तो बोर्ड रेजोल्यूशन चेक करना है. एंड मेक श्योर दैट कि 4 डॉक्यूमेंट शुड बी फाइल्ड. वन इज आरओसी रिटर्न्स, PS3 क्योंकि आपने नई अलॉटमेंट ऑफ शेयर्स किया है. यू हैव टू चेक दैट बैंक स्टेटमेंट ऑल्सो, दे मस्ट हैव रिसीव द मनी. एंड फिर उनका पब्लिक ऑफर डॉक्यूमेंट चेक करो. सर्टिफिकेट फ्रॉम द RTA रजिस्ट्रार टू इशू, ये भी चेक करो. कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो फॉर द बैंक्स, इट इज अगेन they have to have minimum stress testing and Basel III framework related CRAR capital adequacy कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट्स एंड एडिक्वेसी रेशियो क्रार होनी चाहिए। टायर 1 कैपिटल मैंने आपको पहले बताया था, टायर 1 कैपिटल इज दैट कैपिटल which will be the highest quality capital which is fully available to the cover the losses, so that and still after covering their financial losses they still have a buffer to sustain and can they come back or not। करार में कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट एडिक्वेसी रेशियो का फॉर्मूला दिया हुआ है, एलिजिबल टोटल कैपिटल फंड्स डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क वेटेड एसेट्स प्लस ऑफ द बैलेंस शीट आइटम्स इनटू 100, दैट इज व्हाट यू हैव टू चेक। रिजर्व्स में आपको उनके स्टैट्यूटरी कैपिटल शेयर रिजर्व्स आर टू बी प्रॉपर्ली यूटिलाइज्ड, वो चेक करना है। डिपॉजिट्स में डीटीएल देखना है, डिमांड एंड टर्म लायबिलिटी। कासा अकाउंट्स में आपको चेक करना है कि केवाईसी इज प्रॉपर्ली डन और नॉट, एंड व्हाट डू से current account it is basically to be opened by the partnership firms or business companies। सेविंग्स अकाउंट बाय द नॉर्मल HUF इंडिविजुअल के केस में इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशन चेक करो, बैलेंस कंफर्मेशन चेक कर लो। डोरमेंट अकाउंट है, इफ दे आर नॉट बीइंग ऑपरेटिंग फॉर मोर देन 2 years विल डिक्लेयर इट एज अ डोरमेंट अकाउंट। हाँ, टर्म डिपॉजिट में इफ द टर्म डिपॉजिट इज ग्रेटर देन इक्वल्स टू 2 crores तो स्पेशली शुड हैव बीन वेरीफाइड विद द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, बिकॉज समटाइम्स द बैंक में एंड अप पेइंग हायर इंटरेस्ट टू द स्पेशलाइज्ड डिपॉजिट्स, वो चेक करना है। फिर FCA NRE NRO अकाउंट, फॉरेन करेंसी नॉन रेजिडेंट अकाउंट, नॉन रेजिडेंट व्हाट डू से एक्सटर्नल रुपी अकाउंट, नॉन रेजिडेंट ऑर्डिनरी, रिपेट्रिएशन पैट्रिएशन के रूल्स वी हैव टू सीक। नॉस्ट्रो वॉस्ट्रो अकाउंट आपको चेक करना है। बोरिंग ऑडिट में इफ द बैंक्स हैव डन द बोरिंग्स इन इंडिया फ्रॉम RBI आउटसाइड इंडिया, वो आपको चेक करना है। फिर आपके अदर लाइबिलिटीज एंड प्रोविजंस में इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम, बिल्स पेबल, कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज का आप चेक कर लेना। टोटल 7 क्लासिफिकेशंस है। What are the contingent liabilities में? First one, G stands for guarantees given on behalf of constituents, मतलब those customers which are regular, right or not। फिर acceptances and endorsements हो गया। फिर आपके liabilities on partly paid up investments हो गया, right or not। फिर liabilities on accounts of future long term derivative contracts हो गया। फिर claims against the banks which are not acknowledged हो गया। फिर other contingent liabilities हो गया, bills for collection। These are the total 7 classification, check कर लेना। It's not that लाइक बहुत डिफिकल्ट नहीं है, बहुत सिंपल है यार। बैंक ऑडिट, लाइक बैंक ऑडिट में बेसिकली आई डोंट थिंक सो दैट देर इज एनी रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिंग मोर देन 1 or 2 hours इन बैंक ऑडिट। ये इजीली हो जाता है, इसमें कोई भी दिक्कत नहीं है। हाँ, ये मेन पॉइंट आपको चेक करना है ऑडिटर्स रिपोर्ट में। ऑडिटर्स रिपोर्ट में आपको चेक करना है ये वाला CS से स्टैट्यूटरी सेंट्रल ऑडिटर के रिपोर्ट्स के क्या क्या रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं। ही हैज टू गिव 1 रिपोर्ट ऑन LFAR लॉन्ग फॉर्म ऑडिट रिपोर्ट, इंटरनल फाइनेंशियल कंट्रोल सिस्टम का रिपोर्ट 2, 3 करार रिपोर्ट, SLR रिपोर्ट, ट्रेजरी ऑपरेशन रिपोर्ट। घोष एंड जिलानी कमेटी, घोष इज ऑन व्हाट डू से फ्रॉड्स एंड एरर्स, जिलानी इज ऑन इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम। एसेट लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट रिपोर्ट होती है। एडवर्स क्रेडिट रेशियो इन द रूरल एरियाज की रिपोर्ट होती है। प्रूडेंशियल रिपोर्ट होती है। इनकम रिकग्निशन, एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन, प्रोविजनिंग नॉर्म्स रिपोर्ट होती है। इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन इट्स ओन अकाउंट्स एंड PMS के केस में रिपोर्ट होती है। कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस LODR की रिपोर्ट होती है। इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडीज एंड सबवेंशंस की रिपोर्ट है। अनयूज्ड फॉर्म कस्टडी का एक रिपोर्ट है। एंड सीरियस इरेगुलरिटीज अंडर सेक्शन 143 सबसेक्शन 12। Are you getting the point? But remember 143 subsection 12 is not applicable to RRB। कारो रिपोर्ट गलती से भी मत लिख देना, बिकॉज कारो इज नॉट एप्लीकेबल टू द बैंकिंग कंपनी। फिर आता है अपना लास्ट टॉपिक कंकरेंट ऑडिट। ये अच्छे से करके जाना। कंकरेंट ऑडिट इज बेसिकली यहाँ पे आपको एक कमेटी होती है ACB, अकाउंट्स सही ऑडिट कमेटी बोर्ड होता है। दैट इज व्हाट ऑडिट कमेटी बोर्ड ही आपका सब कुछ करता है। बीट योर what do you say team, beat your team members, beat your scope, everything will be decided by concurrent audit। concurrent audit में basically होता क्या है कि monthly basis पे you will be hired as a concurrent auditor, and as and when the transaction happens you will be there on the bank। basically the idea is to identify the weaknesses in their internal control systems on the daily operations, वो एक आइडिया होता है। और नाउ इसमें क्या क्या एरियाज आते हैं? कैश चेक करना कि कैश इज बीइंग प्रॉपरली काउंटेड एंड बीइंग केप्ट इन द प्रॉपर चेस्ट मैनर और नॉट। इन्वेस्टमेंट चेक करना, प्रॉपर क्लासिफिकेशन, डेलीगेशंस और व्हाट डू से वैल्यूएशंस आर प्रॉपर और नॉट। फिर डिपॉजिट्स चेक करना है, रिसीव्ड एंड पेड और नॉट। इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशन चेक करना है, कासा रिकॉर्ड, कासा इंटरेस्ट चेक करना है। एडवांसेस के केस में सेम, यू हैव टू चेक द क्रेडिट वर्दिनेस, फॉलो अप आफ्टर डिसबर्समेंट, LCs BGs कितना किए। एंड हाउस कीपिंग के केस में मेंटेनेंस एंड बैलेंसिंग ऑफ द अकाउंट हो गया, इंटरेस्ट कैलकुलेशंस हो गया, कमीशन एंड एक्सचेंज हो गया, डेट्स इन द डेबिट्स इन द इनकम अकाउंट हो गया, स्टाफ ट्रांजैक्शंस विद इन देयर अकाउंट्स हो गया। Then objectives of concurrent audit is early warning. Basically the concurrent audit का basically idea क्या होता है? To give you the red flags if any in the organization. Red flags के बारे में बताना. फिर role of ACB क्या है? I already told you. Audit committee board is something which will take care of your concurrent auditors, everything. They will only decide your scope, coverage, terms, reporting, discussions, right? On our concurrent auditors, better compliances, remuneration, everything will be determined by the ACB only, and you have to report also to the ACB only mainly. Next one, फिर आपका टू ऑप्शंस विद द बैंक होता है. या तो आप इंटरनल इंस्पेक्शन स्टाफ को अपॉइंट कर लो एज ए कंकरेंट ऑडिटर, या आउटसाइड प्रैक्टिशनर को अपॉइंट कर लो. बेसिकली दे गो फॉर द सेकंड ऑप्शन. एंड इवन इफ दे आर गोइंग फॉर द इंटरनल इंस्पेक्शन स्टाफ, मेक श्योर दैट ही इज नॉट अलाउड टू डू द कंकरेंट ऑडिट ऑफ द सेम ब्रांच टू whom he belongs. He will be allocated the another branch. वो आपको चेक करना है. फिर आपको कंकरेंट ऑडिट की टेन्योर होती है मैक्सिमम 5 years, बट विद द सेम यूनिट और द सेम एंटिटी ही कैन कंटिन्यू फॉर मोर देन 3 years. And that's it. And in case the ACB did not like your work, they can make the, what do you say, complaint to the RBI and icai. So basically bank audit mein, these are the only areas like that. It's very lengthy, but let me tell you one thing, it is very much easier even as compared to the audit of banks, as audit of NBFC as well. Now you can see that I think almost in the 27-28 minutes I have given you the 90% of the overview of the total bank audit. Highly easy, very easy, don't take any tension. And audit of NBFCs में and audit of banks में minimum आप सोच के चलो कि आपको minimum I think 5 to 6 marks, 5 to 8 marks must come from this chapter. Highly important. And I think that if they would like to utilize their 5 to 8 marks also, they would like to go for the NBFC and bank audit में मेरे ख्याल से these are the only few areas which you need to concentrate upon, else you can simply take care of the other things, right? So that's it for the audit of NBFCs and banks, and let's proceed with the next topic, right? Okay everyone, so let us start with our next topic called group audit. Now in the group audit, remember one thing, we have to understand that group audit is nothing but the replica of your chapter called audit of consolidated financial statements, right? Now, when we talk about the audit of consolidated financial statements, please understand one thing very carefully. First of all, you have to understand little bit of the compliance of AS and Ind AS. It means you should be good in FR. And second thing, we are not going to talk about audit of consolidated financial statements only. We are also going to talk about the audit of parent company as well. Are you getting the point? The audit of financial statements, so definitely we have to talk about, and audit of parent company also we are going to talk about. So basically what we are going to include in this particular topic, we will understand how the consolidation audit takes place. What is the management's responsibility relating to CFS, consolidated financial statement? What are the auditor's responsibilities relating to CFS? How to audit the consolidation adjustments, which are permanent consolidation adjustments and current audit temporary consolidation adjustments. Then we have to understand how to do the audit of consolidation. Then we have to understand how to do the audit of completeness of the component list. And then we have to do the 5 exceptional cases. This is basically the broader framework of this chapter. Very simple chapter and very easy chapter at the same point of time. You will understand it in a proper manner. Now see, let us understand what do you mean by group audit. Group audit is also known as audit of consolidated financial statements. Are you getting the point? This is the older name of your chapter, but now the chapter has been renamed as what? Group audit. Now let's understand what do you mean by consolidated financial statements. Same section number 129 talks about financial statement. Same rule is applicable to consolidated financial statement. It is just that before every financial statement we have to add on one word called consolidated. Now consolidated financial statement means consolidated balance sheet, consolidated P&L, consolidated cash flow statement, consolidated notes to accounts, and consolidated statement of changes in equity. Now, they are saying that, boss, in case you are an entity which is preparing your consolidated financial statements as well as standalone financial statement on AS based, accounting standard base, so you are known as division 1 framework entity. What is your name? Division 1 framework entity. And in case you are preparing your financial statement, be it a standalone financial statement or be it a consolidated financial statement on the basis of Ind AS, so you are known as what? Division 2 framework. So Division 1 framework entities are what? Division 1 framework entities are those entities which are preparing their financial statements as per AS, and Division 2 entities are those entities which are preparing their financial statements as per Ind AS. Right, everyone? Now, what is another thing section number 129 is saying? Ki boss, if you are a parent company, now in the parent company's AGM, basically what do we display? We display the standalone financial statement of the parent itself and consolidated financial statements of the group. But now recent amendment has come कि if you are a parent company and parent company के AGM में the standalone financial statement of the parent will be disclosed, consolidated financial statement of the group will be disclosed, as well as the standalone financial statements of components also will be disclosed in the same AGM. Again repeating, standalone financial statements of components also will be displayed in the AGM of the parent company. That is amendment number 2. Right or not? And when very important thing which you need to understand here is that कि boss, suppose in case you are अब जैसे let's say for example इसे हम लोग exemption from consolidation बोलते हैं. Now look at this. What do you mean by exemption from consolidation? Try to understand very simple thing. Suppose A is having 70% of the voting rights in B. So A is a parent company, B is a subsidiary. B is having 60% of the voting rights in C. So B is a parent company, C is a subsidiary. So can I say that there are two parents, A is also a parent and B is also a parent. Now this B wants exemption from consolidation. B wants an exemption from consolidation. So what do we call B? B is an intermediate subsidiary. What do you call it as? Intermediate subsidiary in case of partially owned subsidiary. Now please tell me, A was holding how much in B? 70%. So is it a wholly owned subsidiary B or partially owned? Partially owned. So in case the partially owned subsidiary, which is also a parent company, again repeating, in case you are a partially owned subsidiary, which is also a parent company, but you want an exemption. You want an exemption from where? You want an exemption from, what do you say, consolidation. Then in that case, 3 conditions are required to be satisfied. Point number 1, your immediate parent company should be located in India. Point number 2, as a intermediate partially owned subsidiary called B, B should not be listed in India, should not be listed outside India, should not be in the process of being listed. Third, B has to give a written declaration to all its minority shareholders कि do you have any objection if I'll not give you any? Do you have any objection if I'll not present you any consolidated financial statement? And if the minority interest give the reason, give the no objection in writing, then in that case B need not do the consolidation of B plus C. This is in respect to intermediate partially owned subsidiary. Now let's say for example this case, A is holding 100% in B and B is holding 70% in C. Now again B does not want to do the consolidation of B plus C. Now in this case, how much A is holding now? 100% in B. Therefore, B is a wholly owned subsidiary or partially owned subsidiary? Wholly owned subsidiary. Now, in this case, B need not do any that minority interest wala condition. Only 2 conditions. Its immediate parent company A must be located in India. And second thing, B should not be a listed entity. It should not be listed in India or outside India, or should not be in the process of being what? Listed entity. So this is what do you mean by exemption of consolidation to a intermediate. So you can see that if you're a partially owned subsidiary, condition number 1 should not be listed in India, outside India. Immediate parent should be located in India. And to the other members who are the minority, you have to take a proof that they do not have any objection if you will not present them the consolidated financial statements. Is it clear to all of you? Now, same condition is not applicable to whom? In the wholly owned subsidiary ke case. You can see that left side is a wholly owned subsidiary case and the right side is a partially owned subsidiary case. Now, next thing what you have to understand in group audit is that there are differences in definitions, right or not? Definitions का meaning are same. If you are a AS compliant division 1 framework entity and if you are a division 2 framework, I already told you if your financial statements are prepared as per Ind AS, so you are division 2 framework, and if your financial statements are prepared as per AS, so you are a division 1 framework. So if you are a division 1 framework, so what is the definition of the control? This is a definition of control. It means a direct or indirect control over more than 50% of the voting rights or over more than 50% of the half of the composition of management. Same thing we know. Whom do we call a subsidiary? A subsidiary is the one in which more than 50% of the voting rights are held by another company, or in which more than 50% of the composition of the board of directors are controlled by another company. The same definition we have it in Ind AS, only the difference is in wordings. Now see the wording. Here the control means when an investor, means parent company, has rights over the investee, means component, and has ability to affect the returns and policies through its power over the investee. So in case you are a Ind AS compliance, control definition is this. If you are a AS compliant, control definition is this. Now second difference is what? Minority interest, and we call them as here what? Non-controlling interest. What do you mean by minority interest? Part of net results and net assets which are attributable to such interest which is neither owned or controlled by the parent. That is called what? Minority interest. Now, what do you mean by non-controlling interest? Non-controlling interest means equity in subsidiary which is not attributable to the parent company. The only difference is the leftover shareholders in the subsidiary or a component, we call them as minority interest in case of AS based framework, and we call them as what is non-controlling interest in case of what? Ind AS framework. Now, associate mein there is no difference. Significant influence means there is no difference. There is no difference in the joint venture ka definition. Both the definitions are same. Subsidiary ka definition is also same. So these are the 4-5 definitions, differences between what? Ind AS based compliance financial statements and AS based compliance financial statement. Now, what are the parents' responsibilities in case of group audit? Now, see, parent responsibilities are total 7. It is the parent who will take the full responsibility for preparation and presentation of consolidated financial statement. It is the parent who will take the full responsibility of identifying its components and including their financial information completely and accurately. It is the parent's responsibility to identify the related party transactions and doing the compliance of 188. It is the parent's responsibility to identify the reportable segments. It is the parent's responsibility to do the consolidation adjustment. It is the parent's responsibility to do the conversion of the gap if the components gap is different and the parent's gap is different. It is the parent's responsibility to do the harmonization of accounting policies. All these 7 are known as parents' responsibility. So again, what are the 7 points? Preparation and presentation of consolidated financial statement, identification of components and including their financial information in CFS completely and accurately, identification of related party transactions and compliance of 188, identification of reportable segments, and identification of harmonization of accounting policies, conversion of the gaps, or and responsible for the consolidation adjustment. All these 7 are the responsibilities of whom? These all 7 are the responsibilities of the parent company. Now let's understand what are the auditor's responsibility. Auditor ki kya responsibility hai? To check that consolidation financial statements are prepared as per AFR or not, to express the opinion on the truthness and fairness of the consolidated financial statement, to check that ki section number 143 subsection 1 duty to inquire you have to do. Even though you are an auditor of consolidated financial statement, you have to do 143 subsection 1. You also have to do your obligations of 143 subsection 3. Sir, 143 subsection 1, 143 subsection 3 सुना हुआ लग रहा है. We have already covered in the audit reporting chapter. 143 subsection 1 duty to inquire and 143 subsection 3 duty to report on certain matters. तो ऑडिटर की क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है? AFRF चेक करना, ट्रूथनेस एंड फेयरनेस की ओपिनियन एक्सप्रेस करना, रीजनेबल एश्योरेंस ऑन कंसोलिडेटेड फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट, ड्यूटी टू इंक्वायर अंडर सेक्शन 141 सबसेक्शन 3, ड्यूटी टू इंक्वायर अंडर सेक्शन नंबर 141, 143 subsection 3, and obviously auditor has to check what? Auditor has to also do the compliance of various standards on auditing, guidance notes and statement. What are the standards on auditing? Auditor has to comply with SA 300. What do we do in SA 300? Acquiring the knowledge of client's business, its entity, so that he can determine the nature, timing and extent of his audit procedures, or he can complete his audit efficiently, effectively and most importantly on timely basis. SA 315, obtaining the understanding of the consolidated financial statement, parent company, understanding its environment, internal control system, so that you can plan the nature, timing, and extent of your audit procedures, and also performing the RAP so that you can get to know what the audit is, and finally to reduce the risk to the lowest acceptable level. ये हो गया ऐसे 315 का compliance. And what is the next compliance? Ensure that AFR of the देखो, everything you have to understand one thing very carefully. Whatever is the applicable financial reporting framework of the CFS is equally applicable to the whatever the applicable financial reporting framework of standalone financial statement is equally applicable in case of what? Consolidated financial statement as well. फिर आपको एस 600 का कंप्लायंस करना है, तो एज अ consolidated, as a parent auditor or as a CFS auditor, you have to check that ki whether you can carry out all your audit procedures on your own. If you think that you can carry out all the audit procedures on your own, there is no use of SA 600. But if you think that you will really look for the help of the component auditors, you cannot do all the audit on your own, you definitely need the help of the component auditors, then in that case SA 600 will be complied with. And in case you are making the use of SA 600, you always have to mention the divided responsibility between the component auditor and the principal auditor. Are you getting the point or not? फिर ऐसे 580 we will go to the parent auditor and we will take the WRLs from the parent. What are the WRLs? B, preparation and presentation of consolidated financial statement is the prime responsibility of the parent company. Whether the financial statements are prepared as per applicable financial reporting framework or not, that is also the prime responsibility of the parent company. Whether all the internal control system ke weaknesses has been disclosed to the auditor or not, that is also the prime responsibility of the parent company. Did you disclose as the suspected and non-compliances or not, that is also identified and suspected non-compliances or not, that is also the parent's responsibility. All the deficiencies relating to their internal control system has been disclosed to the auditor, that is also the responsibility of the parent company. On all these areas, we have to take the WRL from the which entity? Parent company. All the material matters have been considered at the time of consolidation financial statement ka preparation. That is also who's the responsibility? Parent company. Now 320, very important consideration. 320 में क्या बोला गया है कि suppose you are a parent auditor or you are a CFS auditor and the component audit is done by the another auditors, and some component auditors has kept the modified opinion. Try to understand, you are not allowed to challenge the materiality consideration of those component auditors. Just because they are component auditors, you cannot say that ki their materiality consideration would be wrong. Everyone considers the materiality based on their PJ, professional judgment. You have to take their modifications, qualifications, unmodifications, reservations as it is. You are not allowed to change them. You are not allowed to ignore them. You have to include it in your CFS audit report also. अगर आप जो ऑडिट रिपोर्ट दे रहे हो कंसोलिडेटेड फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट में, यू हैव टू इंक्लूड द कंपोनेंट irrespective of the fact how material that component is or how immaterial that component is. As a one statutory auditor, you are not allowed to challenge the materiality consideration of other component auditor, whether he has given a modified opinion, unmodified opinion, whether he has kept any reservations or modifications, everything as it is required to be included. You can see the impact. If the impact of their modifications on your CFS audit report is insignificant, you can simply give a EMP and OMP paragraph. We have already understood in 600. And if the impact of their modifications on your CFS audit report is huge, then in that case, you can simply give a modified opinion. But you are not allowed to challenge their materiality consideration. That is what is given in SA 320. Are you getting the point or not? So as it is, you have to use it irrespective of the fact whether they are different auditors or not. अदर फाइनेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन में अपने को क्या चेक करना है कि हार्मोनाइजेशन ऑफ अकाउंटिंग पॉलिसीज हैव प्रॉपर्ली टेकन केयर ऑफ बाय द पेरेंट कंपनी और नॉट, then conversion of the gap has been done by the management properly or not, then consolidation adjustments have been done by the management or not, and subsequent events. Now what is the question of subsequent events? Sometimes the financial year of the parent might be different from the financial year of a component. Suppose the component is from US, तो उसका financial year say for example is ending on 30th June, but अपना parent का financial year is ending on 31st March. Are you getting it? This is happening on 30th June. So there is a 3 months gap. So these 3 months gap ka subsequent events will be taken care of by the parent now. So it is also the parent's responsibility to carry out the harmonization of accounting policies. It is a parent's responsibility to take care of the conversion of the gaps. It is a parent's responsibility to take care of the consolidation adjustment. And it is a parent's responsibility to take care of the subsequent events. So all that is whose responsibility? Parents' responsibility. Did you all understand what I'm saying? Yes or no? Yes. So ये हो गया अपना auditor's responsibility and management responsibility. Two topics were there. Next one, how to do the audit of consolidation. See, always remember, while doing the audit of consolidation, first of all, it is your responsibility to simply go to the management, the parent company, and ask them the list of components. They will give you the list of the components. Are you getting the point or not? To understand the, what do you say, to do the audit of consolidation, first of all, you have to obtain an understanding of the group structure, group control systems, group general controls, group application controls, group manual controls, group IT information technology related controls. आपको सबसे पहले ग्रुप की अंडरस्टैंडिंग होनी चाहिए. Then you have to understand the group accounting policies. What is the accounting policy of the parent? What is the accounting policy of the component? See this point? Then you have to check that if the foreign components are going to be consolidated, whether the foreign currency translation reserve has been properly taken care of or not. ये रहा यहाँ का point. You have to check that कि consolidation में ROMM के chances will be higher. Why? Because the components are being audited by the different auditors. Are you getting the point or no? Consolidation takes a huge toll. So ROMM ka chances will be higher, and you need to check whether you need to plan your NTE of audit procedure well in manner or not. Do you need to make any revision in your NTE of audit procedure or not? And finally, decide whether to use the work of another auditor or not. Because if you think that you alone can't handle this particular CFS audit, you definitely have to take the help of what? Another auditor. Are you getting the point? So this is how you do the audit of consolidation. Now let's understand how do we ensure that the component list is completely given by the auditor or not. Or let me tell you one thing, some components will be added, some components will be dropped by the management. You don't have to do anything. Simply just ask the list of the components from the management. Now you want to know that whether the list given by the management is complete or not, accurate or not, reliable or not, reasonable or not. There are total 5 to 6 things you can do to check the accuracy and completeness of that list. Point number one, first of all, ask the management what is their identification process of what do you say, components. How do they identify कि someone is their subsidiary, someone is their associate, someone is their joint venture? How do they identify it? First, check their identification process. After examining their identification process, go to your office and check your past year audit working papers and past year documentation. Third, ask them their statutory register of 184, 186 and 189. Check their changes in the investment and shareholding pattern from last year to current year. Obtain the copies of their commitments and contracts which they have recently entered to understand how many joint agreements, how many joint ventures they have entered. Are you getting it? This is how you check. And check that if they have dropped some components to be included in the consolidated financial statement, why they have dropped. Because as per Ind AS, yes, some consolidation, some components can be dropped from the consolidation. As per Ind AS, generally it is not allowed to drop any kind of component, be it a small component or big component. But still, under the Ind AS also, there is one small area where it is being told that some components can be dropped from the perspective of consolidation. So you have to first take the list from the management, identify their identification process, understand their identification process, go and check your past year audit working papers, obtain the list of the components given by them, and then check their statutory registers of 184, 186 and 189, and then check their investment and shareholding pattern, then check the obtain the obtain the joint agreements and various other agreements which they have entered between last year to this year, and see the changes. Now, let me tell you one thing, is some of the reasonability and some of the reliability you will definitely get out of it. So these are your FABs which you have to do. When the parent management provides a list of the component, auditor shall check component lists have been properly included in preparation of CFS or not. Review your own working paper, determine the management which components have been included and excluded. Ask them the reason why you have excluded. I'll tell you just in the coming 5 minutes yes, some components are allowed to be excluded. Understand the management process of identification. Obtain their 184, 186, 189 ka register. Analyze their investment and shareholding pattern and review their joint agreement papers. Ab sunna dhyan se. In the AS framework base, means if you are a division 1 framework entity, There are two types of subsidiaries. There are two types of components whom you can drop while doing the consolidation. Again, repeating, there are two types of components whom you can drop. You need not include them in the consolidated financial statement. So, what are those two types of adjustment? In case you have a temporary relationship with that subsidiary. Let's say, for example, there is one A Limited. Now I saw that A Limited का share price is going up. I bought 10% of that company. 10% share खरीद ली उसके. Now it again went up. I bought another 25%. I never realized कि that became my associate क्योंकि 10 plus 25 made it 35%. So significant influence हो गया. They became my associate. And then I realized that कि they are again giving the lot of capital appreciation. I bought another 20%. So 10% I bought, 25% I bought, another 20% I bought. It made me 55%. So I never realized that that company became my subsidiary. And the moment I wanted to book a profit, I immediately sold all the 55%. Now, please tell me, did I have any intention to control that? What do we say? Entity? No, intention was never to control. Intention was to book a profits. This is called temporary relationship. So when you had a temporary relationship with the component, no need to add them into your component list. And second thing, if the holding has made someone as their component, if the parent has acquired some component and holding has put a severe restriction on the component not to refund the money back to the holding, severe restrictions of not repaying it back to the holding company, that kind of components can also be reduced from the list of what CFS. So what are the two? Those where the parent has a temporary relationship and when there is severe long-term restrictions on the component which impairs their right to transfer the funds back to the parent. In case of AS related, these two types of components can be exempted from consolidation. No need to add these particular components into the consolidation list. But in case of Ind AS, generally all the components are allowed to be added. But yes, in case you can prove that that particular component you have created only for investment purpose, solely that component was only created to do the investment in some another venture. So the birth of this component has taken place only for the investment purpose, then also you can exclude it from the component. Generally 99.99% all the components will be added in the Ind AS framework related consolidation. So this is how you can exempt some consolidations, exclude some components from the consolidation if you are division 1, and this is how you can do it in division 2. I hope you understood that. Now, consolidation in CFS are to be done on line-to-line basis. What do you mean by line-to-line basis? Line-to-line assets, line-to-line liabilities, line-to-line revenue, line-to-line income, everything to be added. And if you are a AS based, so AS 21, 23 and 27 you have to follow. And if you are Ind AS based division 2, then Ind AS 110, 103, 11 and 28, 111 and 28 you have to follow. So this is what do you mean by framework. The 4 standards will be applicable to you in consolidation and these are the 3 AS will be applicable to you in case of consolidation. That's it. अब आता है कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट. सर कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट क्या होती है? ध्यान से सुनो. देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट. परमानेंट कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट, temporary consolidation adjustment. Permanent consolidation adjustments are those adjustments which are required to be done only in the first year, only once. Are you getting the point? There are two consolidation adjustments. When the first time consolidation takes place, then only these two adjustments you have to do. One is called determination of goodwill or a capital reserve. Goodwill you will get it if you have paid more than the worth, and capital reserve you will get if you have paid less than the worth. Are you getting the point? So whenever the goodwill or the goodwill and capital reserve adjustment, that is the one. And first one, when you calculate the equity distributable to the minority rights or non-controlling interest. So these two are known as permanent consolidation adjustment, which are to be done only on the first occasion. Until and unless there is demand arises, these are not required to be recalculated again. तो ये होती है permanent consolidation adjustments. फिर करंट कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट्स क्या होती है? करंट कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट्स आर दोस एडजस्टमेंट्स व्हिच यू हैव टू डू एवरी ईयर. Temporary consolidation adjustments are those adjustments which you have to do every year, like interdebtness elimination, inter-component adjustments, inter-component sale and purchase of properties. They are those adjustments which you have to do every year. Movement in the equity attributable to the minority interest. Suppose last year it was 30% minority interest. This year it became 20%. So 10% reduced, na? because 10% now added to the majority and minority from 30% reduced to 20%. So these kind of adjustments you have to do every year. So there are two types of adjustments. One are called permanent consolidation adjustments and one are called temporary consolidation adjustment. Permanent to be carried out only in the first occasion unless there is a change in shareholding. These are to be carried out on recurring basis on the yearly basis. These are the two adjustments: determination of goodwill or capital reserve and determination of equity attributable to the minority interest. And in case of India's framework, we call them as NCI, non-controlling interest. On the other side, following are the current account adjustment like intergroup interest payments, receipts management fee indebtedness, intergroup profit on sale and purchase of the property, deferred tax payment are also due to the temporary differences. This is also the current or what is it, temporary consolidation adjustment, harmonization of the accounting policies and conversion of gaps, subsequent events, whether their financial years are same or financial years are different, then movement in the equity relating to minority interest and non-consolidation, non-controlling interest. Now the question is ki when the permanent consolidation adjustments are there, what auditor has to check? Auditor has to check that whether the calculations of goodwill and capital reserves are looking adequate and appropriate or not. Second thing, major focus he should have on the pre-acquisition reserves, because after the acquisition, this reserve will be divided between majority and minority. Is it divided properly or not? फिर अपने को record the date of investments. Now, on which date you have done how much investment in your component, that we have to check whether they have recorded it or not. Any changes in the investment, any changes in the components have taken place like subsequent acquisition or subsequent disposals, we have to check. And parent may choose to choose to show net figures. Suppose there are total 20 components I have. From the 10 components I have a goodwill, and from the 10 components I have a capital reserve. The goodwill is 250 crores, capital reserve is 200 crores. So I don't have to show goodwill on the asset side 250 and capital reserve 200 crore. I can show the net figure. क्योंकि कंसोलिडेशन में इट हैज टू बी कम इन अ क्लस्टर्ड वन ना, कंसोलिडेटेड फिगर. तो 250 इज माय गुडविल, 200 crore is my what do you say, capital reserve. So net of 50 crores in the goodwill part I can show you, and nothing else is required to be shown in the capital reserve because now it is a CFS, consolidated financial statement. So yes, parent may choose to do that. अब क्वेश्चन अराइज होता है कि सर करंट कंसोलिडेशन एडजस्टमेंट में आपको क्या चेक करना है? वट एवर द एडजस्टमेंट्स आर रिटन अबव, उसके आगे वेरीफाई दैट लगा देना है. बेस्ट best way, verify that intra-group adjustments are done or not, verify that intra-group profits are eliminated or not, verify that deferred tax payments are temporary differences have been taken care of or not, verify that harmonization has taken place or not. And sometimes there is very difficulty or impracticability in doing the harmonization. Why it was impracticable? In which component it would look impracticable for you to do the harmonization, because harmonization we do to bring the uniformity and consistency. But what if US gaps or Indian gaps mein harmonization ho hi nahi raha? Conversion of gaps, verify that whether subsequent events have been properly taken care or not, verify that whether the movement in the equity relating to minority interest and the non-controlling interest has been taken care or not. आगे आपने को क्या लगाना? Verify that, ensure that, check that, vouch that, and that will become the audit procedures of the current consolidation adjustments. आप देख लो सबके आगे वही पॉइंट है, वेरीफाई दैट, आइडेंटिफाई दैट, वेरीफाई दैट, एग्जामिन दैट, एंश्योर दैट, all those things we have to check. I hope you are able to understand everything going inside your head. Now let's understand reporting requirements in case of what? CFS audit. देखो चाहे वो SFS audit हो, standalone financial statement audit हो या CFS audit हो, you always have to understand one thing: 700 series will remain same. 700, 705, 706, 710, 720, everything will remain same. The complete 700 series will remain same. Consolidated notes to accounts must disclose the contract. Yes, one more important thing. When you are preparing a consolidated audit report as a parent auditor, so in that case, in your consolidation report and in your documentation, how much each component has contributed in terms of revenue, in terms of cash flow, in terms of what do you say, profits, in terms of assets. All these four figures are required to be presented in your documentation, both in terms of amount as well as in terms of percentage basis. So this is what this point is saying. So asset contribution, profit contribution, other comprehensive income contribution. Ensure that CFS auditor shall manage using the work of other auditor. ये हमने पहले बता दिया, you have to take care of the 600. Are you getting the point? Now there are some cases which you need to understand here. what are those cases? What if parent auditor and component auditor are same? What do you mean by parent auditor and component auditor are same? Now, there are total 5 cases which generally you have to discuss in case of group audit. Case number 1, when the parent auditor and component auditors are same. So, see, when the parent auditor and component auditors are same, there is no problem at all. As a CFS auditor, you simply have to express an opinion on consolidated financial statement, and there is no requirement of 600. Why there is no requirement of 600? Because parent auditor and component auditor both are what? Same. I hope you are understanding. Everything is clear. Second thing, when the parent auditor and component auditor are different. अगर parent auditor और component auditor are different, तो there are two things you need to understand. 705 में impact आएगा, 706 में impact आएगा, and impact will also come on 600. पहले understand करते कि 600 में क्या impact आएगा. 600 में impact आएगा कि you have to disclose the magnitude of those components which are being audited by the component auditors. You don't have to take the full responsibility because you are not responsible for anything which is done by the parent. You are only responsible for the component audit, and you are only responsible for the parent audit and CFS audit. So show the magnitude of difference between parent audit, principal auditor and component auditor, so that the people should understand. But remember one thing, as per 600, every component ka contribution in terms of amount and in terms of percentage, both revenue wise, PNL wise, SS wise, and cash flow wise. Just now I told you have to show it. And one more important thing, purpose of the above two disclosure were to show the divided responsibility between the parent and component auditors. 705 and 706 में क्या change आएगा? 706 में if you think that कि component auditors have kept some modifications and they are not that much significant enough to change your opinion, तो boss आप 706 का you can take the help, and via 706 you can include the EMP or OMP paragraph to show that ki some of the components have raised the modifications, but they are insignificant for my opinion. So I would like to draw the attention for the better understanding of the users of financial statement. 705 क्या बोला है कि in case you think that कि component auditors का modification is significantly impacting your opinion as well, so boss, in that case you have to take the help of 705. You also modify, and one more important thing, whatever their modifications are there, whatever their reservations are there, whatever their qualifications are there, you simply have to as it is add in your report without challenging their materiality consideration. That is what you have to take care in this case. Third case, difference in accounting framework of the parent and component. अब ये क्या problem हुई कि parent is from India and the component is from US. अब Indian gaps and US gaps में बहुत difference है. Indian generally accepted accounting principles and US generally accepted accounting principles are different. अब सुनना ध्यान से. In this case, there are two scenarios. If the component is unfamiliar with the gaps and accounting framework of the parent, again repeating, if the component, which is in US, is unfamiliar with the gaps and the accounting framework of the Indian parent, so 100% responsibility is of the parent only to do the consolidation adjustment, to do the consolidation and of all the financial statement, because component is not aware about your Indian GAAP system and component is not aware about your accounting framework. Are you getting the point or not? तो parent को ही करना पड़ेगा, and after that only auditor will be able to check the consolidation adjustment and he can apply his audit procedure. So little bit delay will take place, but yes, parents' responsibility is full. But in case the components management is familiar with the parents accounting framework, तो एक काम करना पड़ेगा. Component has to prepare the two set of financial statement right from the beginning only. One as per their framework and one as per the parent framework, because they know that at the year end they have to give this financial statement to the parent because consolidation has to be taken place. So in this case, time, energy, effort will be saved, and auditor will also be able to complete his consolidation adjustment ka procedures and completeness of component ka procedure very early. So this is what the two things will arise in case the component auditor is unfamiliar, or in case the component component management is unfamiliar, or component management is familiar with the parent's accounting framework. But what is the problem if there is a difference in auditing framework between the parent and the component? Suppose the parent is from India, again the component is from US, so obviously the US audit is done by the qualified accountant of that US AICPA, certified public accountant ने audit किया होगा, and we did the audit here as per ICAI standards. So obviously their GAS generally accepted auditing standards and our GAS generally accepted auditing standards will be different. Are you getting the point? But they are saying that in this case, in order to maintain consistency and uniformity, the parent auditor has to rely on component auditors work. तो एक काम करेंगे, workload तो extra नहीं करेंगे, तो we will just simply whatever the component has done the work, we will simply rely on that, but ensure that कि component auditor must have audited what? Again repeating, component auditor must have audited the component as per the Indian GAS. Are you getting the point? तो हम लोग क्या करेंगे कि उसके कंपोनेंट्स का अगेन वी विल गेट द री ऑडिट डन एज पर द इंडियन गास, क्योंकि सी ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड theirs is US gas and ours is Indian gas, so it will be very difficult to bring uniformity and consistency. To bring the uniformity and consistency, we have to get their audit done as per the Indian gas so that they both will be on the same platform. Suppose their entity is a power entity, our case also is a power entity. In our case, power sector में SLM is allowed, but suppose in their case only WDV is allowed. तो harmonization तो करना पड़ेगा ना, right? And then when the component is not audited, so boss, if the component is not audited, it will definitely impact your comparability. Are you getting the point or not? But make sure that auditor shall consider the unaudited component and shall evaluate the possible effects of what? Modification. Same thing how we have dealt in SS 710. If the उसमें क्या था, last year there was no audit take place. Here the different situation is कि our component is not audited, shall express the modified opinion due to the non-availability of SAE. Obviously, when the component itself is not audited, so obviously I'm not going to get any evidences. If I'm not going to get any evidences, I will not be able to express unmodified opinion. So either you can qualify or disclaim your opinion. This is what you need to understand in the group audit. Again, I'm repeating you, group audit में most of the times icai ends up asking the question. बहुत simple chapter है. You can see that exactly in 40 minutes I made you revise the whole group audit. बहुत ही सिंपल चैप्टर है, बहुत ही सिंपल चैप्टर है. देयर आर ओनली फ्यू एरियाज वेयर यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि डिवीजन 1 क्या होता है, डिवीजन 2 क्या होता है. ऑल दैट थिंग्स यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड योर ग्रुप ऑडिट विल बी ओवर. Are you getting the point? So group audit में if you have any kind of doubts and all, even if you'll see the ICA material, there will be very simple group audit related things will be given. Are you getting the point? Same as it is from ICA material I have taken care of and added it into your portion, right? So this is what all about the group audit. If you have any kind of doubt, you can ask me right now. Anybody in the class? देखो 600 का यूज then only will come if you are making the use of their work, right or not? If you are not using the work of component auditor, 600 question will not arise itself, right? So these 5 scenarios के केस में you have to understand one fact that कि yes, these 5 scenarios may take place. Scenario number 1, both the component and parent auditor is same, both are different, auditing framework is different, accounting framework is different, or the component itself is unaudited. Yes, they may ask you this also in the examination. Yes. So let's proceed with the next chapter. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, let us understand the next topic. The next topic is basically the general audit principles and auditors' responsibilities. Now, in this particular chapter, you have the basically essay 200 series covered. Which series? 200 series covered. So 200 series में obviously I will not take care of any 240 and 250 because they are very easy standards to understand. Same replica standards which you had at your intermediate level. Now here we are going to concentrate upon 260, 265. That is communication with the TCWG, communication of weaknesses with the TCWG. If the time will allow, we'll go for 450, evaluation of material misstatement, and 299, responsibility of the joint audit. Other than that, remaining 2 simple standards are there, 250 and 40. You can do it on your own. Now, let us first start with essay 260, everyone, communicating the matters with the TCWG. Now, in this standard, we have to understand that what matters the auditor should communicate with TCWG at which intervals. What is the timing of communication? What is the form of communication, mode of communication, and when to communicate, what to communicate, when to communicate, and how to communicate. These are the basic three things we need to understand. Now, see, what is the meaning of TCWG? First of all, though, you have to understand, and why we are only communicating with the TCWG. TCWG people are those people who are going to take the full supervisory function and who take the full responsibility and accountability of the entity. Like KMPs of the company are the TCWG, CEO, CFO, audit committee. So TCWG people are those people who are either involved in strategic decision making or who are ready to take the full accountability and supervisory functions of the entity. It differs from entity to entity. Some companies में KMPs are known as a TCWG. In some companies में audit committee को TCWG बोला जाता है. It is also known as governing body and all those things, right? What are the factors to be kept in mind while communicating with the TCWG? This standard is going to teach you that whenever you are communicating with the TCWG, first of all, you have to understand respective responsibilities of such group of people. Are those people are going to be accountable for their actions? Are those people will take the respective responsibilities for their action? What is the nature of the matter to be discussed? That is also the one thing auditor has to keep it in mind. Most importantly, legal and regulatory requirements to be taken care of, and do they have the authority to take the action against this particular matter or not. So these are the four factors you need to keep it in mind whenever you are sending a letter to the TCWG. Now, we are going to understand what to be communicated, when to be communicated, and how to be communicated. The first communication between the auditor and TCWG takes place at the first before accepting the engagement. When we send the audit engagement letter, उसमें हम लोग क्या send करते हैं कि boss, we are only responsible for regional assurance, but appointing me does not reduce your responsibility on the preparation and presentation of financial statement. It means preparation and presentation of financial statement will be your responsibility only. Now, what are the matters to be communicated at the planning stage? At the planning stage, I will tell them that this is how I will do the testing of your internal control system. This is how I may make the use of your internal auditor. This is how my materiality consideration will take place, and this is how I'm going to address the significant ROMM. So these are the various things auditor must communicate with whom? TCWG. So we communicated before accepting the engagement कि boss, I am here for reasonable assurance, and second thing, that does not reduce your responsibility. At the planning stage, once we have accepted the appointment letter, we will also send one letter कि boss, this is how I am going to address your significant ROMMs, this is how I am going to take care of my ICS assessment, this is how I am going to make use of my methodologies for considering the materiality, and I may also sometime make the use of your which auditor? Internal auditor. Main communication between the auditor and the TCWG takes place during the execution stage. Execution stage pe the first communication which we are going to have with the TCWG is what? Relating to their qualitative aspects like significant accounting policies. How do you have selected it, whether it is being selected properly and looking appropriate or not. Second communication is relating to significant accounting judgments and estimates. Third communication is relating to financial disclosures. So see, we must communicate to them about their accounting policies, accounting estimates, and financial disclosures. Then while doing the audit, if you are finding any significant difficulties, suppose management is not providing you the evidence, management is putting the unrealistic time frame on you to complete the audit. Suppose today we got appointed and they are saying that, sir, tomorrow whether the audit report will be available or not. Management, those evidences which can be easily availed, management is unnecessary taking a lot of time in providing you such evidences. Non-availability of expected information. Are you getting the point? So many times you management's unwillingness to give you the WRLs, or management's unwillingness to continue its ability as a going concern entity. So if you'll find these kind of significant findings, that also you can communicate it with the TCWG. See, say for example, non-availability of information, undue pressure to complete the audit in short time, unexpected efforts to obtain the SAE, non-availability of expected information, limitation and restrictions imposed which are completely looking unexpected and unwanted, and management's unwillingness to make the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. All these things you need to communicate with TCWG. So basically 260 standard is nothing but going to make you understand what to communicate, when to communicate, and how to communicate. To whom to communicate, we already know that all these communications are only to be done with what? TCWG. Now below mentioned are the following areas to be communicated when the management people are not at all involved in TCWG. Generally क्या होता है in the entities, the management people are also the part of TCWG group. So many directors who are the part of management board of directors are also the part of what? TCWG. In such case, these communications need not be done. But in case the management is not at all the part of TCWG group, these are the 4-5 additional communications you can do. Communication number one, material weaknesses we found in the design, effectiveness and implementation of their internal control system. Always understand designing, description, suitability, implementation, effectiveness is a prime responsibility of the management. If the management people are also sitting in the TCWG, this kind of communication you can't have it with them. Always have this communication relating to material weaknesses in their internal control system if the management people are not the part of the group of TCWG. Management's unworthy plans which may give rise to the ROMM. When you working with the management, you came to know that the integrity of the management can be doubted. They're looking unworthy to save the company. Then that kind of issues also you can have a word with whom? TCWG. Management's consultation with such experts, and whatever the experts and outside consultations they have taken, most of the people are interested party. That also you can communicate with whom? TCWG. While making so many requests, out of so many requests made for producing the WRL, management is not willing. Management is showing unwillingness to give you what? WRLs. After so many requests, you ask, sir, give me the WRL, but the management is not giving the WRL. You all know that WRLs as per SF580 are the prime responsibility of the management, which they have to give it to home auditor. But they are not giving after so many requests. That also you can have a communication. Now, what are the other matters you can communicate if you find any significant issues relating to their financial reporting process? मान लो उनके financial reporting process में suppose their applicable financial reporting criteria is not looking good. Selection of their accounting policies is not looking appropriate. Accounting estimates are based on inappropriate assumptions, or you can say that their accounting system is looking unworthy. So all these communications also you can have it with the TCWG, because TCWG में अब question arise होता कि sir, why every communication we are doing it with the TCWG? Because TCWG में 2/3 of the people are independent director. They will take your complaints in an impartial and unbiased way. That is how you have to communicate in TCWG. Extra disclosure in case of listed company, what you have to disclose, ki boss, me and my whole firm is maintaining our QCPPs. We are maintaining our quality control in policies and procedures. Not only the engagement partner is going to be following the ethical requirements, everyone in my team is going to follow the ethical requirements. And if we have found any threats during the course of our engagement, we have taken these better safeguards to either eliminate those threats or reduce those threats to the lowest acceptable level. These are the 3 additional communications you have to do if with the TCWG, if you are the auditor of a which entity? Listed entity. Then what is the communication process? Remember one thing, communication should always be in writing. Always communicate in writing. Are you getting the point? Sir, why to communicate always in writing? क्योंकि भैया आपके पास evidence होना चाहिए ना कि that you have communicated with the TCWG. It is going to be the part of your documentation as well. Are you getting? But in case of sensitive issues, urgency, emergencies, you can go for the oral communication, but later on you should convert your oral communication into the written communication. Especially in case of sensitive issues and significant areas which needs immediate attention, should be orally communicated first, but later on converted into a written communication again. Timing of communication shall always be made on timely basis. Means what is required to be communicated before accepting the engagement, communicate then only. What is required to be communicated at planning stage, communicate then only. What is required to be communicated during the execution stage, communicate then only. So make sure that you should communicate it on timely basis. Untimely communications are of no use, because remember one thing, to communicate you need the availability of TCWG also in the entity. See, understand, TCWG mein most of the directors are independent directors, and being the independent directors, they are not available all the time na bhai. Being the independent directors, they are not available all the time. So in such cases, when you will communicate? So make sure that it should be communicated on timely basis, keeping in mind the legal and regulatory requirements and availability of their governing body at the entity. Now check that there shall be two-way communication. Let's say for example, I am only communicating with the TCWG, but TCWG is not responding. Like the management, TCWG is also not responding. तो उस cases में अपन क्या करते हैं? See, whenever we have the management issues, we bring it to the notice of TCWG. If the TCWG's action look appropriate, we settle down. But if the TCWG action itself is not looking appropriate, so what we'll do? In such cases, we will modify our opinion accordingly as per 705. This is what do you mean by SA 260. अब इसी से connected there is one more essay that is called essay 265, communicating the deficiencies in internal control system to whom? TCWG. सबसे पहले तो we need to understand कि sir what is the difference between the deficiency and what is the difference between the significant indeficiency. Always remember, TCWG को we are mostly 99.99% of the cases to the TCWG we are going to report only significant deficiencies. Normal deficiencies which can be resolved at the lower stage, do not intimate it to them. Now let's understand what do you mean by deficiency. See, deficiency means there is a missing of controls in the entity. Sir, what do you mean by missing of controls? Those controls which are required to prevent frauds and error, detect frauds and error, correct the frauds and error. Those controls itself are missing. This is called deficiency. Or second situation, controls are present, but they are so limited, so poor, so ineffective that they are unable to detect frauds and errors, they are unable to prevent frauds and errors, and they are unable to correct frauds and errors. This is what you mean by deficiency. So deficiency could take the shape of inherent risk, or deficiency could also take the shape of control risk. When there is a complete missing of the controls, no controls for prevention, detection and correction of frauds and error, we call it as what? Deficiency. And when there are controls but they are so operating ineffectively, so poor that they are unable to detect, prevent and correct the frauds and error, they are the also known as deficiencies. Now the question arises of what do you mean by significant deficiencies? Significant deficiencies are those deficiencies which, in case you think that this deficiency is required to be told to the TCWG, the boss, that is not a normal deficiency, that will automatically turn into a significant deficiency. So any deficiency which definitely is required to be bring to the notice of the TCWG is known as what? Significant deficiency. So first of all, we needed to know what we are communicating. We are communicating deficiencies in internal control system with TCWG, that is 265. Right or not? Now, what are the requirements of 265? Once you identified the deficiencies, see their individual impact and aggregate impact. If the individual impact and aggregate impact both are looking immaterial, drop it there only. But if the deficiencies either individually or collectively are looking significant deficiencies, then you definitely have to communicate it to the TCWG in the written form. Point number one. Point number two, about deficiencies shall also be communicated to the management. अब ध्यान से सुनो. These deficiencies are also required to be given to the management if the management's internal auditor is unable to detect the deficiencies. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, what is the purpose behind hiring an internal auditor? Internal auditor का काम क्या होता है? Reviewing the effectiveness of internal control system. When your own internal auditor itself is not able to detect those deficiencies throughout the year, but I was able to detect those deficiencies within a span of 10 to 15 days being an external auditor, so definitely such kind of deficiencies, we need to bring it to the notice of management, intimating them that your internal audit function is not working properly. Are you getting the point? Now, those deficiencies which their internal auditor itself is unable to detect, but they are the significant one. Or in case auditor feels that management should know because they are the one who are planting those controls. So those deficiencies we must communicate with the management also. Otherwise, most of the deficiencies we only and only communicate with TCWG. If you think that there are some deficiencies in the control, suppose one of the employee who was supposed to take authorization from the management to do something, suppose making the changes in accounting records, but he made the changes in accounting records unauthorizedly. Can I say that he has bypassed the management or not? Can I say that he has crossed his limits or not? Can I say that he has bypassed the chain of command or not? Such kind of deficiencies are also required to be what? Communicated to the management, so that at least they should know that who is bypassing them, when they are getting bypassed and how they are getting bypassed. That is what we have to communicate. While communicating, auditor shall declare the following. देखो, remember one thing, whenever we communicate the deficiencies, हम लोग उस letter को बोलते हैं LOW, letter of weaknesses. Whenever you are communicating the deficiencies, simply straightforward first line you have to write कि boss, the internal control system का design, effectiveness, implementation, description, execution is the prime responsibility of the management. Are you getting the point? I am communicating the significant deficiencies, and why I am communicating? Because they have a potential impact on the financial statements. And most importantly, third declaration, you have to give that keyword ki boss, I find out these significant deficiencies on test basis. I have done the sampling technique. Had I been done the full checking, I would have got more significant deficiencies. You are just simply going to tell them that ki I got these deficiencies just because I have done the test basis so far. If I would have gone for the full checking, na, the number of significant deficiencies could have been more in number. So declare that it is your responsibility. Declare that I am communicating because they are significant and having a potential impact on financial statement. Declare that I did it on and I got to know about it by doing on the test basis, not the full checking. And most importantly, you also have to declare that boss, these deficiencies I came across while doing the testing of controls. I am not here to express the opinion on the internal control system ka effectiveness, but while giving the reasonable assurance of financial statement, doing the TOC, doing the evaluation of internal control system is my responsibility. I am not giving any separate opinion on the effectiveness of ICAs. वो आपके internal auditor का काम है, वो मेरा काम नहीं है. My job is limited to express a reasonable assurance on your financial statement. I felt while doing my TOC procedures, while doing my evaluation of control procedures, I found out some significant deficiencies. That is why I am bringing it to your notice. अपने letter of weaknesses में ये 4 declaration must. And if you have any recommendations to improvise those deficiencies, give those recommendations as well in the same report. Are you getting the one? This is what you have to do when you're communicating the deficiencies with the TCWG. Now, what are the indicators of insignificant? What are the indicators of significant deficiencies? Suppose detection of those management frauds which should be easily detected by the good ICS. आपका ICS ही इतना poor है कि I am able to detect the fraud. I am able to see that fraud. Fraud is so visible that I am able to see it in the 10 to 15 days as an external auditor. But your good internal control system, whom you think that it is good, but they were not able to detect that frauds and error. So it means definitely this is something which must be communicated, so that you can find the need of changing and revising and upgrading and updating your internal control system and start making it from ineffective to effective. Point number 1. Management's failure to implement remedial actions in the previously reported deficiency. Boss, आपकी last year के modifications are still present in current year. They are still unresolved. Past audit reports के modifications are still present in the current year. So it means that is a clear-cut incompetent management and clear-cut indication of poor internal control system. So how do you expect that this year I'll be able to give you the unmodified opinion? I will also give a modified opinion. We have learned that in SS 710. Absence of risk management process. आपकी entity में risk management process है ही नहीं. और second, next point is what? There is a risk assessment or there is a risk management process, but it is operating very ineffectively. बड़ा loose वाला है, ineffective है, bad है, poorly working है. So either to your own risk assessment process itself is missing in your ICS, or if it is there, it is working very ineffectively. Ineffective responses to the identified significant risk. जो आपको पिछले साल identified significant risk दिए थे, management is not competent enough to put a response to that. Even if they have responded, all the responses done by them are looking ineffective. Auditor is not at all satisfied with them. Then material misstatement in the financial statement were present relating to prior period. Detected by external auditor, which the management's internal control system fails to detect. And management's inability to prepare and present the financial statement. मैंने management को पूछा कि do you know how to prepare the financial statement? You are preparing this financial statement as per AFRF. उन्होंने बोल रहे they are blank. They are not able to answer it. That's the reason they are not giving me the WRL also. So these all are the indicators of what? These all are the indicators of significant deficiencies, boss. And what are the examples of significant deficiencies? Missing controls. You don't have monitoring controls. That is one of the simple. There are total 5 components of ICS. Do we do that in 315 or not? There should be a control environment, control activities, risk assessment process, monitoring of controls, and what? Reliable information system. Your monitoring controls itself are missing. You don't have the controls of the selection and implementation of accounting policies. Whatever you want, whatever the management want, they're selecting the policy and implementing it without realizing the fact whether it is appropriate or not. Controls are missing on the selection and implementation of accounting policies. Controls are missing over the related party transaction. Whosoever wants is doing the related party transaction. No one is taking care of section number 177. No one is taking care of section number 188. No omnibus approval. Non-arm's length price are going on. Right? Any unreasonable transactions are happening between one entity to another entity. All that will come under this. कंट्रोल्स आर मिसिंग रिलेटिंग टू फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग प्रोसेस. फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग प्रोसेस के ऊपर कोई कंट्रोल्स ही नहीं है. आपको अपना AFRF ही नहीं पता है. कंट्रोल्स आर मिसिंग ओवर प्रिवेंशन एंड डिटेक्शन ऑफ फ्रॉड्स. नाइदर यू हैव एनी प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स, नॉर यू हैव एनी डिटेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स, नॉर यू हैव करेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स. It is clear cut an indication of inherent risk. Frauds and errors will definitely occur in such kind of entity, or if you have, they are not able to detect, prevent and correct your frauds and errors. And controls are missing over the ultra wise transaction. So many non-business activities are happening. So many fraudulent activities are happening. So many personal expenditures are being debited to the P&L, but no one is reporting. This kind of culture itself is a indication of the significant deficiency. These are the examples you can write. That is why we need to communicate it with the TCWG so that they can communicate it to the management and get it done. Controls affecting assertions of financial statement. आपके regular physical verification of inventory नहीं हो रही, valuation नहीं हो रही properly, property, plant and equipment में misappropriations हो रहे हैं, no one is being caught, people are misusing your resources, you are not being able to caught. वेरिफिकेशन नहीं हो रही, रॉन्ग इवेल्युएशन हो रहे हैं, इरेगुलरिटीज इन रीपेमेंट. बॉस अगर इरेगुलरिटी होगा तो आपको क्लॉज नंबर व्हाट डू से 7 इन कारों में रिपोर्ट भी करना पड़ेगा. एंड लुक एट द इंपैक्ट ऑफ सच इरेगुलरिटी ऑन योर एंटिटी. इट्स गोइंग टू बी ह्यूज. राइट और नॉट. कंट्रोल्स रिलेटिंग टू सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम. पुअर इंटरनल चेक्स आर सिस्टम. Multiple activities are being handled by the same person. So definitely collusion among the employees will be there. Or definitely a person who is handling the cash is also allowed to prepare the books of accounts. So where the detection of frauds and errors, you are basically giving the opportunity to that person to do the frauds and errors on a platter. Are you getting the point? These all are the deficiencies as per 265 we need to communicate. So this is what 260 plus 265 is all about. Right or not? Now 250, 240 I told you you can easily take care of. इसमें कुछ भी problem नहीं है बॉस, बहुत simple सा है. It is very much similar to NOCLAR. Are you getting the point? So there is nothing required in 250 and 260. Yes, 402 I will say that if you have done SAE, which we have already done, SAE 3402, it is already being covered over there. So 3402 is from the service auditor's point of view, and same 402 is from the user entity auditor's point of view. Now main thing is 450, which you have never ever come across. ये देखो same है, type 1 report, type 2 report, right on a sub-service organization, all that things are same. There is nothing different. Word to word it is matching with SAE 3402 and SA 402. So if you know SAE 3402, you automatically know SA 40. Anyways SA 402 आपके पोर्शन में नहीं है, ये तो मैंने एक्स्ट्रा करवाया during my regular batches, right or not? Now let's understand what is 450. 450 का नाम पढ़ो क्या है? Evaluation of material misstatement and its sources. Read the name again. Evaluation of material misstatement and its sources. So first of all, we need to understand what do you mean by material misstatement. आप सोच के बताओ, what do you mean by material misstatement? क्या होती है? See, if there is a difference between your reportable, look at this, reportable applicable financial reporting framework minus actual applicable financial reporting framework what you are using. What you should have used AFRF, and what you are using, actually you are using the AFRF. If there is a difference between the two, so boss, that is called material misstatement, which could be either due to the fraud or which could be either due to the error. I already made you understand. So it's a difference between your reportable ABCDs, accounts, balances, classification and disclosures, and reported ABCs. What is reportable and what is actually reported? If there is a difference between the two, it results into the material misstatement. Either it is a fraud or it is a error. That is what you need to understand. This is what you mean by material misstatement. अब material misstatement होने के sources क्या होते हैं? Sources of material misstatement is omission. You did omission of recording the transactions. It can be partial omission. It can be complete omission. You completely did the omission. Then inaccurate data, inaccurate processing of what data? What do you mean by inaccurate data, inaccurate processing of data? What does that mean? Ki your data is inaccurate or your data is accurate, but your processing is inaccurate. That is also one of the material misstatement. Next point, wrong selection and wrong implementation of accounting policies. जब आपकी implementation and selection of accounting policy does, you are not able to select the adequate accounting policies for you. Suppose you are supposed to follow WDB, but you are following SLM. You are supposed to follow FIFO, but you are following LIFO. You are going against the industry. That itself will result into what? Material misstatement. This is also possible reason for that. What is the fifth possible reason? Inadequate or unreasonable estimates you are making. Your assumptions are looking inadequate. Your what do you say? Bases are looking inadequate. Your sources are looking inadequate. That is also one of the reason of material misstatement. What is another reason? Inaccurate or incorrect accounting estimates out of misinterpretation and overlooking. भाई TCWG का काम क्या होता है? फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट को ओवरसी करना. But they overlooked it. They thought that ki management is good, and here it is, material misstatement will occur. So this is what the name of the standard was. Now look at that, evaluation of material misstatement and sources. अब ये क्वेश्चन अराइज होता है कि हाउ वी हैव टू, व्हाट वी हैव टू डू व्हेन वी सी दिस मटेरियल मिसस्टेटमेंट. टोटल 11 steps, I think 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, and after that this standard will be over, then 299, and we'll move to the next topic. If right now, see, try to understand. Now see this point. अब आपको 11 steps यहाँ पे करना है. आपको सारे misstatements को accumulate करना है. When you see any material misstatement in the audit, 450 क्या बोल रहा है? सारे मिस स्टेटमेंट्स को अक्यूमुलेट करना है. सर कर लिया अक्यूमुलेट. फिर क्या करना है? फिर इवेल्युएट वेदर डू यू नीड टू रिवाइज योर ओवरऑल ऑडिट स्ट्रेटेजी एंड ओवरऑल ऑडिट प्लानिंग एंड एनी नेसेसरी चेंजेस इन योर एनटीई ऑफ ऑडिट प्रोसीजर्स रिक्वायर्ड और नॉट. स्टेप नंबर 1, सारे मटेरियल मिस स्टेटमेंट्स को अक्यूमुलेट करो, उनको इंडिविजुअली चेक करो, and also check them aggregately and evaluate, do you need to make necessary revision in your strategy, do you need to make necessary revision in your planning, do you need to make necessary revision in your NTA of audit procedure. 2 steps are over. Third step, perform, if you think that there are additional procedures required to be performed to check its correctness, then perform the additional procedures to understand its more correctness. ठीक है. Then fourth case में you went to the TCWG and management. If they refuse to correct, ask them the reasons of refusal. कि भाई, why are you refusing to correct this material misstatement? Give me the reason of refusal and take the WRL on the same. Step number 4. Step number 5. Now, step number, sorry, my bad. One step we have missed. Accumulate किया था and then necessary changes. Accumulated all the material misstatements. Step number 2, understand their individual impact and aggregate impact on the financial statement. Are they looking significant or not? Third thing, we have to check whether our strategies and planning and audit procedures are required to be revised or not. Fourth point में we have to perform some additional procedures if required or not to understand its correctness. Fifth point में we went to the management and TCWG. I think merged 2 points first only. So fifth point में we are going to the management and TCWG, bringing to their notice कि boss, these material misstatements are found, please correct it. And if the management and TCWG are refusing to correct the material misstatement, take the reasons in writing and take the validity of their refusal and take WRL on the same. 100% clarity. Sixth point में reassess. You don't have to give up here. Reassess the materiality. What you have to do? Reassess the materiality to analyze the impact of such uncorrected misstatements. If you think that these uncorrected misstatements are going to have a huge impact on your financial statement, तो भैया reassess करो your materiality को. Then next point, ये 6 step हो गए. तो point number 1, accumulate किया, individually aggregately assess किया, necessary revisions if required we have done, additional performance of procedures we have done, we went to the management, they refused, and we reassessed our materiality. After reassessing, then go for the 7th point. What is the 7th point? Consider the uncorrected misstatements of the prior period, if any. पिछले साल के material misstatement देखो, if they are uncorrected, take them along with you, right? Evaluate their aggregate and individual impact and size. Are they on assertion level based or FS level based? Right or not? Now current year के uncorrected misstatement है, past year के uncorrected misstatement है, then accumulate them and see are they are ABCD level or are they are FS level. That is the 8th step. 9th step में again communicate with the TCWG to rectify the identified material misstatements of this year and uncorrected material misstatements of the past year. If they still 10th point mein, if they still say that ki no, for in our opinion they are looking very immaterial material misstatements, take the reasons in writing. Again, take the WRL and finally come to your office, reassess its impact on your financial statement. If you think that things are required to be modified, modify your opinion as per 705. So again, repeating total 11 steps. How many steps? 11 steps. Step number 1. Point number 1, sir, we accumulated all the material misstatement. Point number 2, we will check their significant impact individually and aggregately. Point number 3, we will check whether any necessary requirement of changes in my strategy, planning, procedures are required or not. Point number 4, I will plan and perform my additional procedures to understand its correctness. Point number 5, I will bring it to the notice of the management or TCWG on timely basis. But if they do not correct it, I will take the refusals in writing on their WRL. 6th one may we have to reassess the materiality and its impact on financial statement. 7th one may we have to consider the uncorrected material misstatements of the previous year. 8th may we have to check the identified misstatement of current year and uncorrected misstatement of the previous year. Unka impact check karna hai. Are they impacting at ABCD level, that is assertion level or FS level. 9th point may we again went to the management and told them to rectify the material misstatement. 10th point may if the management still thinks that it looks immaterial to them and they are not ready to rectify the identified material misstatement of current year and uncorrected material misstatement of previous year, again take the WRL. And 11th point may come to your office, assess its impact on financial statement and finally modify your opinion as per 705. This is how you have to do 450. And let's do the last topic of this chapter and then we'll see the next topic, right? Okay, so let's understand the 299, that is called joint audit of financial statement. So first of all, let me make you understand that this particular standard, the name of this standard was responsibility of joint auditor. This was the older name of this standard. 2018 May it was changed to joint audit of financial statement. Joint audit basically takes place in the larger size entities where single statutory auditor will not be enough. So those entities may go for a joint audit, like 2 or more auditors or 5 auditors, 4 statutory auditors doing the audit of the same entity. One thing, joint audit may be either you can carry it out voluntarily or sometime it is required by the law and regulation. Like in the bank audit also, I told you that कि central statutory auditors होते हैं, there has to be 4 or more. They are not allowed to have the one central statutory auditor. There has to be 4 or more statutory auditors. Same way, joint audit can be either on the voluntary request of the shareholders or it can be done as per the law and regulation. The standard lays down that while you are doing the joint audit, same ethical requirements of 200 you have to follow. And this standard does not deal with using the work of another auditor. Using the work of another auditor is dealt in 600. This standard does not cover that. Now, what is the objective of this standard? This standard laid down the broader principles of doing the joint audit. Nothing, very smooth, very easy standard. Instead of doing the individual planning, you have to do the joint planning. Instead of doing the individual strategy, you have to make a joint strategy. Instead of going for the individual reps, you have to go for joint reps. You have to divide your work to bring the uniform approach to the process of joint audit. The biggest problem in the joint audit is that so many times we will find out that the problem is in such nature, like say for example, clashing of egos will come, right? Or not, professional judgments will disagree. So basically, the idea behind this particular standard is to bring the peace and harmony between the joint auditors so that uniform approach can be achieved to identify the areas for division and coverage by the each joint auditor. So how the joint auditors are going to divide the work among themselves. Suppose there are 2 joint auditors for Reliance Industries Limited, how both of them are going to divide the work among themselves to identify individual and the joint responsibility. What do you mean by individual and joint responsibility? In which they are individually responsible and in which areas they are jointly responsible. First of all, there will be a joint planning. What do you mean by joint planning? Some key members of both the joint auditors will come and will do the joint planning, right or not? That is the first thing. Second thing, they are going to divide the area at the very planning stage only. How they are going to divide the area? There are four methods of dividing the area. They can divide the work according to the operation wise, like business wise. They can also divide the work among themselves on financial statement wise, like 6 months ka I will take care, next 6 months ka you take care. They can also divide it wise, time wise. Time wise in the sense, like say for example, financial statement wise means what? Sorry. I gave you the example of time wise. 6 months you will take care, like April to September ka you take care of audit, and from October to March ka I will take care. That is called time wise. Financial statement wise means what? Trading P&L cut audit I will take care. Balance sheet and cash flow statement ka you take care. Geographical means what? Indian operations I will take care and US operations you take care. Now at the planning stage only they have to make sure that ki proper division should be there. But those areas which could not be divided, they will be held jointly responsible for the same. And at the planning stage only we will determine the objective, timings and nature of communication, when we are going to meet with each other, at which regular intervals, what should be the mode of communication between the two. Then they also has to decide that if I'll come across any significant area which is belonging to your area, and if you will come across any significant issue which is belonging to my area, we have to communicate with each other. We have to bring it to the notice of each other in a written manner. We have to make sure that we are going to make each other aware about it, right or not? And then we also have to jot down, we have to document our divided areas, and that is called work allocation sheet. And that work allocation sheet is something which is required to be deposited with the TCWG, so that TCWG also will not be having the confusion ki this area mein which joint auditor they have to talk about. Suppose I am taking up P&L, so they should know that if the issue is relating to P&L, they have to come to me and communicate only. So we have to jot down our divided areas into the work allocation sheet, and we have to file it with the TCWG, and we have to decide the NTE of our resources to be engaged, like how many people from my team will come, how many people from your team will come, how many visits we are going to plan, who is going to lead the team, who is going to be the leader from my team, and what is the level of communication they should have, right or not? All those things are nothing but color, nature, timing and extent of your resources. All that happens at the which planning? Audit planning only. Then we'll do the joint audit strategy, like what will be the size of your team, what will be the size of my team, what experts are coming from your side, what experts are coming from my side. All that scope of the audit, timing of the audit, direction of the audit will be discussed jointly. फिर risk assessments हम लोग join करेंगे. Now being a joint auditors, obviously there are some areas where the RAPs will be performed together, and there are some areas where the RAPs will be performed what? Separately. So make sure that very important, when it comes to risk assessment, suppose I came to know about an area of Romum which is belonging to your side, and you came to across about the area of Romum which is belonging to my side. It is your responsibility to bring it to my knowledge, and my responsibility, I'll bring it to your knowledge. Then they shall ensure to discuss the document and NT of their audit position, and shall communicate to the TCWG. Just now I told you how we had divided our areas and how we have planned our audit. We have to document it, also work allocation sheet, and that is something required to be given to the TCWG by us. And there shall be a common AELs and common WRLs. So remember one thing, if the audit engagement letter we are sending, that will be common, and if we are taking any WRLs also from the management, that has to be common. It means if one WRL has gone to one joint auditor, same CC copy should come to the another joint auditor, because there should be a transparency between the two joint auditors. So AELs also will go together and WRLs also will come together. Now, allocation of the work, I already told you whatever the areas we are divided will be singly responsible, and whatever the areas have not been divided will be jointly responsible, and we'll put it on a sheet that is called work allocation sheet, which we need to file it with whom? TCWG, so that they will be having the clarity whom to talk at when and why. Next point, the purpose of such communication is to avoid any kind of dispute and confusion among the joint auditors and between the entity and joint auditors. Just now I told you the same purpose, right? So this is what do you mean by allocation of the work. Then responsibility and coordination among the joint auditors may, in which areas you are individually responsible. Obviously, you are individually responsible for the divided areas. You are individually responsible for those audit procedures and NT of your audit procedure which you have performed individually. You are individually responsible for those RAPs which you have performed individually. You are individually responsible for those areas where you have gathered the information relating to your areas. So these are the areas for which you are individually responsible. Jointly, we are responsible for those areas which are undivided, those areas which we have brought to the notice of each other. AFRF related area may we are jointly responsible. Preparation and presentation by the management के case में भी we are jointly responsible to assess whether they have followed their AFRF or not. Statutory areas may also we are jointly responsible. We are also jointly responsible for any kind of icai announcement, pronouncements, application of standards on auditing. So these are the areas where we are jointly responsible. All those auditing procedures which we have done jointly, for that also we are jointly responsible. Or those RAPs which we have done jointly, we are jointly responsible. For the areas which are undivided, we are jointly responsible. Those APs which we have done jointly, we are responsible. Those areas which we brought to the notice of each other, we are jointly responsible. Areas where the relevant statutory requirements are required to be done, we are jointly responsible. Areas where the presentation and disclosure of financial statement as per the AFRF, we have to both check it together. So we are jointly responsible. And compliance of standards on auditing and other requirements and pronouncements given by ICA, on that also we are jointly responsible. अब बात आती है auditing conclusions and reporting की. Now see, generally it is expected from the joint auditors that we both should conclude in a same page. We should both agree on the same page and we should conclude it on the same manner. But let me tell you one thing very clearly. If both the joint auditors or all the joint auditors are coming on the same opinion, they can give a single audit report. They can issue a common audit report. But if the joint auditors are having a different opinion, suppose I have a different opinion and the another joint auditor is having a different opinion, then the law says that in both the cases we can give the separate audit report. Now the biggest question arises, ki, sir, if I will give a separate audit report and the other joint auditor also will give the separate audit report, don't you think that it will create a confusion among the shareholders? Answer is yes. तो उसका सोल्यूशन क्या है? उसका सोल्यूशन सिंपल ये है कि when I will issue my audit report in my opinion paragraph, am I giving the my opinion or not? कि suppose I am giving unmodified opinion, but the other one is having the modified opinion. So once my opinion paragraph will be over, one my basis paragraph will be over, I will include one OMP para where I will give the reference to the another joint auditor's report. And same thing he also has to do. When he will give his audit report after his opinion paragraph and after his basis paragraph, he has to give a OMP paragraph where he will refer my opinion. Are you getting the point? So it means it is our responsibility to bring it to the notice of the users ki boss, my opinion is unmodified, but his opinion is modified. I would like to bring your attention to that. And he also has to do the same thing ki boss, my opinion is modified, but if this another joint auditor's opinion is unmodified, so he also has to include an OMP paragraph and refer to main. That is what the solution. And remember, suppose there are, let me give you one example now. Suppose there are total 7 joint auditors. One is saying that, no, I want to give the unmodified. 6 are saying, no, modified. I mean, this case, it's not like a, playground where the majority will win and one cannot stand against all. Here, if he wants to give unmodified opinion, majority will not suppress the minority. So if you want to give the unmodified opinion as a single auditor, single joint auditor, you give it. As a 6, we want to give a modified, we can give. Are you getting the point? The majority will not overpower whom? Minority here. That is what I'm trying to tell you here. Are you getting the point or not? Yes. Now, what are the assumptions in the joint audit? Obviously, one joint auditor is working with another joint auditor. Both are statutory auditors. Both are having the reputation. So, it is very much common sense that we have to understand one fact that we should not challenge the qualification and competence of another joint auditor. Unless any fraudulent or any suspicious transaction arise. Yes. So, they shall not review each other's work. And assuming that every joint auditor must have complied with the SS, I should not challenge, oh, you have not followed this SS. No. That is his PJ, that is your PJ. And we have to assume that the other person is also doing the audit in compliance with ethical requirements and standards on auditing. And I am also doing the audit in compliance with ethical requirements and standards on auditing. And same thing will apply in case of, component auditors also. Right or not? So same thing will apply. And one more thing. if we are getting if we are bringing to each other any notice relating to significant matters, we have to bring it in the writing. Are you getting the point? Now, in case one joint auditor notices any departure from AFRF significant observation on another joint auditor while doing his work, he shall bring it to the notice to the said joint auditor in writing. Right or not? Communication ke case mein, I already told you. See, it is a very evident thing. Either you include EMP, CAM, OMP report. First, you always have to prepare a draft audit report, get it finalized by having a word with the TCWG. If they have any issues with the wordings, we'll make the necessary changes before finalizing our audit report. So this is what brings an end to your topic called General Audit Responsibilities and Auditor Principles. Are you getting the general auditing principles and auditor's responsibilities? Mein 260 I made you understand, 265 I made you understand, 299 I made you understand, 450 I made you understand, 240, 250 आप अपने आप देख लेना. It is going to be very easy and chill kind of topics. So anyways, notes will be given to you properly, but you can take care on your own. They're very easy. Or you will find on another platform anywhere. If you will find the thing or source, you can get it done from there, right? So this is what bringing an end to all. I'm again asking you, if anyone is having a doubt relating to these standards, I hope I'm justifying your expectation. My throat is also paining now because continuously we are taking these many hours for our marathon. But I hope I'm meeting your expectations, and I hope the institute is also meeting your expectations. I hope collaboration done with this institute is going to give you the best results. And remember one thing, uh, we together, me and the institute, me and the masterminds together will try our level best to give you the best output. In the previous occasions also, we have brought so many marathons and they were super duper successful. You can simply go to the masterminds YouTube channel and you will find that previous to previous in the old syllabus we brought the marathon almost near to 2 lakh views we have on that particular marathon. And this is with this same intention only we tried that key we should bring it to your picture this marathon as well, so that the purposes which we served last time we should be able to serve this time as well. So in case anybody is having any doubt, please let me know anything relating to this particular marathon. Because after this I'll be touching some few standards of 500, right or not, maybe not all, but few standards of 500 which are like. But if you will see na, audit evidence and this chapter called completion and review is given in a very summarized manner. ICI there itself has said that, boss, you are expected to grab this knowledge from intermediate. That's the reason we are not concentrating that much. You just simply see the ICI material. You will find it that कि essay 500 series ka half is given in audit evidence and remaining half is given in completion and review. When you will go at the end, na, you will find it over there that they have given only in the charts. They only expect you to have that much of knowledge. Are you getting the point or not? They themselves are saying that you are carrying forward that knowledge from intermediate. And I think if you have done in a very good manner at your intermediate level, there's no requirement of doing those standards. So maybe I'll be skipping some. I'll be making you concentrate only on the major areas in each standard. Boss, what are the areas you have to cover? On that, we'll have another 1.5 hour discussion. And after that, I will give you the overall idea of what you need to do and all those things. Right. And in this particular area, this particular chapter, may if you have any issues, then please let me know. All ears are yours. Right. Okay. No, no, I'm not saying that you should leave 240 and 250. Boss, you have to do 240 and 250. I'm saying that, boss, they are very much essential, but make sure that they are very quite easy standards you can handle on your own. There are no particular areas which I tell you to concentrate upon. So that's why I'm saying make sure that when you're doing those standards, you can do it on your own. There is no problem at all. But that doesn't mean that it is in B category or C category. See, one thing is very clear from my side. I will never give you the ABC analysis. I may give you okay, these chapters are little bit more important, less, but I will never tell you to leave any portion. If all the 19 chapters which have been given, all the 48 standards, including SAs, SREs and SRS which is given, you all have to do it without fail. Everything has to be done in 100% manner. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me. So no doubts, 100%. Chalo, let's proceed with the next discussion. Okay, everyone. So now let me make you understand the very last chapter we are at. right? That is called audit, evidence, and completion and review. First of all, let me tell you one thing. In this particular chapter, I'm going to merge these two topics like sincerely. Like one is called your audit evidence. In the audit evidence, you have 500, 505, 501, and 530 and 550. And then we have the completion and review where we have the 560, 570, and 580. Right or not? Now, if you carefully analyze these chapters as per your icai material, you will find that ki icai material mein only the charts have been provided for these particular standards, like be it 550, be it 560, 570, 580, be it 505, be it 501. Only the charts are being given. So first of all, I'll make you understand the tail mein 550 mein what areas you need to cover, and then 560 mein what areas to be covered, 570 mein what areas to be covered, 580 mein what areas to be covered, and after that I'll make you understand कि in the above series of 500, that is called 500, 501, 505, etc., 510, and what do you say 530, etc. में what you need to cover. बहुत ही simple topic है. I think I will not be telling you the whole standards, but I'll be making you the overview of what these standards are going to give you, right or not? First, let us understand related parties. You all know that this is one of the gray area in the related parties. So related parties में basically how we will come to know that कि whether the related party transactions being carried out by the entity or not. तो यहाँ पे our major focus is what? To identify the related party transactions and to identify the related party relationships. So what are the two things we have to understand? Related party transactions and related party relationships. Entity, you have to do a whole standard in three format only. You have to identify the related party transaction and related party relationships. Second thing, you have to assess whether those are being carried out in a proper manner or not. And in case you will find that ki unidentified related party transactions are there, or some related party transactions have been carried out beyond the normal course of business, then in that case you have to go for a what is a response. So identifying the related parties, assessing the related parties, and responding in case of uncorrected related parties will be there. Now, requirement of the standard क्या बोल रहा है? Ensure that there could be a possibility of high fraud risk factors to be involved. Therefore, to ensure the compliance of SA 240, because RPTs with RPs are very easy. First of all, what do you mean by RPTs? Related party transactions. What do you mean by RPRs? Related party relationships. What do you mean by RPs? Related parties. Understand one thing very carefully. Whenever the entity is entering into a related party transaction, you have to understand one fact that carrying out the transaction with the related party is very easy. It is one of the biggest opportunity as per SA 240. Now 240 may we talk about FRFs everyone. What is FRS? Fraud risk factors. So as per the fraud risk factors, let me tell you one thing, doing the related party frauds and doing the related party transactions at non-arm's length price is very easy. That's why they are saying that you should better make the compliance of what? 240, because in the 240 we have learned that कि fraud risk factors में there are total three zones which you need to understand. Either it could be a pressure, it could be an opportunity, or it could be a rationalization. Doing the related party transaction comes under the pressure part. Which part, everyone? Sorry, opportunity part. So it is a very big opportunity for the entities to carry out the related party transactions with the related party, but at a non-arm's length price. Now see, there could be existence of high detection risk. A problem क्या होती है in the related parties? The biggest problem what we face in the related parties, sometimes the management itself is unaware of the fact that they have entered into a related party transaction. Like I gave you the example in the group audit. Like say for example, there was one company which was giving the good return on the investment. So I first bought 10% and then I bought 25%. Then I bought 20% additional. Due to that, what has happened? Due to that, what has happened? That entity itself became your what? Related party. Itself became your component, but the management itself was unaware of the fact that that particular entity where they have slowly increased their investment, that has become their related party. So the biggest issue is that first of all, we have to take the list of related party and related party transactions from the management. But if the management itself is aware of those related parties and related party transactions, then how it is possible for us to detect the related parties and related party relationships and transactions? The first problem which we generally face in application of this standard is that there will be unawareness by the management. Second thing is even though related party transactions will detect, which are done at non-arm's length price, but there will be a collusion of the employees in the entity. There will be a management manipulation in the entity, which will not allow us to reach to a particular conclusion. Next one. So what are the audit procedures in such case? We simply have to go to the management and ask them, please tell me how did you do any related party transactions, and what are your related parties, and what are your related party relationships with those related party. Please give me the list of all those related parties, nature of relationships, and whether the entity has carried out any related party transactions with them or not. So obviously first we have to give a fair chance to the management. Let them give you the list. Now, once they will give you the list, we have to assess whether the proper authorizations and approvals were taken or not, whether the entity's method of identifying their related party is looking reasonable or not. Let me give you a very simple example. अब अगर आपको कोई related party transaction करना है, we already know that under the clause number 13 of CARO, we have seen that related party transactions must be carried out with the prior approval of the audit committee, which is known as omnibus approval, which is valid for 1 year. And all the related party transactions also must be carried out within those terms and conditions. So we have to check that whether necessary approvals and authorizations were taken or not, and special attention to those authorization and approvals on those related party transactions which are entered beyond the normal course of business. वहां पे अपने को ज्यादा focus करना है. There we have to focus more. And one more thing, if you'll come across any related party transactions and any related party relationships, it is your responsibility to have an engagement discussion and make sure that your whole engagement team should be aware of these related party and related party transactions, because you also have to tell your team to be more skeptical throughout the audit, because doing the related party transactions and with their related party is quite easier. You have to be more skeptical in this area. That is why you need to have the engagement team discussion. Now, what are the indicators of related parties and related party transactions? How we can get the knowledge about the related party and related party transaction? Obtain the information by obtaining their bank statements, obtain their legal agreements, obtain the third party confirmation letters, check out the minutes of the shareholders meeting, TCWG meeting, board meeting, such other records which auditor thinks necessary to understand related parties. Are you getting the point? So this is how you can verify whether the related party transactions have been entered or not. Right? If the auditor detects that related party transactions are entered beyond the normal course of business, then in that case, you have to check the nature of the transaction and the related party involved in that transaction. Ensure to share every information with your engagement team so that they can also be aware of those related party transactions. Now the question is, say for example, you identified some of the related party transactions have been entered, that too at the non-arm's length price, and that too management has not disclosed you that. So in this case, क्या करेंगे आप? First of all, तो call your whole engagement team and make them aware of those unidentified related party transactions and unidentified related party relationships. Then go to the management and ask them why your internal control system failed to identify these related parties, and tell them to identify whether these unidentified related party transactions and related party relationships have they entered during the throughout the year or not. So it means we are giving the fair chance to the management to accept their mistake. Third way, we will question them why your internal control system failed to identify these related party transactions and related party relationships. Then I have to ask myself, do I need to do additional FAPs or not, and checking its impact of unidentified related parties and transactions on my expression of opinion. That I have to check. And then perform the substantive procedures on the newly identified related party transactions and related party relationships, because you need to obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. And if you think that intentional management's intentions were involved, they knowing the fact, they concealed it from us. And if you came to know that they knowingly did this concealment, then in that case was nothing else. You just have to act accordingly and modify your opinion. Are you getting the point or not? This is what we expect from the management. So in case you find out some unidentified related party transactions and unidentified related party relationships, first of all, to promptly communicate to your whole team. Then go to the management and tell them to identify it. Then ask them why your internal control system failed to identify them. Then fourth case may perform any substantive procedures to get the evidences on newly identified related party transactions and related party relationships. Then reconsider the risk involved and check whether any necessary revision in your FAPs are required. And if you think that impact is too high, modify your opinion. No problem in that. You simply can modify your opinion. How to respond in case the identified significant RPTs are entered beyond the entity's course of business? See, there is no alarming thing in this case. Simply obtain their agreement paper and check their terms and conditions. Check that whatever the management explanations are given are matching with the terms and condition or not. Check that whether the terms and conditions are looking genuine or ingenuine. Whether the industry terms and conditions are also matching or not. Check that whether the transactions which are entered at a arm's length price or not. Compare it with the other companies in the industry. If everything is cool, there is no harm in case the entity enters into the related party transactions with the related parties beyond the normal course of business. तो हमें क्या check करना है whether the transactions are looking rationally well or not, are they looking genuine or not? Are the terms and conditions are matching with the management expectations or not? Are the transactions are properly accounted and disclosed or not? Whether the proper authorizations and proper approvals were taken or not? And verify that agreements were entered as per the which norms? Industry norm. See, related party transaction में आपको कुछ ज्यादा नहीं करना होता. Simply do one thing ना, take the WRL from the management now. Management से WRL ले लो कि they have disclosed all the related party transactions and all the related party relationships to the which auditor? Statutory auditor. And also take a declaration from them that ki they have properly accounted the transactions, they have properly identified the transactions, and they have properly presented and disclosed. Your job ends once you have taken the WRL. And documentation में आपको क्या करना है? Name of those unidentified related parties which you have identified, nature of relationship your client is having with them, amount of transactions which they have entered, nature of transaction and frequency of such transaction. Make the documentation for the same. So that brings an end to your essay 550, which talks about related party transactions. It hardly took 10 to 15 minutes to make you understand what do you mean by related party transaction. Simple क्या करना, identify करो, assess करो and respond करो. That's it. Identify, assess and respond. That is what in the 550 you have to learn. अब अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं आपके कंप्लीशन एंड रिव्यू में 560 है. अब 560 टॉक्स अबाउट द विच इवेंट? सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट. अब सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट्स क्या होते हैं? सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट्स कैन बी ऑफ थ्री टाइप्स नाउ. Event number one, which the auditor came across after the balance sheet date but before the signing of his report. Event number two, which he came across after signing of the audit report but before the circulation of the audit report and financial statements to the users of financial statement. And third, which he came across after signing and after the circulation. Now, please tell me what is the worst situation? What is the worst situation in this case? The third one is the worst situation. Are you getting the point? How to deal with those three situations that we have to understand. Now, see, if it's a case of what? First number, an event occurred but after the balance sheet date but auditor came to know before signing the audit report. अपने को simple management के पास जाना है, discuss करना है and understand the materiality of the transaction. We have to discuss, determine and inquire from the management कि how you did the adjustment relating to that event. If the management is saying that ki we were not aware of its presence on the balance sheet date as per your AS4, events occurring after balance sheet date, it is nothing but the replica. If you think that the existence of such event was present on the balance sheet date, then the management should have treated it as an adjusting event. If the existence of that event was not present on the balance sheet date, at least adequate disclosures are required by treating it as a non-adjusting event. That is what the same thing we are asking from the management. If you have treated it as an adjusting event, whether you have immediately adjusted it with the financial statement, and if you have treated it as a non-adjusting event, whether you have made the adequate disclosures in the financial statements or not. That is what we are asking from the management. Now, what is the case number two? Case number two is some events came to the knowledge of an auditor when? After signing of the audit report. When he came to know? After signing of the audit report. Or after signing the audit report, before the circulation to intended users का मतलब क्या हुआ? He has already done the audit report, signed, and now later on he came to know that event has happened. That is also a subsequent event. अब ध्यान से समझते हैं इसमें क्या करना है. इसमें अपने को क्या करना है? We have to check the materiality of the transaction. If the transaction is looking immaterial, leave it there. But if the transaction is looking material and pervasive in nature, then do the DDI. Sir, what is DDI? Discuss with the management what to do. Determine what is your opinion, whether you think that financial statements are required to be revised or not, and inquire from the management what management is thinking of that. उसे हम लोग बोलते हैं DDI. Discuss, determine, and I stands for what? Inquire. आप मैनेजमेंट के साथ डिस्कस करो, डिटरमाइन करो whether financial statement needs amendment or not, and inquire from the management what is their course of action. Suppose management क्या बोलती है कि yes Rohit, we also agree with you, this subsequent event is so significant, we are ready to revise our financial statement. अब क्या करना है? Do the additional facts to obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence on the same. Issue the revised and the new audit report, but make sure that your old audit report must be surrendered. And make sure that if they have already printed, stationery cost is involved, already printed all the audit reports and financial statement, then you can take the alternate course of action that is called dual dating para. You can add a dual dating para. Dual dating para means what? एक paper insert कर दो with a new opinion, and the new opinion obviously at the later dated, so later dated opinion will automatically invalidate your older opinion. तो उसे हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? उसे हम लोग बोलते हैं ड्यूअल डेटिंग पैरा. हो गया ड्यूअल डेटिंग पैरा. But this is all if the management is ready to revise. What if the management is saying, Rohit, sorry, we do not agree with you and we don't have to revise the financial statement? Then in that case, tell the management to surrender the old audit report and you modify the new audit report. But what if the management is saying that, no, we will not give you any modified, we will not return you the audit report and we will not allow you to modify the audit report? Then in that case, simply only one option. What is one option? You take the appropriate action. अब क्या होता है appropriate action? Go to the newspaper agency and give a public notice that कि boss, I want to declare that कि my audit report is issued before this event, so I humbly request all the users of financial statement not to have a reliance and trust on this audit report and the audited financial statement because management refused to allow me to modify my opinion. But remember one thing, as we are going against the client, are you getting the point? As you are going against the client, because it's a huge matter, so definitely you should better seek a legal advice in such cases. Are you getting the point? So case number 2 क्या था? Case number 2 था, you came across an event after signing of the audit report but before circulation. तो हमने क्या किया? Materiality check करी, फिर DDI किया, discuss, determine and inquire किया. If the management is saying after inquiry that we are ready to revise, additional फैप्स करे, न्यू ऑडिट रिपोर्ट इशू करेंगे, रिवाइज वन, बट मेक श्योर दैट ओल्ड वन विल बी सरेंडर्ड फर्स्ट. और अगर ऑलरेडी प्रिंटेड है फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ सर्कुलेशन तो ड्यूल डेटिंग पैरा ऐड कर देंगे एंड द रीसेंट डेट विल इनवैलिडेट द ओल्डर ओपिनियन. And what if the management does not agree with you? Then in simple case, if you have not given the audit report to the management, then you can simply modify or tell the management to return the old audit report so that you can modify. But if the management refuses to return you the old audit report, then simply take the appropriate action by giving a public notice. A public notice में आपको क्या देना है कि don't put the reliance and trust on these financial statements and audit report because it has not covered an event which I came across after signing the audit report. But make sure that you are going against the client, therefore you have to take a what? Legal advice. ले लेंगे. थर्ड केस क्या है कि देर इज एन इवेंट विच यू केम अक्रॉस आफ्टर साइनिंग द ऑडिट रिपोर्ट एंड आफ्टर सर्कुलेशन. अब इस केस में तो यू कांट डू एनीथिंग. व्हाई यू कांट डू एनीथिंग? रीजन बीइंग वेरी सिंपल. द इवेंट केम टू योर नॉलेज व्हेन, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, इवेंट केम टू योर नॉलेज व्हेन आफ्टर साइनिंग द ऑडिट रिपोर्ट and after being circulated. It means the damage is already done. Generally, you can't do any audit procedure in this case. But they're still saying if the intensity of the situation is too high, if the materiality and pervasiveness of the situation is too high, then again do DDI. What is DDI? Discuss and what do you say? Determine and inquire. Discuss, determine and inquire. Same thing what we have followed in the second case. If the management agrees with you, that's a very good of the management, very competency of the management कि they agree with you and ready to amend the financial statement. Up to there is no requirement of calling your old audit report because old audit report is already circulated. But make sure that you should do additional fabs to collect your sufficient and appropriate audit evidences on those additional subsequent events which you came across later on to support your opinion on the same. And obviously, you will issue the new audit report, and there is no point of asking the management to return the old audit report because the old audit report is already what circulated. But very important thing, you have to include one para called EMP para. What is the name of the para? EMP para you have to include. Why EMP or OMP paragraph as per 706 is required? Because what report they are already having is having the old opinion, and what report you are giving is a revised one, new audit report. So it is your responsibility to draw the attention of the users of financial statement stating that ki old audit report is not the audit report which you should rely upon. This is a new audit report which you have to rely upon. And one very important fact you have to understand, keep an eye on the management. Look at the management, how management is dealing with this situation. Are they good in reversing that already distributed audit report and financial statement or not? Did they send the mail or not? All those actions you have to observe of the management so that you can say that yes, management is doing reasonably good. But let's say, for example, management की बोल रही है कि boss already circulated all those things, we can't do anything. And now तो you can't even modify the opinion. Reason being very simple, because your audit report and financial statements are already circulated. You can simply only request the management not to take the illegal or undue advantage of the same. And maximum क्या कर सकते हो? Take an appropriate action. आप appropriate action मतलब क्या है इसमें? आप appropriate actions फिर से वही seeking the legal advice and go for the public notice stating that कि don't rely on this audit report and don't rely on this audited financial statement because it does not cover the event which I came across after signing the audit report and after सर्कुलेशन. सिंपल, ये हो गया यहाँ पे. अब क्वेश्चन अराइज होता है कि इंडिकेटर्स ऑफ सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट, आपको पता कैसे चलता है कि सब्सिक्वेंट हुआ है? क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट आके तो आपको नहीं बोलेगी ना सर सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट हैज हैपेंड, सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट हैज हैपेंड. हाउ यू विल कम टू नो दैट सब्सिक्वेंट इवेंट हैज हैपेंड? सिंपली आपको क्या करना है, you have to first ask the management कि what is their process existing in the entity, how do they identify the subsequent event. फिर आपको उनसे 5 questions पूछने हैं कि are there any recent developments in your contingencies? Question number 1, are there any recent development in your contingencies? Question number 2, did you enter into any new contracts or commitments after the balance sheet date? Third, are there any major disposal of assets you have taken care of after the balance sheet date? Third, are there any damages or losses you have suffered after the balance sheet date? Is there any major financial setbacks and financial shocks you have suffered after the balance sheet date? अगर उन्होंने यहाँ पे कोई भी रिप्लाई दे दिया तो it means that management itself is saying, agreeing that कि yes, subsequent event has happened. Or suppose if the management is keeping silence, talk to their legal expert. But after obtaining the prior permission of the management, then only you should talk to the legal expert panel. What is the what is the actual position of these contingent liabilities? If that is also not available, then in that case, evaluate the minutes of their board meeting, evaluate the minutes of their what do you say, their TCWG meeting, evaluate the minutes of their shareholder meeting which have taken place after the balance sheet date. At least you will come to know that what has taken place in the last few months. And last but not the least, obtain and scrutinize the latest subsequent interim financial statement. That's how you will come to know about what subsequent events. That is what 560 is all about. I hope you are getting the information. This is what 560 is all about. Correct? Any? Right? Done? Okay. Now, let's understand the next standard 570 which talks about what going concern. अब ये स्टैंडर्ड क्या होता है? ये स्टैंडर्ड में अपने को ये चेक करना है कि इज द एंटिटी लुकिंग और हैविंग द एबिलिटी टू कंटिन्यू एंड टॉक और से दैट कि यस दे आर able to continue as a going concern entity or not. Are there any indicators which will come across and will let to the management know कि is your going concern is in danger or not? तो objective क्या है? To evaluate the management understanding of going concern assumptions, to understand the impact of going concern assumption on financial statement and to obtain SAA. देखो 500 series है तो everywhere the common point will be to obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to support your opinion. अब 570 की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है? सबसे पहले मैनेजमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. पहले मेरे को ये बताओ, गोइंग कंसर्न अजम्पशन को मेंटेन करना, इंप्लीमेंट करना इज हुज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी? मैनेजमेंट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. एंड वन मोर थिंग, हाउ टू मेक द एप्रोप्रिएट डिस्क्लोजर्स इन द फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट एंड नोट्स टू अकाउंट्स about their ability to continue as a going concern assumption. That is also whose responsibility? Management responsibility, because notes to accounts is a part of financial statement. Preparation and presentation of financial statement is whose problem? Management's problem. अब ऐसे 570 को डील करना है. ऑडिटर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है? वी जस्ट सिंपली हैव टू असेस कि वेदर द मैनेजमेंट इज लुकिंग एबल टू continue as a going concern assumption or not, or is there any material uncertainty we can check which is bringing me to the notice that कि yes, management's going concern is in danger. ये अपनी responsibility है. Following are the auditor's duty. अपनी auditor's duty क्या है? Consideration, collection and communication. Auditor को while doing the planning, strategy and program at that point of time only, when he is preparing the checklist of his to do verification steps, he should have included going concern assumption to be checked as one of the verification steps itself there only. Second thing is collection. What do you mean by collection? Collection and review में आपको क्या चेक करना है? Collection में obviously when you're going to the management and telling that कि boss your going concern assumption is looking poor and in danger, obviously you need to support your negative impression with the support of sufficient and appropriate audit evidences. तो आपको audit evidences collect करने हैं. Communication, are you collecting the audit evidences for yourself or for the satisfaction of the management? Sir, for the satisfaction of the management. So satisfaction of the management के लिए when you are collecting the audit evidences, bring it to their notice ना, along with the remedial actions, and do the follow-up action whether they are taking the remedial action seriously or not. This is what the auditor's duties: collection, consideration, and what? Communication. I hope you all understood it. Now, assessment of the time period. अब basically going concern assumption का time period होता है 12 months. If the management's assessment of going concern is less than 12 months, at least you can request the management to increase from less than 12 months to at least 12 months. And if their going concern assessment is already more than 12 months or equivalent to 12 months, then it is justified. So remember one thing, management's assessment of going concern assumption and your auditor's assessment of going concern assumption should be same. Then only there is a relevance of this particular particular point to be talked about. फिर अपने को indicators देखने होते हैं, those indicators which are indicating the inappropriateness of going concern. Indicators indicating the inappropriateness of going concern में पहले financial indicators आते हैं. Suppose since last 5-7 years they have not declared any dividend, adverse financial ratios, credit worthiness has been changed to cash on delivery. Are you getting the point or not? Major disposal of the assets taken place in the last few years. No bank is ready to renew your loan. You are going for internal reconstruction. You are going for, going to settle down and asking your lenders to waive off some of the part of their debt. Are you getting the point or not? Your accumulated losses are more than your net worth. You have a negative cash flows. Majority of your assets have been recently disposed. All these are known as your financial indicators, which shows that boss, your GC is in danger. It is going down. फिर आते हैं ऑपरेशनल इंडिकेटर. सर ऑपरेशनल इंडिकेटर कैसे पता चलेंगे? योर टॉप लेवल मैनेजमेंट इज लिविंग विदाउट एनीबडी कमिंग एंड रिप्लेसिंग देम. योर लेबर टर्नओवर इज गोइंग हाई. Shortages of supplies, a recurringly breakdown of plant and machinery because you don't have sufficient money even to do the repairs and maintenance in a revenue nature type. Your creditors are not at all ready to supply you the raw material at credit basis. Your major revenue generating product is out of the market. All these are nothing but called which indicators? Operational indicators. Then you have the other indicators. Other indicators mean change in the government policy because your entity was too much dependent on political and legal environment. अब मान लो आपका वाइन एंड बियर शॉप का बिजनेस है एंड सडनली गवर्नमेंट सेज दैट कि इन दिस स्टेट पर्टिकुलरली वाइन एंड बियर शॉप कंजम्पशन एंड सप्लाई इज कंप्लीटली एन इलीगल ऑफेंस. तो यू आर having a wine and beer shops in your city and suddenly if this kind of thing will come, that's a full stop on your GC. Strikes and lockouts are happening because the trade unions are, even though you are good with your employees, but they are the part of the trade unions. You can't control it. So other indicators are what? Which are other than financial and other than operational indicators which are beyond your control. Pandemic situation has come, lockdown, all these are known as other indicators which will bring either a question mark or a full stop to your GC assumption. अब अपने ऑडिट प्रोसीजर क्या है? हाउ वी विल इवेल्युएट वेदर द क्लाइंट्स जीसी assumption is looking good or not. We will simply go and check 4-5 parameters of the client. Point number 1, whether the client is having the risk management policy or not. Because if the client is having the risk management policy, he must have identified and assessed his business risk, and he will also try necessary initiative to reduce it to the lowest acceptable level. But that is only possible if the client is having the risk management policy. We will check the client's ability to continue as a going concern with the help of indicators. We will check that key, what are your future actions to mitigate these particular risks of going concern. We will ask him, do you have the forecasted figures of any cash flows by which you can tell me ki, yes, you are going to do well in the future. This is just a temporary financial weakness. Prove me. And think about any other additional procedure which you like to apply. And take everything on WRL, whatever the answers they are given on risk management policy, whatever the answer they are given on future action plan, whatever the answer they have given on forecasted cash inflows, whatever the answer they are giving on, their ability to continue, take it on a WRL. अब this is called assessing the ROMUM. अब आपको पता चल गया कि ROMUM is very high. Client's ability to continue as a going concern is purely in danger. अब how you will proceed? आप simple अपने FAPs करो. Analyze their cash profits and cash reports, analyze their borrowing capacity, right? And not talk to their legal experts for understanding their GC assumption capability, whether the pending litigation, the claims are going to be too heavy that it will destroy the whole company. Check for any subsequent events if it had occurred and having a huge impact on the entity's continuity plans. Check their latest subsequent interim financial statements to have. Obtain the minutes of their board meeting, members meeting and TCWG. This is how you will collect the SAAE on yourself so that you can go to the management and say that, boss, your going concern is in danger. Now, important consideration क्या है? Check if there is any delay. Check करो कि क्यों entity में delay हो रही है. Financial statement preparation में क्यों delay हो रही है. उसके approval में क्यों delay हो रही है. What are the reasons? Reporting responsibility में either you can give the clean opinion or you can give the qualified opinion or you can give the adverse opinion. अब चेक करते हैं कि क्लीन ओपिनियन कैसे देनी है. से फॉर एग्जांपल यू आर चेकिंग द अप्रोप्रिएटनेस ऑफ द गोइंग कंसर्न, you obtain the sufficient and appropriate audit evidences, and you know that the client, the going concern assumption is looking inappropriate. You immediately went and brought to the notice of the management. Management agreed with you. That's a good side of the management. They are agreeing with you. And after they agreeing, they are also telling that, Rohit, we are taking the necessary actions to reverse the situation, and they are very much visible. They are very much evident. They are able, you are able to see the visible efforts taken by the management. In such cases, you should never give a modified opinion. You should give an unmodified opinion, because everything is, see, going concern assumption is whose problem? Management's problem. When they know their problem, they know the solution also. They are doing the remedial actions. Who are you to take the unnecessary? Why are you poking your nose in giving them a modified opinion? Are you getting the point or not? But make sure that, sir, going concern assumption hai to inappropriate na, but you are telling us to give the clean opinion. So don't you think it will look contradictory? Yes, it will little bit look contradictory. So in this situation, what you can do, you can at least include one paragraph called material uncertainty para. Do you remember the same paragraph we added in our Caro report also, clause number 19? या क्लॉज नंबर 19 में, यस, एबिलिटी टू पे लाइबिलिटीज में ऐड करते थे अपन. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? तो आप भी वैसे ही ऐड कर दो एक पैराग्राफ. अब सपोज क्वालिफाइड ओपिनियन कब देना है? अगेन यू आर डूइंग द गोइंग ऑडिट एंड यू ऑब्टेन द एसएई, एंड एसएई आर इंडिकेटिंग दैट कि क्लाइंट्स गोइंग कंसर्न assumption is looking what? Dangerous. Client's going concern assumption is looking what? Dangerous. Are you getting the point? Looking what? Inappropriate. Again, you went with the evidence and brought to the notice of the management. Management and TCWG agreed with you. But the efforts of reversing the inappropriate of going concern are absent here. In the clean one, you can see that they were taking the efforts, but here those efforts are completely invisible and they are not at all taking the efforts. Then in that case, possibly you have to qualify your opinion. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? मटेरियल अनसर्टेनिटी पैरा भी दे दो और जीसी पैराग्राफ भी दे दो. फिर आता कि एडवर्स. एडवर्स केस में you were checking their going concern assumption. You came to know that their going concern assumption is completely unresolved now. Their going concern assumption is completely what? Unresolved now. अब unresolved के केस में आप क्या करोगे? Unresolved के केस में you can't do anything. अब तो whether the management agrees with you or disagree with you, it doesn't matter because the whole financial statement is full of material misstatement. अब तो आपको एडवर्स ओपिनियन भी देना पड़ेगा, जीसी पैराग्राफ भी देना पड़ेगा, मटेरियल अनसर्टेनिटी भी देना पड़ेगा और इसे आपको बेसिस पैराग्राफ में भी डिस्क्लोज यू हैव टू डू. This is how you handle with the essay 570 with respect to what? Going concern. Now we are left with the last standard in the completion and review chapter and audit evidence, that is called what? Written representation letter, management representation letter and management certificate, right or not? अब आता है 580 रिटर्न रिप्रेजेंटेशन लेटर. अब रिटर्न रिप्रेजेंटेशन लेटर में क्या होता है? ये बहुत ही सिंपल स्टैंडर्ड है. Written representation letter is that letter which you have to obtain from the entity stating that they take the full responsibility of preparing and presenting their financial statement. Written representation is also required sometimes when you have already collected the audit evidence as a supporting evidence. Written representation sometimes we take when we want to have an access, unlimited access on their books of accounts and access on their people. Written representation also works as a corroborative evidence. Written representation also is required on a specific assertion. And what to do when the management refuses to give you the WRL. तो ये स्टैंडर्ड की रिक्वायरमेंट इतना वेस्ट है ना, बहुत वेस्ट स्टैंडर्ड है. बट देर आर 1 or 2 पॉइंट्स विच यू नीड टू अग्री. नाउ सी रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ WAT क्या बोलता है कि ऑडिटर शैल ऑब्टेन द WRL व्हेन इज ऑल प्लान ऑफ एक्शंस ऑन हिज ओन टू ऑब्टेन द सफिशिएंट एंड एप्रोप्रिएट एविडेंसेस गोज इनटू वेन. It should be a last option and last resort to obtain the WRL. It will be completely unjustified on the part of the auditor if he will express the opinion only on the basis of WRL. I think we already have understood one topic also on the same. अगर आप WRL के basis पे if you give the expression of opinion, that is completely unethical on your part. It should be your last option and it is unjustified on your part. Although WRL provides the assurance on financial statement preparation, but shall never be treated as appropriate evidence, nor it is a sufficient. ना तो ये quality wise good evidence है, ना quantity wise good evidence है, neither it is a primary evidence, not it is a supporting. Now the question arises कि why are we collecting it? We are collecting it only to put it in our audit documentation file because I know that peer review and quality review will take place on me at the later stage. But where to accept the WRL, where not to accept the WRL is purely dependent upon the professional judgment of an auditor. And it should also be accepted where all the alternatives of the auditors on his own have gone unsuccessful. You should never take the WRL on first hand. First, you apply your plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. If nothing is working out from your end, then only you should accept the WRL. Are you getting the point? From whom it shall be collected? Generally, it is written in the standard that ki WRL shall not be collected from a person below the rank of a director. But remember one thing, in specialized cases, you can also obtain it from TCWG. And remember, try to obtain the WRL from the knowledgeable person of the entity. Say, for example, I need to know about provisions of gratuity. Then in that case, actuaries is the best person whose WRL I should obtain from. आपको आपकी confirming party who is giving the WRL should be accurate. Suppose I need an information on pending litigations and claim, then legal experts are the best person to give me what? WRL. Are you getting the point? That is what is written in this paragraph. Elements of WRL क्या होना चाहिए? WRL shall always be addressed to the auditor. Whose letterhead? Management's letterhead. It should be duly signed, duly stamped, and duly acknowledged होनी चाहिए. It should reach to the auditor's pocket on or before signing the audit report होनी चाहिए. Because any WRL which is coming at the latest stage is of no use. For every separate issue, try to obtain the separate WRL. It is not necessary, but you can take the so many issues on the same WRL also. But it is suggested here that you take the separate issues on a separate WRL. Right or not, WRL shall be for all the financial statement periods referred in the auditor's report. इसके अंदर वो भी होनी चाहिए. अब WRL दिखती कैसी है? WRL is basically classified into two types of contents. WRL में you should always write first paragraph dedicated towards a specific consideration. The main matter for which you demanded a WRL shall be planted first, shall be presented first. And if any space is left below the after the specific consideration para, then you can go ahead and ask the management, okay, anyways space is there na, you please go ahead and give me the additional declaration, general declarations, like you have prepared your financial statement as per AFRF, you have complied with all the laws and regulation, your internal control system is operating effectively, you have taken care of the good care of your GC assumption, you have valued your inventories as per AS2, you have done the compliance of schedule 3 requirement, any general declarations you can take it. But main first paragraph should be what? Specific consideration, and then you should go for the general declaration. And there is no harm in asking the WRLs. As many WRLs you want, you can ask it. No limit on asking the WRL. Especially in these three circumstances, so you must ask WRL. What if the people who gave you the WRL last year are not present in the current year? So those authorities who gave you the WRL last year are not present in the current year, then so you should definitely ask what? WRL. Are you getting the point? When the terms and conditions of the current year are significantly different from the as compared to the last year, definitely again you should obtain the WRL again. Third, when the management misunderstood auditor's responsibility last year, obviously those kind of misconceptions, those kind of fights and those kind of disturbances, you would not like to have it this year. So again obtain what? WRL. Are you getting the point? Specifically in the following situation, you must obtain the WRL. Last year person who gave you the WRL is not continuing this year with the same entity. Management misunderstood your terms and conditions last year, obtain the WRL again. And there are significant changes in the terms and condition of your audit engagement as compared to last year. तो boss WRL लेना तो बनता है. What if the management refuses to give you the WRL? अब देखो WRL is our last option. Am I correct or not? And being a last option also, management last में आके भी उसे refuse कर रहा, तो generally we should modify. That is the first impression comes to our mind. But ICA recommends that कि don't modify. Wait. WRL is just a piece of paper. So why don't you obtain the WRL on your own letterhead? So auditor should self-address the WRL to himself on his own letterhead and make 2 copies. Send these both the copies to the home management and tell the management to acknowledge the same. And if the management will refuse to acknowledge that, then you should modify. अब modify का मतलब क्या है? या तो qualify करेंगे या disclaim करेंगे, क्योंकि we did not get the evidence. Qualify इसलिए करेंगे because that WRL was material for me but not pervasive effect on financial statement. और disclaim कब करेंगे? When that WRL is material as well as what? Pervasive. So this is what we mean by auditor's conclusion on WRL. And remember one thing. In case the management provides the WRL but it looks inconsistent with the auditor's finding, then also auditor can modify the opinion. or at least perform additional fabs to collect the WRL on the same. This is what brings an end to your 550, 560, 570 and 580 everyone. Your completion and review chapter is over, including one extra standard I told you, 550. Are you getting the point or not? So this is what you have to understand in this particular zone. Are you getting the point? So 550 we are done with, 560 we are done with, 570 we are done with, 580 we are done with, right?